Hi, welcome to Novel to Listen. Relax and enjoy. Chapter 351 to 370. The night sky appeared very clear after being washed by the rain, and the dark blue sky was covered with stars. A bright moon was hanging high in the sky. Its faint light was like a thin gauze that lightly shrouded the mountain forest, leaving a silver glow on the top of the trees. A cool breeze gently blew. The cicadas in the forest showed off their clear throats, while the crickets in the thickets sang a long melody. In the dark, the fireflies danced around the small lanterns. Suddenly, the cicadas went silent and the crickets stopped singing. The fireflies also hid within the thickets. The little fairies of the mountain secretly watched the group of people who broke the silence of the forest. When they passed by the piggery, Yu Xiaoxiao called Lu Feiyan to come along with them. Little Black, who was responsible for guarding the entrance of the piggery, excitedly played with Little White as they ran in the front. At times, they stopped and turned around to look at their masters with their emerald green eyes. At the beginning of spring, Big Gray had returned to the mountains. The two wolf pups with different colored fur, Little Black and Little White, were almost 1 year old. During the past half a year, they grew crazily like inflated balloons. With all four limbs on the ground, they were nearly up to Xiaoxiao's chest. One was black, while the other white. They had the same emerald green eyes, same tall physique, and the same dense fur. They had very distinctive personalities. One was lively and the other was cool. The children all really liked them. The villagers all thought that Little Black and Little White were dogs that were mixed with wolves. They had also saved their young master before, so the villagers had good feelings towards them. The two little wolves had never harmed the domestic animals raised by the villagers. Everyone lived together in a harmonious and peaceful manner. Royal Prince Yang and Yu Xiaoxiao walked in front of the group with glass lanterns in their hands. Little White followed Xiaoxiao step by step, like a loyal guard. Whenever there was any movement, he would stop in his tracks and quietly listen with his ears pricked up. The others followed behind them gleefully, and occasionally bent down to look for something in the grass. Yu Xiaoxiao was very experienced in catching cicadas. She knew that the best time to catch them was between 7 to 8 in the evening. She took out a pocket watch and checked the time with the help of the lantern. It was about time, so she led the group of excited kids to the foot of the mountain forest. With her chest proudly thrusted out, she began assigning the tasks. Form groups of 2 or 3 and just stay around this small forest. Don't run off too far and shout loudly if something happens. Little Black and Little White will swiftly go assist you guys. Catching cicadas is very simple. Just shine the light of the lantern on the tree trunk, and when you see it, just catch it. That's all you have to do. Alright, that's it for now. Dismissed. Lu Fangping, whose hands were held by his older sister, asked with a grin, Cousin Xiaoxiao, why do you speak with a northeastern accent? It sounds so close and dear. Lu Yanner squeezed his little hands and said, she must have heard it when you were teaching little Shido. She didn't learn it properly, so it sounds nondescript and quite funny. Under the dim light of the lantern, Zhu Junyang saw Yu Xiaoxiao with her hands placed on her hip and speaking in a spirited manner. She looked like a little squirrel that just snatched a large pine nut. She was becoming more and more interesting. Holding the back of her collar, he brought her to his side and said, let's form a team. This prince will protect you. This big-eyed, little squirrel, rolled her eyes at him, and then pulled his hands away, saying, this part of the forest is very safe. At most, there would be some wild hares and pheasants appearing. Would this maiden need your protection? As she spoke, she walked towards a big tree with a lantern in her hands. There aren't any beasts, but snakes would appear in the grass in the summer. Before Zhu Junyang had finished speaking, that proud, little squirrel, screamed and jumped back next to him. She hid behind him and tightly grasped the corner of his clothes with a flustered expression, snakes. Where is it? Coward, that kid is tricking you. With this divine stone around, what are you afraid of? The little divine stone's scornful voice sounded in her mind. A small, golden figure swiftly scrawled on top of Little White's back. It found a place on the top of his head and lay down comfortably. Had it been someone else, with Little White's proud temper, there was no way that he would let others beard the lion in his den. However, the little divine stone used its power to regulate his body in exchange, so he reluctantly stopped himself from shaking the little kitten off. Zhu Junyang also saw the little golden cat, which was only about the size of his fist. It had been over a year, yet it still hadn't grown at all and it always looked so miniature. He laughed and said, "One will always raise a pet similar to oneself. This little kitten is so tiny." Yu Xiaoxiao immediately forgot that he had scared her with snakes, and exploded in anger. "What do you mean? I have grown taller, okay. Since the beginning of spring till now, I have grown at least 7 centimeters. Oh, I can't tell. You still look so short." Zhu Junyang measured the top of her head which reached up to his own waist. Yu Xiaoxiao stomped her feet like an enraged little rooster. She angrily hollered with her neck stretched out, "You can't tell because you're also growing. Compared with the measurements that I marked on the wall last year, I have grown this much, this much." As she spoke, she made a gesture with her hands to show him that she had indeed grown in height. Zhu Junyang walked up to a tree and pointed at a black bug that was crawling on the trunk. He asked with slight disdain, "Is this the edible bug that you mentioned? It looks so ugly." Yu Xiaoxiao ran over to hold onto the cicada, and then put it into the jar tied around her waist. She wrinkled her nose at him and said, "You think it's ugly? I reckon you're actually afraid of it, right? Then don't eat it after it's fried." This prince has already tried locust, so would I still be afraid of this little bug? Zhu Junyang proudly snorted. He reached out his arm, picked up a cicada that was high up on the tree, and dangled it in front to her, which resulted in her rolling her eyes at him. Yu Xiaoxiao patted Little White's neck and decided to stay far away from this haughty drama queen, lest she get infected. Anyway, she had the little divine stone and the 2 guards, Little White and Little Black, protecting her, so she wasn't afraid of those creepy crawlies. When she moved a few steps to the side, Zhu Junyang also walked a few steps to the side. He followed her step by step, so no matter what she did, she still couldn't shake off this little tail. Whatever. Proper business was more important. Holding the lantern and bending over, Yu Xiaoxiao searched for larvae of cicadas on the trunks and bushes. Unlike in her previous life, where cicadas were nearly gone, it seemed like they could catch some every few steps. Sometimes, they were able to catch a few cicadas on the same tree. Yu Xiaoxiao became increasingly enthusiastic as she continued to catch the cicadas. The small jar around her waist had filled up unknowingly. Suddenly, Little White's ears moved, and he shifted into an alert stance. Yu Xiaoxiao was alarmed and hurriedly moved closer to her little tail, Zhu Junyang. She had accidentally stepped on the young prince's feet in a panic. Zhu Junyang, who was holding a cicada, strangely asked, "What's wrong? Did you see something? There seems to be something in the thickets." "Shish, it wouldn't be a snake, right?" The thing that she feared the most was those slippery and cold animals with smooth skin. But, Little Divine Stone, who was on top of Little White's head, didn't give her a warning, so there shouldn't be any danger. Yu Xiaoxiao's violently beating heart gradually calmed down. Right at this time, Little White suddenly jumped onto the thick bushes, and his strong figure disappeared within the darkness. Yu Xiaoxiao was somewhat worried. Will Little White be alright? Although Little White and Little Black often brought back small game when they frolicked in the mountains, after all, they were still very young and had never encountered fierce beasts. They also didn't have any experience with intense fighting. No one could guarantee absolute safety in the mountain forest at night. Perhaps, 1 or 2 fierce beasts might emerge from an unknown corner of the mountain. Little White is a wolf, not a dog. Zhu Junyang wasn't worried at all. It might be dangerous for Little Black, that dumb wolf, to encounter a ferocious beast, but the survival skills of that haughty little wolf, Little White, wasn't inferior to Big Gray. If he encountered a lone wolf or cheetah, he should still be able to fight. In Yu Xiaoxiao's heart, she couldn't forget how Little White looked when she first brought him home. He was just a baby wolf that hadn't opened his eyes. She anxiously checked the thickets and refused to walk away. Suddenly, she felt a furry head pushing at her arm. She turned around and was startled by a pair of emerald green eyes. With a closer look, it turned out to be Little Black. There wasn't a single strand of hair that was of a different color on his body, so he was completely hidden in the darkness of the mountain forest. At a glance, only a pair of green eyes could be seen. Little Black shook his head excitedly and had a look in his eyes that seemed to be asking to be praised and caressed. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't quite understand, so Little Black touched her hand with his nose. She knew what he meant and stretched out her hand. From within Little Black's warm mouth, a squirming cicada fell onto her palm. It seemed like this fellow saw that everyone was catching cicadas, so he joined in the fun to help. The dark night was nothing in the eyes of wolves, but it was quite hard for him to hold a thumb-sized cicada in his big mouth without harming it a bit. He had such good control of his strength. Yu Xiaoxiao continued to stare in the direction that Little White disappeared in as she patted his head in a perfunctory manner. At this time, everyone had gotten a decent harvest. Those who had filled up the vessels that they brought gradually gathered over. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao staring at a cluster of bushes motionlessly, they also curiously looked in that direction. When Little White emerged with a wild hare in his mouth, he was bewildered by those strange humans. Why were they all gathered here? The wild hare was for his young master, so no one was allowed to steal it. Yu Xiaoxiao checked out everyone's harvest and saw that there were a lot of cicadas in their vessels. It seemed like they got quite a large harvest. In addition, they also got a plump hare. They would definitely have a sumptuous meal tomorrow. When they got home, Yu Xiaoxiao got a wooden bucket and filled it with salt water. After she cleaned the cicadas, she put them in the bucket to be soaked for a night. Once the flavor seeped in, it would taste better when fried. The night passed by peacefully. The next morning, the three siblings of the Lu family, Yu Hang, and Yu Shaolian woke up very early. They picked vegetables in the courtyard as they waited for Yu Xiaoxiao, who was sleeping in, to wake up. The three Lu siblings had never tried cicadas. Allegedly, in the northeast, these things were caught to be fed to chickens. However, Yu Heng and Yu Shaolian had eaten them before. When the three siblings heard them describe the fragrantly scorched taste of the fried cicadas, they almost drooled. They were filled with even more anticipation. After much wait, Xiaoxiao had finally woken up. The group of children didn't need the adults' help as they lit the fire, made the pancakes, and cooked the porridge. With so many people helping, they quickly finished preparing breakfast. Yu Xiaoxiao fished out the cicadas that they caught last night from the salt water and cleansed them with clean water. With the different cooking methods of deep frying, dry frying, and pan frying, she different flavored dishes like salt and pepper cicadas, spicy cicadas, cicadas stir-fried with shredded ginger, spicy and numbing cicadas, and so on. After Zhu Junyang's morning exercise, he came down from the mountains. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he could smell a strong fragrance drifting in the air. He didn't think that the little lass could actually make dishes with such alluring taste with those unattractive and somewhat disgusting bugs that were dug up from the soil. It's time to eat. Yu Xiaoxiao held a big plate in each of her hands and walked out of the kitchen unsteadily. The fragrance came from the two plates. The large plates, which were piled up with fried cicadas, could almost break her two wrists that were as thin as a stick of firewood. Zhu Junyang's feet moved faster than his brain. He walked forward and took the plates from Yu Xiaoxiao's hands. Seeing him, Yu Xiaoxiao grinned widely and said, "Young royal prince, your nose is comparable to that of a barking alien. 1. You have followed the smell over as soon as the cicadas are fried." If Zhu Junyang knew what a barking alien was, he would definitely be furious. She actually compared him, who was wise and skilled in martial arts, to a canine that only knew how to stick its tongue out and wag its tail to please others. Such disrespect. Fortunately, most of his attention was focused on the fragrantly scorched cicadas, and thus overlooked the meaning of barking alien. Shaolian and Lu Yanner, who were helping in the kitchen, each brought out a plate of different flavored fried cicadas. After they put them on the table, Shaolian said, "You guys eat first. I'll take these to eldest maternal aunt and older cousin so that they can also have a taste." There was a simple kitchen in the piggery. Normally, Shaolian, eldest maternal aunt and her daughter would cook their meals there. When the family made delicious food at home, they would also send some to them. Since the piglets in the piggery had sufficient food and Xiaoxiao regularly supplemented them with a light concentration of mystic stone water, they were all in good health, had good appetite, and grew very well. The first batch of piglets weighed close to 100 catties after being raised for 4 months, as if they ate 4 months fat. Lu Yanner also delivered a full plate of fried cicadas to the Qian family next door. After all, the Qian siblings also contributed 2 jars of cicadas yesterday. Qian Wu didn't take a single one home for this very reason. Who told Xiao Cao to be such a good cook? Even if he brought it back, his mother, Madame Mao, wouldn't know how to cook it. Moreover, even if she did, she wouldn't be willing to waste oil to fry the cicadas as snacks for him. One must admit that this fellow Qian Wu usually seemed quite foolish, but he had quite a lot of tricks up his sleeves. In the Yu family's courtyard, the women helping to pick vegetables had arrived. Smelling the scent, one of the women, who usually had a close relationship with Madame Lu, said with a smile, "Da Hai's wife, what novel food did your youngest daughter make this time? It smells so good that I'm about to drool." Madame Lu took out some and placed them on a small plate for them to taste. They had just experienced a disaster year, so they knew about the importance of food. The matron resisted the temptation of the food and shook her head, saying, "Da Hai's wife, please don't lure out the gluttonous bugs in our stomachs. We're going to be the ones suffering if it rebels. Quickly take the plate back. Don't you know that putting such delicious food in front of us is like a cruel torture to us all?" Madame Lu glared at her with a smile and said, "It's fine if the gluttonous bugs are lured out. It's not like these are anything precious. Do you hear the cicadas on the trees? These are the larvae that just crawled out of the soil and haven't shed off their shells. They can be found in batches in the forest at night. After catching them, they need to be properly cleaned and marinated with salt for a while. They are edible when they are cooked." During locust plague last year, the Yu family had spread the news that locusts were edible. Nearly every family caught a large amount back to eat, which saved them a lot of grain. They had already eaten locusts roasted over fire, so why would they be afraid of these cicada larvae? Seeing that it wasn't some expensive ingredient, the matron stopped acting courteous and picked one up to put in her mouth. A strangely refreshing taste instantly erupted within her mouth. It tasted better than the fried dish they had during the New Year. Her eyes lit up and she had a wide smile on her face as she said, "It tastes really good. Tonight, I'll have my husband and the kids catch some back, and I'll fry some for the kids to eat." The other women also gave up on holding themselves back and each tried a piece. The group of people catching cicadas in the evening grew even bigger. Madame Lu told them to eat some more, but they refused. The members of the Yu family and the Lu family added up to more than 10 people. How many cicadas could several children catch? They probably didn't have enough to eat, so even if they wanted to eat more, they had to control themselves. How could they take food from the children? Moreover, Royal Prince Yang was here. Right now, his existence in Tanggu town was of someone superior to the county magistrate. All the villages within the vicinity of Tanggu were under his ruling, so they were also considered his people. They had to at least leave a good impression for the royal prince, right? They were worried about the royal prince, but Royal Prince Yang, who had the innate quality of a glutton, focused all his attention on the different flavored fried cicadas. His favorite was actually the spicy and numbing flavor. Not only did it have a golden color, but it also had a crispy shell and tender flesh. With a dry and fragrant taste and numbingly spicy mouthfeel, he felt as if all the taste buds in his mouth were jumping. This caused him to eat one piece after another, unable to stop. Well, it seems like nearly the entire imperial family has the gene of a foodie. The Emperor Emeritus is a longtime foodie, and Royal Prince Yang doesn't lose out to him. I wonder if the Emperor would also disregard his noble and elegant demeanor in front of his favorite food. Yu Xiaocao thought in her heart. Zhu Junyang lingered at the Yu residence and didn't leave until he had lunch. Yesterday, Little White had caught a wild hare, which became the Yu family's lunch at noon. There were a lot of people eating together, so Yu Hai slaughtered one of the rabbits that they raised at home. When the wild hare was slaughtered, the Yu family's little roe deer was still watched happily and ran around gleefully. But, when it saw Yu Hai choose one of its usual companions and skillfully slit its neck and skinned it, it was so scared that it hid in Yu Xiaocao's room, trembling. It didn't even take a single bite of its favorite grass mixed with mystic stone water, for fear that his master would slaughter it for food like that rabbit. She didn't know if the little roe deer had a genetic mutation due to its frequent consumption of mystic stone water, but it had never grown bigger since they brought it back 3 years ago. It maintained the size of a little roe deer that was less than a month old with a small and thin appearance. It was currently shivering like a fallen leaf blew by the cold wind. It looked cute yet pitiful. When Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that the little roe deer hadn't eaten for 2 meals and was curled up into a ball with a dispirited appearance, she thought that it was sick. After she got a reminder from the little divine stone, she realized that the little guy had been scared silly. She quickly hugged it and comforted, "Tiny, don't be scared. No one will eat you. You're so small and barely have any meat on your body, so you wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between one's teeth. I promise you that no one in the family will dare to do anything to you without my permission. However, you must stay alert outside the house. Be careful not to let others catch you and make you into soup." The little roe deer seemed to understand its little master's position in the family. Since she said that no one was allowed to touch it, it must be safe at home. As for the outside, there was no way that it would let strangers get close to it. It could now run as fast as the wind. Even Little Black and Little White couldn't catch up to it, so who could catch it? But, for a long time after this, the little roe deer would make a detour when it saw Yu Hai. It was afraid that he would dislike it, and thus decide to slaughter it. In a blink of an eye, it was already time for autumn harvest. Zhu Junyang followed Yu Hai and his daughter to the Yu family's farmstead. The vegetation on the hill behind the plantation had gradually begun to turn yellow. Occasionally, 1 or 2 maple leaves would display their dazzling appearance among the gold and green colors. The pods in the fields were golden and appeared bloated as if their bellies were about to burst. The tenant farmers working in the fields all had bright smiles on their faces. With a sincere smile on his face, the supervisor, Wang Maosai, accompanied the owners and explained, "We have also planted soybeans in the past, but the pods were only about the length of a thumb. This year, the pods are even longer than one's middle finger. Moreover, the beans are a size bigger than the seeds. With a modest estimate, I reckon that the output of the soybean fields will double the output of the previous years." In actuality, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't deliberately help the tenant farmers cultivate the soybean fields. It didn't rain a lot in the summer, so the hard-working farmers were afraid that the yield of soybeans would be affected. They were also afraid that the owners would have doubts regarding their abilities, and then not rent the land for them to farm next year. Thus, they all worked hard to tend the crops. They meticulously irrigated the fields, weeded the fields, and eliminated pests. There was spiritual energy in the well water, so the fields watered by the well water naturally had a higher output of soybeans. After 4 to 5 days of hard work in the fields, all of the families sent all their soybeans to the granary. After being weighed, the household with the greatest yield had surpassed 400 caddies. The low yield of soybeans was the main reason why farmers were reluctant to cultivate the crop. In previous years, their best output in the fields was no more than 160 to 170 caddies. But now, the output had more than doubled. The family with the least output had also gotten around 300 caddies. It was about the same as the yield of wheat. The tenant farmers, who were originally pessimistic about the owner's daughter's request to grow soybeans, were sincerely convinced by her now. After they got new masters, except for the disaster during the first year, they had gotten a great harvest for the spring and autumn seasons. The tenant farmers believed that the master had good fortune, and thus also boosted the luck of the farmstead. If they continued to work for the master in the future, they would definitely be able to eat to their heart's content, wear warm clothes, and live a fairly well-off life. The farmlands that Zhu Junyang bought weren't very far from the Yu family's plantation. After the autumn harvest, he planned on moving the fields next to the Yu family's fields. In this way, Yu Xiaoxiao could help him take care of the farmlands, which was much more convenient. Yes, Royal Prince Yang barely knew anything about farming. The steward that he sent to manage the land would consult the father and daughter of the Yu family for everything, and thus he became a master who only asked others to work and didn't do anything himself. Right after the harvest of the corn, Royal Prince Yang had gone back to the capital to report the good news. Thus, the steward and Yu Xiaoxiao worked together to make decisions regarding the plowing, sowing, and management of the more than 800 mu of land. With Yu Xiaoxiao there, he was absolutely at ease that the output of his fields definitely wouldn't be low. That's right, Zhu Junyang was just that confident. As expected, the average yield of the 800 or so mu of farmland was over 300 caddies per mu. People probably wouldn't believe it even if they heard it. He had the steward to make detailed records, organize them into a memorial, and send it to the capital at the fastest speed. Didn't that old fogey with the surname Yang say that the rich harvest of corn had nothing to do with the Yu family and Yu Xiaoxiao? I'm going to prove you wrong with the data right away. Have you ever seen soybeans with a yield of over 300 caddies per mu? The imperial plantation in the capital has also planted dozens of mu of soybeans. If there is a higher output than this prince's 800 mu of fields, this prince will give up my title of royal prince. The memorial presented by Royal Prince Yang set off a wave of storm at court. Minister Lu's hands trembled as he took the memorial that the emperor had just reviewed. He carefully looked over the data over and over again. The yield on superior farmland was 380 caddies per mu and the average farmland had 330 caddies per mu. The output of inferior farmland had also gotten a high yield of 290 caddies per mu. Minister Lu burst into tears. Emperor, this old official is incompetent. All of the fields in the imperial plantation are superior farmland, yet the yield is only around 190 caddies per mu. This Yu family is indeed talented, Your Majesty. Zhu Junfan looked at Imperial Censor Yang and asked with a spurious smile. Imperial Censor Yang, do you have anything else to say? With facts presented in front of his eyes, Imperial Censor Yang had no other reason to stop the emperor from awarding the Yu family. He thought for a moment and said, if what is stated in the memorial is true, then this official will acknowledge it sincerely. He was speaking as if Royal Prince Yang had made a false record in order to help the Yu family. All the civil and military officials in court inwardly shook their heads. This Imperial Censor Yang seriously didn't have a very good moral character. At this point, he was still trying to find an honorable way to get out of this embarrassing situation. He should think about it. Who was the Yu family to Royal Prince Yang? Why would the cold-hearted and black-faced royal prince be willing to risk the crime of deceiving the monarch to protect them? Furthermore, even if the Yu family was bestowed a position, they would merely be a minor 7-rank official. They would just be small agricultural officials under the Ministry of Revenue, so how would that affect him, Imperial Censor Yang, in any way? Was it really worth it for him to cling onto them like a leech? The Minister of Works came out again and tried to smooth things over. Perhaps, there's a difference in the output due to the difference of the seeds. In my opinion, to truly have fair and just results, the same types of seeds and fields should be used. Officials, who knew the situation, all looked at each other with tacit gaze. The Minister of Works' granddaughter and Imperial Censor Yang's grandson were currently in the middle of discussing marriage, so it was no wonder that he would speak up for him. At this time, the military officials presented a memorial, stating that there seemed to be trouble at the northwest borders. The surviving supporters of the Yuan dynasty had divided into 2 major tribes, Dongliao and Siliao. It seemed like they were eager to cause trouble at the borders. The military officials requested for backup in the event that war broke out and so on. As for the matter regarding the Yu family, it had been left unsettled once again. At the Yu family's farmstead on the outskirts of Tanggu town, it was currently bustling with activity. After the soybeans were reaped, the tenant farmers were busy with fertilizing the fields and preparing for the cultivation of wheat. Zhu Junyang, who had a tall and graceful figure, stood at the edge of the field and said to Yu Xiaoxiao, who was handing out wheat to the farmers, if you plant winter wheat now, you won't be able to plant corn in the spring, right? I must remind you that the emperor attaches great importance to corn and plans to popularize the cultivation of corn as a high-yielding crop in the north. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled at him and said, I know. If we want to popularize the cultivation of corn, there definitely aren't enough seeds. We should do it step by step. Since we're familiar with growing corn, we'll naturally take up the responsibility of breeding the seeds. But, this doesn't conflict with growing winter wheat. With a look of surprise, Zhu Junyang asked in confusion, how does it not conflict? I have asked your tenant farmers. After planting the winter wheat, they can only be harvested at the beginning of next summer. Where would you have farmland to grow corn? Yu Xiaoxiao lifted her eyebrows and smiled proudly. Who told you that corn must be planted in the spring? After the winter wheat is reaped, we can plant a batch of corn to be harvested in the autumn. After harvesting the corn, we can grow winter wheat again. The timing is just right. If we don't plant winter wheat now, the fields would be idle for at least 4 to 5 months. Isn't that a waste of resources? After thinking about it, Zhu Junyang felt that it sounded quite reasonable. Yu Xiaoxiao said that after the popularization of corn, it would at most be considered a type of coarse grain. By growing corn for one season and winter wheat for another season, they would have both coarse grain and fine grain, and the common people would be able to live a better life. Thus, he also handed his 800 mu of farmland to her and asked her to help him decide what to plant. He wrote up an imperial memorial overnight and sent it to the capital. Soon, the imperial plantation on the outskirts of the capital also began growing winter wheat. At this time, the method of cultivation for wheat had been relatively improved. Yu Xiaoxiao just had to let the little divine stone release some spiritual energy into the seeds, and the tenant farmers would take care of all other matters. The father and daughter pair were currently busy dealing with the villagers who came to purchase bean seeds after hearing about good things about them. The news that the Yu family's farmstead had a great harvest of soybeans, which had a high yield of 400 caddies per mu, had quietly spread throughout Tanggu town. After being spread through the word of mouth, people began saying that the soybean seeds that the Yu family used were a high-yielding crop that Royal Prince Yong brought back from the Western Hemisphere. At this time, there had been a gradual improvement of the extraction method for soybean oil. Bean curd, bean sprout, and some other bean-related products had slowly started appearing on the tables of the common people. The soybean cakes left over after being used to extract soybean oil and bean flour milled by beans were all food that the poverty-stricken commoners relied on for survival. The doubling of the output of beans could help improve the lives of many people, so it attracted quite a lot of people. The soybeans harvested from Royal Prince Yang's fields had to be transported back to the capital. As for the soybeans produced at the Yu family's plantation, with the exception of the portion saved to be used as seeds for next year, Yu Hai and his daughter decided to sell them at a state-set price. Why were they selling them at a state-set price? The Yu family was able to earn a good reputation in several nearby villages by selling the soybeans to the impoverished commoner according to the market price of fine-breed grain without adding a single copper coin to the price. After she finished with the matters at the plantation, Yu Xiaoxiao packed her bags and set off to the prefectural city. There was less than a month until the college examination. They had several pigs at home that had already reached the weight of 200 caddies, and thus they could be taken out of their pens. In other words, they should start preparing for the opening of the braised food shop in the prefectural city. For this trip to the prefectural city, Yu Hai and the Lu Hu couple also came with her. It naturally wasn't that simple to open a shop. The renovation of the shop, purchasing the ingredients, and buying the kitchen utensils were all areas that required manpower. There were two reasons as to why she had her oldest paternal aunt and oldest paternal uncle come along with them. First of all, they really did lack manpower for the initial preparation of the shop. Second, they were going to collaborate with the Lu family for the braised food shop. The Yu family would contribute the money and recipes, while the Lu family would contribute manpower. The profit would be split 20 to 80, the Lu family would receive 20% and the Yu family would get 80% of the profit. Yu Kaifeng had seen the flourishing business of the braised pig head meat at the docks, so she had no doubts about the braising method of the Yu family. They could earn 20% of the profit by merely providing some manpower, which meant that they were taking a big advantage of them. After several refusals, under Yu Hai's persuasion, she finally accepted the kindness of her younger brother's family. They came to Tanggu from the northeast without any money at all. Not only did her younger brother help cure her husband's illness, but he also supported them financially. What's more, just by helping her younger brother sell watermelons for the past 2 years, they were able to save up more than 100 taels even after they built a house and sent little Fangping to school. This was considered a huge sum of money to them, who had no more than 5 taels in their savings in the past. Now, her younger brother's family was planning on opening a shop in the prefectural city, and they were the first people they thought of. Moreover, his family also gave them such a generous share. How could she not be grateful and moved? Before leaving, Yu Kaifeng had gathered her whole family together and said to the children, "It's all thanks to your uncle that we can now live a life without worrying about food and clothing. In the future, you guys need to be filial to your uncle and aunt, just like how you're filial to me and your father." In the past 2 years, Lu Junping, who was a half-grown child, had clearly seen and kept in mind the kindness that the Yu family showed them. He nodded solemnly and said, "Uncle is a great benefactor of our family, and we will always remember that." Yu Kaifeng thought about it and said, "If the shop in the prefectural city is successful in the future, your father and I will surely bring you guys to the prefectural city at that time. If our braised food sells well, there would definitely be a lot of people trying to uncover the recipes. You guys must remember that the kitchen is the most important place. You must never let other people go in. What's more, you must not leak the recipes, which we rely on to make a living, for the sake of your own benefit. If I find out that any of you have other ideas about the recipes, then don't blame me, as your mother, for disowning you. Little Fangping was frightened by his mother's expression and tone, so he nodded repeatedly. Lu Yanner quickly said, "Mother, rest assured. As siblings definitely won't be grateful and vicious people. Moreover, our family also has a share of the shop. Who would do such a thing like kill the goose that lays the golden eggs?" After laying down the law with the children, Yu Kaifeng and her husband went to the prefectural city with her younger brother and niece. They had hired an elderly man, who lived nearby to look after their house in the prefectural city, and he would help tidy the courtyard every day. No one had lived in the house for half a year, so the four of them spent an entire day to clean up before they finally put everything in order and settled down. There were 5 shops in front. With the storefront in the middle as the divider, 3 of the shops were used for the braised food shop, and the other 2 would be turned into a pickled food shop. Yu Xiaosao had a lot of recipes for pickled food on hand, and Yu Kaifeng was an excellent cook, so it was a waste for such a store to only sell braised food. Yu Hai and Lu Hu were busily working on the renovation of the shop in the front, while Yu Kaifeng and Yu Xiaosao were responsible for supervising the renovation of the kitchen in the back. The kitchen was quite big, so the 2 stoves in the kitchen were more than enough for a family's regular usage. However, it wasn't quite sufficient for braising food. Therefore, they must first double the cooking area. Then, according to Xiaosao's idea, they built an oven in the corner of the kitchen. The oven was made of black bricks, and the walls around it were similar to the heated walls that wealthy families used for heating. The open fire underneath heated the oven, and in the middle, there was a place to put the ducks prepared with the secret recipe. The heat would be reflected onto the ducks from the wall to roast the ducks. With this method, the roasted duck would have crispy skin, tender meat, a gleaming appearance, and fragrant smell. The head manager of Junshou Restaurant, who was presiding over the business in the prefectural city, found out that the Yu family was going to open a braised food shop in the prefectural city. So he made some time to go over for a visit. When he saw the oven in the back kitchen, the head manager joked, "Miss Yu, you're competing with Junshou Restaurant. With your endless new recipes, our Junshou Restaurant can't win against you." Yu Xiaosao smiled and said, "I dare not. I also have a share in your restaurant's fruit-scented roasted duck. Why would I fight with myself? This type of roasted duck that I'm making tastes completely different to the fruit-scented roasted duck. Moreover, we're only selling 10 ducks per day. It won't affect Junshou Restaurant's business." The head manager stroked his long beard and said, "What about the price? How much is Miss Yu planning on selling it for?" "Rest assured, it will only be 1 tael cheaper than Junshou Restaurant. We won't casually set a price and disturb the market." Why was it only 1 tael cheaper than Junshou Restaurant? What kind of place was Junshou Restaurant? No matter if it was their dining environment or reputation, they were much higher in class than a little braised food shop. Would they even be able to sell their food if they set the price to be the same as Junshou Restaurant? With a lower price, they weren't deliberately lowering the price for malicious competition. In addition, they were doing the marketing gimmick of limited sales. The head manager could already foresee the blooming popularity of the braised food shop after its opening. Before the opening of the braised food shop, little Shido and his classmates were all taken to the prefectural city by Rongshuan Academy. Why didn't Yu Xiaosao privately cook for little Shido before the college examination? That was because the academy was doing a group training for all the students participating in the exams. During the day, the teachers arranged intensive pre-examination training for the students. In the evening, Headmaster Yuan called little Shido over to his house. He reviewed the readings, pointed out the pros and cons, and explained the methods of improvement. Little Shido had made great progress in this period of time, and he felt more confident in the college examination. After he entered the courtyard from the side door, little Shido followed the fragrant smell to the kitchen and saw his second sister and oldest paternal aunt busily working inside. Yu Xiaosao was going to test the oven today. She took out a roasted duck with a golden brown color and an attractive fragrance from the hot oven. The fire shined upon the contented smile on her face, and her eyes were filled with a sense of satisfaction. Second sister, how did you know that I would arrive at the prefectural city today, and even prepare a roasted duck for me? Little Shido had been focused on studying in the past half a year and didn't go home at all during breaks. He didn't even know that the family was going to open a braised food shop, and thus happily asked under the impression that they were preparing the food for him. Yu Xiaosao put the roasted duck that was on the hook on a plate. When it cooled down, she tore off a leg for him and said with a smile, "Try it. This is the new oven roasted duck that sister came up with. How is the taste?" Little Shido hurriedly took a bite and carefully savored it. Then he repeatedly nodded his head and said, "Delicious. It's not inferior to the taste of Junsho restaurants, fruit-scented roasted duck. I'm not worried about second sister's culinary skills at all. Let's eat. 1 duck 3 dishes for lunch. I've been staying in the academy for half a year, so I'm desperately craving it." Although the food at the academy had gotten better in the past half a year, it was still mostly vegetable dishes. At times, when they provided meat dishes, the food would be snatched up by the wealthier students. During the past half a year, visits from family were forbidden, let alone delivery of food. Even when he went to Headmaster Yuan's home for tutoring, he would complain endlessly about missing his second sister's cooking. As little Shido gnawed on the duck leg, he asked, "Did you guys rent out the stores in front? That's not a bad idea. We can at least get some profits. What kind of business are they doing? The layout looks quite neat and tidy." Yu Kaifeng, who was cleaning the kitchen, looked at him with a smile and said, "We didn't rent out the shops in front. We're going to open a shop ourselves. Didn't you notice that there are more stoves in the kitchen, as well as an additional oven? As our family going to sell food, that will definitely make a lot of money. Second sister has such excellent cooking skills, so if we open a restaurant, there's no way that Junsho restaurant can compete with us." Little Shido blindly worshipped his second sister and was full of confidence in her. Yu Xiaosao glared at him with a smile. "Your second sister is only good at cooking a few dishes, so how can I compare with big chefs who had devoted themselves to cooking for decades? Don't make such comments outside, lest others laugh at your arrogance behind your back." After that, she told the little fellow about their collaboration with oldest aunt's family in opening the braised food shop. Making braised food was her specialty. Not only did she have secret recipes, but she also had mystic stone water as a cheat. There was an absolute guarantee for the taste. Little Shido was also full of confidence in his family's braised food shop. He repeatedly asked when it would open so that he could promote it to his classmates who lived in the prefectural city. "You don't have to worry about the shop. The exam will be in 3 days, so your task is to relax your mind and focus on studying." Yu Kaifeng was afraid that her young nephew would be distracted at this important moment, so she solemnly reminded him. The Yu family had been farmers for many generations, so they were all looking forward to having a county-level official in the family to bring honor to their ancestors. In the past, the Yu family had put all their hopes in Shitu's younger uncle, Yu Bo. Now, they also had little Shido and more hope. Thus, they naturally attached great importance to this matter. Yu Kaifeng thought about it and asked little Shido, "Shido, your younger uncle is also participating in this exam, right? Did he come with you? Did he say where he was staying?" Yu Xiaosao didn't want to be too involved with Madame Zhang, and she also didn't really like that selfish uncle of hers, so she interjected, "When we came to the prefectural city last time, younger uncle stayed at his classmate's house. There's no need for us to worry so much. Oldest aunt, try this roasted duck. Is there anything that needs to be improved?" Yu Kaifeng also wasn't very close with this younger brother of hers. Madame Zhang accepted the Lu family's betrothal gifts of 20 taels, yet she didn't prepare any dowry for her at all. When she made her utmost efforts to argue for what was right, Madame Zhang told her that the money was used for her younger brother's tuition in a bold and confident manner. Since she was young, Madame Zhang had been partial to her youngest son. She and Yu Hai didn't have enough to eat and warm clothes to wear, while Yu Bo and Yu Katie could eat an extra egg or fine-grained steamed bun every day. They didn't know that Madame Zhang was secretly cooking a separate meal for her biological children behind their backs. However, they weren't stupid. These matters would naturally be exposed over time. Yu Kaifeng had a lot of complaints about Madame Zhang's biasness, so she also didn't really like this younger brother of hers. In her heart, Yu Hai was her only real brother who was born of the same mother. Hearing her niece's words, Yu Kaifeng stopped thinking about Yu Bo's matters. It was getting closer to the opening time of the shop, and she was also getting increasingly busy. The renovation in front could be completed today, so she needed to go over and clean up everything. Last night, her husband and Yu Hai had gone back, saying that they would slaughter 2 of the pigs first and deliver them over. It was going to be even more busy tomorrow. There were also a dozen or so vats of pickled vegetables, which were all made by her and her niece. How exactly did her niece's brain grow? She actually had so many recipes for pickled food. The salted vegetables should be ready in the next 2 days. She must taste them carefully and let her little niece know if they're tasty. Yu Xiaosao and her aunt were very busy, and little Shido wasn't affected at all. He still studied and rested according to his schedule at the school. During his breaks, he also helped them to the best of his capabilities. He laughed and talked every day with no trace of tension. Yu Xiaosao praised him. Not bad. Other than one's own knowledge, one's mentality is also very important for exams. You need to learn how to de-stress yourself. Headmaster Yuan also said that, with your capability, if you perform like normal, you definitely won't have a problem passing the exam to be a county-level official. If you do well enough, you might even receive government grain. You're still young, so even if you don't do very well, you can just wait for the next college examination. Maybe you can place first in the college examination. Pa, pa, pa. The words of a child carry no harm. Deities, please don't listen to her. Yu Kaifeng put her palms together and bowed in 4 directions, and then she had Yu Xiaosao spit 3 times. She chided, is there an older sister like you? Why are you saying such unlucky words? Our Shido will definitely pass the exam this time. Yu Xiaosao touched her nose and awkwardly said, aren't I just trying to not give younger brother too much pressure? One can achieve success if one goes into a battle with a light heart. Younger brother, do your best on the exam. Show your true capabilities. I'm waiting to show off that I have a younger brother who is a county-level official. Little Shido smiled and said, second sister, don't worry. I'm not nervous at all. Thank you for doing so much for this family, and making sure that I can study at ease. For your sake, I will definitely pass the exam to be a county-level official this time. I'll let you know that all your hard work was not done in vain. Little Shido understood very clearly within his heart. He couldn't imagine how this family would end up like without his second sister. Since his second sister got her head hurt and toured around the netherworld, she had turned into a completely different person. Her previously timid and cowardly personality was gone. Before they separated from the family, she dared to play mind games with Madame Zhang and fought for welfare for her family. After the separation, she used her endless recipes to gain the respect and collaboration with third young Master Zhou. The family also planted vegetables, watermelons, corn. Outsiders all complimented his father as an expert in farming, but he knew very clearly that all of his family money-making businesses came from his second sister. He once had a dream, in which his second sister didn't survive and died in the hands of eldest paternal aunt. After his father was bitten by a bear, he didn't get treated for his severe injury and died. Older brother was accused of stealing. After he was beaten to death by the shopkeeper, the murderer got away unpunished. His mother worked hard to support the family with her sickly body, and finally spat out blood and died in the winter when he was 8. For his sake, eldest sister sold herself to be a maidservant. Afterwards, she was promoted to be the master's concubine by the mistress. After she got pregnant and gave birth to a child, they killed the mother and kept the child. She died at a young age. As for him, since the age of 12, he had been doing manual labor at the docks, barely earning enough for a living. But, when the 2 factions on the docks were fighting for territory, he was injured by mistake and broke his legs. Without any money for treatment, he ended up being disabled for life and could only beg for a living. On a cold winter day, he froze to death on the streets. That year, he had just turned 20 years old. When he woke up from the nightmare, he couldn't stop himself from crying, for fear that his current happy life was just a mirage. He feared that it was just an illusion he had before he froze to death. That morning, for the first time in his life, he, the headmaster's favorite pupil, skipped class and fled to his family's farmstead. He knew that, during the busy farming season, his father and second sister would stay at the plantation to supervise the autumn harvest and autumn planting. From afar, he saw the thin and delicate yet very energetic figure of his second sister. Under the radiant morning sun, his second sister was full of energy as she directed the tenant farmers to take all the grain to the granary. Her ruddy and lively face, as well as her sweet and bright smile, warmed up his frightened and cold heart. So fortunate, it was so fortunate that the miserable life was just a nightmare. His second sister was still alive. With her around, that nightmare definitely wouldn't come true. At this moment, Yu Xiaoxiao became the pillar of support within his heart. Upon seeing her, all the black clouds instantly dispersed. That day, he just watched his father and second sister from afar. While everyone was busily working at the farmstead, he just stayed there motionlessly for the entire day. He didn't eat lunch, but he wasn't hungry at all. It wasn't until the evening that his heart finally calmed down completely, and he quietly left the plantation. When he got back to the academy, he was scolded severely by the headmaster. The next day, the teacher had even hit his palm with a ruler. Holding his swollen palm, he felt incomparably calm within his heart. In the following days, he studied even harder. Second sister changed their lives, so he also had to work hard for his second sister and support her in the future. Hey, why are you in a daze? Yu Xiaoxiao smacked the back of her younger brother's head and shouted, tomorrow is the exam, so you need to completely relax for today and don't read books. The glass windows that we ordered have arrived, so come check it out with me. Little Shido grinned brightly at her and nodded, all right. Second sister, if there's anything that I can help with, just tell me. What can you do with your thin limbs? Stay on the side and don't cause trouble. Second sister, I can work. I have strength. Go away, go away. Stop hindering our work. Second sister, thank you. Did you hear? Over on the east side of the city, someone opened a, what was it called, braised food shop. They have free food tasting and half-price sale for the first day of their opening. Braised food stop. What's a braised food shop? I've never heard of it. Is it edible? Won't we know if it's edible after trying? It's free anyway. Who would do a business that doesn't earn money? Won't they lose all the money that they invested in the business? That's right, that's right. Is the manager a fool? They won't trick us to try it, and then ask for money, right? That can't be, right? The shop isn't very far from the prefectural yamen. Would a swindler dare to scam right in front of the prefectural magistrate? Come, let's go check it out. It doesn't cost any money to take a look. Ellipsis. In the Jingwei prefectural city, everyone was talking about the Yu's braised food shop. Like a cool autumn breeze, the opening of the Yu's braised food shop had spread to every corner of the city. Yu Xiaoxiao, who came up with the gimmick of free food tasting, was currently busy giving out the braised food to the people waiting in line for tasting. There was a very long line in front of the Yu's braised food shop. Lu Hu and Yu Hai were busy keeping order. Originally, these people were watching from afar with the mindset of a bystander. At the beginning, there were very few people in front of the braised food shop. Most people didn't believe that there would be such a good thing as a free meal. However, when little Shitu's classmates who lived in the prefectural city, like little Fatty and Lu Jinye, heard about the soft opening of the braised food shop, they hurriedly sent their servants to line up. They, on the other hand, huddled in front of the glass window to look at the roasted duck, roasted chicken, smoked duck, and smoked pork, drooling. The first person in line was the steward in charge of the kitchen in the Sun household. Yu Xiaoxiao pointed at the slices of braised meat and smoked meat on the plate and said with a smile, "Feel free to have a taste." The Sun family's steward looked at his young master, and then raised his voice to ask, "Can I try it even if I don't buy anything?" "Yes, it's our soft opening today, so we have free tasting and half-price sale for all our products. You can have a taste even if you don't buy anything, but each person can only try one piece of each dish." Yu Xiaoxiao replied with a smile. The Sun family's steward tried each of the dishes and had high praises for the braised meat. His young master had already selected the roasted duck, roasted chicken, salted duck, and a large braised pork knuckle that he wanted to buy. If Yu Xiaoxiao didn't stop him, he might have bought all of the different dishes. It's a little warm now, so the food can't be out for too long. Just buy the ones you're eating today. Wouldn't it be a waste if you buy too much and they end up going bad? Seeing his intention, Yu Xiaoxiao promptly stopped him. The steward of the Sun family looked at the price of the braised meat. With the 50% discount, it was even cheaper than the raw pork sold on the market now. It also tasted very good. He couldn't help but quietly ask his young master, "Young master, my mother likes to eat meat, but she has bad teeth. The braised pig head meat is fragrant and soft, so this servant wants. You have money in your pocket, so if you want to buy it, then buy it. There's no need to ask me." Little Fatty used a toothpick to pick up a piece of crispy skin roasted duck, and savored the taste in his mouth. Then he said to Yu Xiaoxiao, "Second sister, your roasted duck isn't inferior to that of Junshou restaurant, and it's also cheaper. If Junshou restaurant's business plunges because of you, the Zhou family definitely wouldn't let you off. Look carefully. 5 taels is half price. It will be back to the regular price tomorrow. Moreover, for products such as roasted duck and roasted chicken, our shop is only selling 10 per day and we don't accept reservations. It won't affect Junshou restaurant in any way." Yu Xiaoxiao quickly packed the food and collected the money. Then she swiftly sent away little Shitu's classmates. At this time, there weren't any customers in front of the shop again. She raised her voice and yelled, "The Yu's braised food shop is having a soft opening today. We'll have free food tasting for half a day. Come over quickly if you want to taste it. You can have a taste even if you're not buying anything. Free tasting will be over at noon. Don't walk by and miss out on this opportunity." Today was the second day after that examination, so there were still a lot of students who hadn't left yet. A student, who was in his 20s and dressed in a long blue robe, came over to the window and asked Yu Xiaoxiao in a soft voice, "Excuse me, did you guys use to sell braised food at Tanggu Docks?" Yu Xiaoxiao looked up at him, nodded with a smile, and said, "Yes. Our 1 copper coin braised food is very famous at the docks. Not only the locals of Tanggu town, but a lot of foreign merchants are also full of praises for our braised food. Older brother, since you have heard about our braised food, have a taste to see if you like it." With a flushed face, the student quickly shook his hands and said, "I didn't come for the free tasting. In the past, my father had brought back your family's braised food from the docks for me. It's very tasty, and my whole family really likes to eat it. It's a pity that we haven't been able to buy it anymore since last autumn. I'm going home early tomorrow morning, so I wanted to bring some braised food back. We have many different varieties of braised food. I don't know which one will suit your taste, so why don't you try all of them?" Yu Xiaoxiao understood why he didn't want to taste it. He was afraid that his classmates would ridicule him by saying that he liked to take advantage of others, so she tried to persuade him to try the taste. The blue-robed student looked at the prices of the different braised food through the window and picked 2 of the cheaper ones to taste. He probably didn't even have a proper taste of the food before he swiftly weighed the half-catty of pig's head meat, paid for it, and left. "I heard that there's free food here. Give me some of each." A fat, old woman with drooping, triangular-shaped eyes came up to the door of the Yu's braised food shop and arrogantly instructed Yu Xiaoxiao to weigh the meat. "Ayo, isn't that cripple Wang's wife? This old lady really likes to take advantage of others. Moreover, she was extremely stingy and unreasonable. We're going to have a good show to watch." The onlookers saw that the people who had tasted the food had more or less brought some back, so they were still uncertain if the food tasting was free or not. They continued to watch from afar but slowly came over when they saw the fat matron come over. Looking at her attitude, Yu Xiaoxiao felt that she was the same type of person as Madame Zhang. However, judging from her clothes, she probably wasn't so poor that she couldn't afford to buy food. No matter how stingy one was, there must be times when they have to entertain guests. Also, during the New Year and special holidays, they would still have to prepare some meat dishes for their families. In Yu Xiaoxiao's opinion, as long as they weren't beggars on the street, they were her potential patrons. With a warm smile, she explained in a sweet voice, "Auntie, it's free to taste. You can try a piece of the dish that you like. 1 piece. How would I know what it tastes like with just one piece? Since it's free, don't be so stingy. As she said that, she took a toothpick with her plump hands and pierced fiercely at the plate, bringing up 4 or 5 pieces of braised meat. Yu Xiaosao stopped her hands, pointed at the bulletin-like poster on the wall, and loudly said, "Auntie, you're welcome to participate in the free food tasting event, but please abide by the rules of the event. It's written very clearly that you can only try one piece of each dish. Our purpose is to give everyone who is interested in the Yu's braised food shop a chance to taste the food. It's not to let you eat to your heart's content. I have a big mouth, so I can't tell what it tastes like with one piece. Do you guys want to do business or not? You say that it's free food tasting, yet you're not letting people taste the food. Do you think that we're fools? If you can't afford it, then don't use these insincere tricks." Cripple Wang's wife smelled the tempting fragrance of the braised food, and she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She tried hard to free her hand that was holding the toothpick from Xiaosao's grasp. With a firm gaze and attitude, Yu Xiaosao said, "My answer is still the same. If you want to participate in the event, then please follow the rules. Otherwise, we will have to invite the prefectural magistrate to help us judge whether we're deceiving the consumers or you're causing trouble without reason." A voice sounded among the crowd, "Cripple Wang, you're also here. Hurry up and take your wife home. Don't let her continue making a fool out of herself here. The little girl has already said it and it's also posted on the notice. Each person can only try a piece. Look at what your greedy wife has done." Cripple Wang's wife's hand, which Xiaosao was holding, trembled and the expression on her face instantly changed. She hastily put down the toothpick and lowered her head, acting like a quail. Cripple Wang was considered quite a good person, but he had 2 problems. He was sensitive about his reputation and he beat his wife. However, most of the time, it was his wife who did something to provoke him. "What are you doing?" Cripple Wang squeezed out of the crowd and looked at her with a sinister gaze, as if he was an injured old wolf staring at his enemy. The fat matron's entire body shivered for a moment, and she replied in a trembling voice, "No, nothing. I heard that a braised food shop opened here, so I wanted to buy some novel food for you to eat with your drinks." The fat matron knew that her husband was very concerned about his reputation. If he found out that she was fighting with them in order to eat a couple more pieces of meat, she would definitely receive a beating when she got home. Seeing this, Yu Xiaosao pointed at the promotional poster on the wall and said, "Uncle, our braised food shop is having a soft opening today. We're doing a free tasting and half-price sale event. Please have a taste and give us some advice." When he was younger, Cripple Wang's family had decent living conditions and he had gone to school for a few years. After he carefully read the rules on the wall twice, he went up to the window and carefully tried each of the dishes. He looked at the price again, and then said, "The crispy skin roasted chicken, roasted duck, and salted duck taste about the same as Junsho restaurant. The price is also slightly cheaper. However, it's still not something that commoners, like us, can afford. The braised meat and smoked meat taste quite unique. Give me 2 caddies of braised pork knuckle." "Okay. 1 caddy of braised pork knuckle cost 260 copper coins, so the total for 2 caddies is 520 copper coins. With a 50% discount, it will only be 260 copper coins." After Yu Xiaosao signaled her oldest aunt with her eyes, Yu Kaifeng quickly weighted the meat, packed it up, and waited to collect the money. Cripple Wang looked at his wife and said with a frown, "What are you still waiting for? Quickly pay up." The fat matron touched her money pouch and said with a sad face, I didn't bring money when I came out." She said that she wanted to buy braised food for him to eat with his drinks earlier, but now she claimed that she didn't have money. How was she going to buy food without money? The onlookers burst out in laughter. Cripple Wang looked at his wife with even more gloomy eyes. He glared fiercely at her, and then said to Yu Xiaosao, "Little girl, keep the 2 caddies of braised pork knuckles on the side for me. We'll go back to get the money. Don't worry, my house isn't very far from here. I'll give you the money in a moment." Needless to say, the prideful Cripple Wang fiercely beat up his fat wife when he got home. Only when the queue for taste testing in front of the Yu's braised food shop had stretched long and far did she return, limping, to get the braised pig's knuckles. The fat matron with her droopy triangular eyes squeezed her way to the front, then quietly picked up a toothpick and tasted all the dishes on display. Behind her, people who did not understand the situation and felt unhappy that she jumped her queue said, "Line up, line up. We all have to wait, how can you jump the queue? Line up, I've already lined up before to order the meat, and I only went back home to get more money. What are you whining about, huh? Do you need to rush back to cry at a funeral?" Without Cripple Wong around, this fat lady quickly resumed her outrageous and unreasonable behavior. The person who she had refuted was not willing to back down. Who needs to rush back to cry at a funeral? With that ominous mouth of yours, Cripple Wong must have collected 8 lifetimes of misfortune to have married you. You didn't bring money. What meat do you want to buy if you didn't bring money? I think you just need a good beating. Where's Cripple Wong? Are you not going to control your own wife? If anything happens to my bedridden mother, it's definitely because your wife cursed her. See if I won't bring the body to your house. The fat maitre abruptly stopped talking once he mentioned Cripple Wong. She took the pig's knuckles that Xiao Cao handed over and hurried home in silence. Most of the people who came to attend the taste testing event were still quite disciplined and followed the rules. They were immediately attracted by the taste of the braised food store's dishes once they had a bite. Moreover, the dishes were sold at half price today, and thus the cost of many of the dishes were even enough to make a profit. Majority of the tasters would buy a few braised dishes home, and even the people whose families faced financial difficulties would also buy some braised dry tofu and kelp. The dry tofu and kelp had been braised in the braising sauce used to braise pork, so it was filled with the flavor of meat. The price was also cheap, so people bought some of it to sat the children's cravings. Nevertheless, there were still some who wanted to take advantage of the activity and brought their entire family to queue up just to taste all of the dishes. The Yu family did not discriminate against these people, but instead warmly welcomed them to taste test and earnestly listen to their opinions until these people began to feel ashamed themselves. It had to be said that the people of this era were quite simple and adorable. At noon, the taste test event ended. After hearing the people, who had tried the food, sing praises about the food, many of the people, who had heard the news and rushed there from the west and south of the city, regretted not taking the new store seriously when they first heard news about it. Their attitude had now caused them to miss the opportunity to eat free food. Many also went up to inquire if there would be a chance for a free food tasting the next day. In a single morning, the people had tasted 2 roasted chickens, 2 roasted ducks, 2 salted ducks, 2 smoked sausages, and half a braised pig. Yu Kaifeng's heart ached so much that she stomped her feet at her niece's generosity. Just like this, she had gratuitously given out a few dozen taels. Fortunately, more braised dishes were sold today compared to the dishes they offered for free. Even though the dishes were sold at about the same as the cost of making them, the pigs were reared by themselves, so they had saved up a little on the cost. After a rough calculation, they still earned a little profit. The second day was the official start of the business. Yu Xiaocao had requested for her brother to write a new flyer overnight using a large and eye-catching font. Grand opening promotion. Half-price sale for 3 days. This time, even her little brother did not understand her. Holding a free taste test event on the first day was a gimmick to attract new customers for the shop. The event was quite successful, so why did they still need to do a half-price sale for 3 days? How much profit would they lose in these 3 days? Yu Xiaocao met everyone's disapproving gaze and explained with a smile, "Our free food tasting event is quite successful, but the prefectural city is huge, and the people who had tasted our braised dishes were mostly the people nearby. This half-priced event lasting for 3 days would definitely be able to attract more customers from far and wide. I strongly believe that as long as they've tried our dishes, they would become our regulars and supporters." Taking a breath, Yu Xiaocao continued, "The poultry in our store are sold in limited numbers and the price isn't low, so we'll still be able to make up for the cost. We also use our own pigs for the braised and smoked meat that will sell in larger volumes. Look, we'd let them have a free taste of half a pig today, but we still made profit in the end. Trust me, even if we sold our dishes at half price, we'd still be able to profit." Yu Kaifeng, who had been the strongest opposition, sighed in relief after hearing her explanation. "As long as we don't suffer losses, you can do whatever you wish." "Oh, right, should we prepare a feast tomorrow to celebrate the grand opening?" Lu Hu and Yu Hai turned their gazes to Yu Xiaoxiao. When it came to running a business, Yu Xiaoxiao was much more capable than the whole family of simple folk. Just like this, a young 12-year-old girl had become the mainstay of the family. Yu Xiaoxiao pondered on it, and then said, "Everyone has been busy preparing for the grand opening these past few days, so let's book a table at Junshou Restaurant tomorrow afternoon to celebrate the grand opening of the Yu's braised food shop." Yu Kaifeng had already made a habit out of saving, so she immediately had her opposition, Junshou Restaurant. How much would a table cost? We ourselves run a business of food, we have roasted duck, roasted chicken, and even all types of braised and smoked meat, why would we need to spend that money? Moreover, there's no one else but us, why not just prepare our own feast in the inner courtyard? The entire family thought that they might as well eat in the inner courtyard since there was no one else they were acquainted with in the prefectural city, and the grand opening was also just a process in which they lit the firecrackers and removed the red cloth on the plaque. Not to mention, they already had the ingredients and the cooking was not really troublesome. Seeing that everyone agreed to her oldest aunt's opinion, Yu Xiaoxiao did not continue to press the matter. At dawn the next day, even before the braised food store had opened its doors, someone had knocked on the courtyard doors. When they opened the door, a grumpy royal Prince Yang met them. Huffing in annoyance, he lectured Yu Xiaoxiao as soon as he saw her, "You never told me about such a big event as the grand opening. Am I nothing in your eyes? If I hadn't come to the prefectural city for business and dropped by to have a look, I wouldn't even know that the grand opening of your family's store is today." With a flattering smile on her face, Yu Xiaoxiao laughed dryly. "I was just afraid that you, the young royal prince, would be busy. If I knew that you were going to visit the prefectural city around this time, I would definitely convince you to agree to unveil the store plaque. It's not just the prefectural city, even in the capital city, it would be a great honor to have young royal prince help us unveil the store plaque. Other people wouldn't dare to even dream of it. HMPH. Unveiling the store plaque. You want me to unveil the store plaque even when you didn't inform me of the grand opening. Dream on." The young prince's arrogance bared itself again. He turned his head to one side, but his captivating phoenix eyes secretly kept watch of Yu Xiaoxiao's every move. His entire body screamed, "Beg me, come beg this prince." Head steward Lu held in his laugh, solemnly nodding, "My master has yet to give anyone face and help them to unveil their store's plaque. Even for Her Highness the Princess Consort's own shops, my master had only graced them with his presence before he left. Oh wow, I must be really lucky then, to have the sole honor in the entire Great Ming dynasty, to invite Royal Prince Yang, the Emperor's most trusted aide, to unveil the plaque of our store." Yu Xiaoxiao circled him while she tried to flatter him. Zhu Junyang acted haughty. "When did this prince agree to unveil your store's plaque?" "Stop dreaming. Oh, young royal prince is still grumpy over the fact that I didn't inform you of the grand opening. Please be forgiving and don't lower yourself to my level. After these few days, I will personally make Buddha jumps over the wall for you." Seeing that the young prince's clothes was damp from the morning dew, Yu Xiaoxiao was touched as she figured that he had relentlessly hurried over once he had gotten the news. After the young prince sat down, she served him a cup of mystic stone water to relieve fatigue. Then, she massaged his shoulders and his arms like his little attendant. Hearing Buddha jumps over the wall, Zhu Junyang was immediately intrigued and pushed away her hands that massaged him, seemingly to please him, and said solemnly, "Men and women should not be so close to each other, keep your distance. Now tell me, what is Buddha jumps over the wall? Why haven't I heard you mention this before?" Yu Xiaoxiao inwardly rolled her eyes. He was indeed a closet foodie. Such a pretty lady at his side offering her attention, yet he had only kept his focus on his appetite and ignored her efforts completely. Sigh. "Young royal prince, you're so dense that the princess consort must worry herself sick over your marriage. The fragrance spreads far and wide. Upon smelling it, Buddha will stop meditating and jump over the wall. Even Buddha cannot resist the temptation. Would it be possible for it to taste bad? However, I've never made this dish before, so I'll have to ponder over it for a while. Would she be able to make Buddha jumps over the wall if she followed the recipe that she learned on Baidu 1 in her previous life? Xiaoxiao, the head manager of Junshou Restaurant has come to congratulate us. Yu Hai had not expected more people to come with felicitations aside from the royal prince, so he hurried forward to greet him. The head manager smiled. "Brother Yu, with the relationship of our two families, how can you not tell us about your grand opening?" Yu Hai smiled back, frankly replying, "It's just a small store. We hadn't planned to inform anyone at all and just celebrate amongst ourselves." The manager replied in disapproval, "Our third young master is in the capital and can't make it here on time, so I, as his subordinate, will represent him to congratulate you. Do forgive him." "Nonsense." Once Yu Xiaosao took care of the young prince, she moved over to address him, smiling, "Uncle Manager, you're currently the manager of Junsho Restaurant. Even a lot of nobles in the capital will need to hold you in a higher esteem. It is our braised food store's honor to welcome you. Please, come in. Little Shito, serve Uncle Manager the good tea we bought a few days back." Little Shito complied, leading the manager to the inner courtyard and serving him good tea and refreshments. A few moments later, Little Shitu's good friends and roommates, Sunruns and Lu Jinye also arrived with their fathers to celebrate the grand opening. Between the two of them, one of them was the prefectural magistrate's secretary, while the other was the boss of the largest silk and satin store in the prefectural city, and both held quite a high standing in the prefectural city. Little Shito hurriedly invited them inside. The two men were surprised to see the head manager of Junsho Restaurant. It seemed that the Yu family was quite well regarded by the Zhou family. Following that, the two were even more shocked to see that the prefectural magistrate had lowered his status to come and congratulate the Yu family. The prefectural magistrate only came because he had received news of Royal Prince Yang's arrival. For the Royal Prince to hurry over just for the grand opening of Yu family's small braised food store, it was enough to see his favoritism towards them. According to the rumors, the Royal Prince even went so far as to ask for the Yu family to be rewarded in court. This residence with the attached shopfront was bought from him by Royal Prince Yang, but the name on the deed was the name of a member of the Yu family. For the cold-faced royal prince to go to such great lengths to obtain a mere residence, it was enough to see the standing of the Yu family in the royal prince's heart. Prefectural magistrate Ning I would naturally not miss the opportunity to make connections with him. Yu Hai was astounded that the prefectural magistrate personally came to give them his congratulations, and respectfully led prefectural magistrate Ning towards the main hall of the inner courtyard. Prefectural magistrate Ning sharply noticed Royal Prince Yang sipping tea in the hall and quickly greeted him. Seeing his arrival, Royal Prince Yang's brow twitched in surprise, but it lasted only a split second before he reverted back to his usual cool expression and faintly nodded towards him. Even if he only nodded at him, Prefectural Magistrate Ning felt extremely honored. Royal Prince Yang was exceptionally known in the capital for being cold and distant, and usually acted as if nothing was of his concern. Even when he met his father, Imperial Prince Jing, Zhu Junyang would only spare him so much as a glance. If someone angered him, he would definitely not consider if they were related to him before he acted. When he was 12 years old, he beat the heir of Marquis Ding Yuan until he was nearly dead. Marquis Ding Yuan was quite influential in court at that time, so he had bemoaned about the incident to the emperor. When the emperor asked him why he beat the heir of Marquis Ding Yuan up, he asked Zhang Qingfeng himself. If he says he doesn't know, then I will beat him until he knows the reason. Zhang Qingfeng was the name of the heir of Marquis Ding Yuan. When the heir of Marquis Ding Yuan recovered slightly, Marquis Ding Yuan had asked him about how he had offended this devil. The heir of Marquis Ding Yuan was afraid of being beaten again, so he honestly confessed that he had tried to scheme against Royal Prince Yang in hopes of causing an accident and disabling him from participating in the martial arts competition that the emperor was hosting. At 12 years old, Zhu Junyang had already displayed a great talent in martial arts, besting all the wealthy children of the capital. And all the wealthy children did not dare to fight against him for the championship, because he was tougher on himself than on his opponents, and gave his all once a fight was initiated. It was how he earned the title of Black-Faced Devil, so young. Back to the scene, Prefectural Magistrate Ning respectfully sat down below Royal Prince Yang and sipped the tea that little Shito had served him. He peered into Royal Prince Yang's cup and was shocked to find the Royal Prince drinking plain water. He hurried to bring his cup of fragrant tea to Royal Prince Yang, whispering, "This cup of Longjing tea that was plucked before the Qingming festival, too, is still considered quite mellow. Would you like to try some, Your Royal Highness?" Zhu Junyang glanced at the cup of tea, inwardly saying, how could I not know it's Longjing tea harvested before the Qingming festival? The tea leaves were even extorted from me by that little lass. He did not know why, but the plain water he drank when he was in the Yu family's residence tasted better than the top-quality Da Hong Pao tea 3 in the imperial palace. In the Yu family's residence, the only drink he would recognize was plain water. I like plain water. Since official Ning was Imperial Prince Jing's subordinate, out of respect for his father, Zhu Junyang graciously replied to him. Although it was just one half-hearted sentence, it was enough to surprise official Ning. All along, Royal Prince Yang was aloof to even his own father, so it was indeed a great surprise to receive a reply from him. Official Ning took a mental note. Royal Prince Yang liked to drink plain water, not tea. Many years later, Zhu Junyang, who was then already an imperial prince, accepted official Ning's invitation to be a guest at his residence. Official Ning, a second-rank official at that time, served him plain water. Young royal prince, prefectural magistrate Ning, please try these desserts made by this commoner girl. Please be understanding if the reception is bad. If it had been just royal prince Yang, Yu Xiaoxiao would still act casually, but she acted demurely seeing as a seemingly dignified prefectural magistrate was around. Zhu Junyang looked at the oddly shaped biscuits and the cakes that were cut into triangles, then casually picked up a biscuit that he wasn't sure whether it was circular or oval-shaped and popped it in his mouth. Although it was not much to look at, the taste was quite nice. It was fragrant and sweet, with a crunchy texture. It's about time, right? After swallowing the biscuit and drinking a mouthful of water, Zhu Junyang asked. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded and smiled, her dimples apparent. There's still about half an hour. Both of you can still rest for a while. Zhu Junyang nodded and said only a moment later, official Ning and I will unveil your shop's plaque later. Shock flashed across prefectural magistrate Ning's face, but it was immediately replaced with pleasant surprise. He was about to modestly comment when he was stopped by Royal Prince Yang's glare. Internally, prefectural magistrate Ning lamented, the experiences of Royal Prince Yang for the past 2 years have made his gaze sharper than even that of Imperial Prince Jing's gaze. No one can refute him now. When a problem occurred, rather than finding the high authorities, it was better to look for the person in charge instead. Yu Xiaoxiao understood this reasoning, and understood that Royal Prince Yang involved prefectural magistrate Ning in this because he wanted to find a backing for Yuji Braised Food Store. Yu Xiaoxiao was confident that the braised food store's business would definitely be successful, but if the Yu family did not have backing in the prefectural city, a successful business could still mean trouble. If the prefectural magistrate were to personally unveil the plaque of their store, then those with ulterior motives would have to think twice before they strike. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at Royal Prince Yang, her gaze filled with gratitude. To have the prefectural magistrate unveil our shop's plaque would be our absolute honor. Would it be convenient for you, prefectural magistrate Ning? Since Royal Prince Yang had already agreed to help them unveil the plaque, even if prefectural magistrate Ning did not want to, he would still have to agree. Prefectural magistrate Ning hurriedly replied, of course. It's my pleasure to help, you don't need to mention it. Once the firecrackers were lit, Royal Prince Yang and prefectural magistrate Ning appeared at the doorstep. Although the people who had surrounded the shop did not recognize the royal prince, there were only a few in the prefectural city that did not recognize the prefectural magistrate. They watched as the prefectural magistrate personally removed the red cloth on the store's plaque, revealing the golden words, the Yu's Braised Food Shop. After a moment of silence, the crowd erupted into applause. Among the crowd, whispers arose. Who's behind the Yu's Braised Food Shop? They even managed to invite the prefectural magistrate to help them unveil the store's plaque. I heard that this shop used to sell satin and was originally owned by the prefectural magistrate, but then it suddenly closed up shop in spring. Half a year later, they started renovations and then this braised food store was born. Could it be that the satin business was making losses so the prefectural magistrate turned it into a braised food store? I don't think so. I heard the neighbor say that this residence with the shop attached was sold at the beginning of spring. The location of the shophouse is good, so even if the satin wasn't bringing in money, he could still earn a lot every month if he closed the business and rented it out. Perhaps an official of higher rank than the prefectural magistrate had set their eyes on this shophouse and bought it. Look at the man unveiling the plaque with the prefectural magistrate. His aura is so different, so he mustn't be of a normal standing. Also, the prefectural magistrate is so courteous with him, could it be that he is the true owner of this store? Regardless of the reason, this store now has the backing of the prefectural magistrate and this unknown noble. No wonder that little lass did not cower even though Cripple Wang's wife made a ruckus here yesterday and even said to have the prefectural magistrate be the judge of things. Ellipsis ellipsis. Even as the crowd speculated, everyone was certain that this store had the prefectural magistrate's backing and was not something any ordinary person could get their hands on. In the prefectural city, those who were interested in the Yu family's braised recipes secretly snuffed the idea. Following this, a few officials in the prefectural city who were not associated with the Yu family also came to the scene to congratulate them. When noon came, it was impossible to simply pass off the celebration in the inner courtyard with the prefectural magistrate and all the other officials around. As for Royal Prince Yong, although he was of high status, the Yu household did not take him as a stranger. Even when they were back in their old and simple residence in Dongshan village, he had never failed to show up during mealtimes. In the end, lunch was held in Junsho restaurant. Yu Xiaosao ordered a whole table full of appetizing dishes, which also included a few dishes that were sold at limited quantities every day. Secretly, the prefectural magistrate and the other officials that came to congratulate them were shocked. Although Junsho restaurant was a new restaurant that only opened up shop this spring, the degree of the business's success was well known throughout the entire city. They would have to book in advance and wait for a whole month before they could dine in a private room like this. What kind of background did the Yu family have in order for them to be able to obtain a private room at any time, moreover, be able to order the limited dishes? So many prestigious and wealthy families in the capital city did not have this privilege in the capital's Junsho restaurant, not to mention the prefectural magistrate. Even if you were royalty, you would still have to wait in line to be able to dine in the famous Junsho restaurant. The meal passed happily for both hosts and guests even though everyone had their uncertainties. The officials became especially enthusiastic and eager after they found out that the person sitting at the main seat was actually the royal Prince Yong, who had been quite an influential person in court for the past 2 years. Later on, even the slightly nervous Yu Hai, who had been conversing with them, was put at the back of their minds. The Yu's braised food shop made an excellent impact on the prefectural city on its first day of business and got itself a strong backing at the same time. Even when its business boomed until it nearly caught up to Junsho restaurant later on, no one dared to make a commotion. Are you kidding? Who in the prefectural city did not know that the prefectural magistrate was backing the Yu's braised food shop? Besides, the shophouse was diagonally opposite of the prefectural yamen. Making a commotion? Did you think you've lived for too long? All of the dishes were half-priced for the first 3 days of business. The people who had participated in the taste test event yesterday had become the living advertisements of the braised food store. The braised food store's meat was so fragrant. The braised food store's vegetarian dishes tasted better than the meat. The braised food store also had roasted poultry like Junsho restaurant, the braised food store. Additionally, Yu Xiaosao had set up a metal stove at the entrance and stewed braised pig's head meat and internal organs. The fragrance of the meat wafted into the air of the entire street. Almost every passer-by stopped to find the source of the smell. Their business boomed in these first 3 days. Yu Xiaosao and her oldest aunt were so busy that they had to recruit the help of Lu Junping and Lu Yanner. Lu Hu and Yu Hai were in charge of the delivery of the raw ingredients and had to travel back and forth between Dongshan village and the prefectural city every day. Even with the dishes at half price, their turnover from the first day was more than 300 taels. If they removed the operating costs, the net profit would be around more than 100 taels. On the second and third day, their turnover kept increasing, until they had a profit of around 500 to 600 taels. It had reached the point where even slaughtering 2 pigs a day could not suffice the demand. The dishes that sold the quickest were still the cheaper dishes such as the pig's head meat and internal organs, along with the vegetarian dishes of braised dry tofu, kelp and tofu skin. They had to make several pots of those in a day to make up for the demand, and the pots they used were not the small ones used for ordinary cooking, but rather the big ones that could cater for the meal of 1 or 2 dozen people. On the 4th day of the store's opening, the braised food store's dishes were restored to their original prices. After these few days of free taste testing and half-price promotions, the Yu's braised food shop had successfully established its reputation in the city. The fragrance of roasted chicken had seeped into the bones, and the smoked chicken had charred skin with a crunchy texture and tender meat. The roasted duck was delicious yet not greasy, while the white-skinned salted duck was tender and delectable. The appetizing smoked sausages also held its own unique flavor. There were also all types of braised meat that burst with flavor, and among them, the braised pig's head meat that was the most popular dish of all. The Yu's braised food shop offered a variety of flavorsome dishes. If Junsho restaurant was the food heaven for the wealthy, then the Yu's braised food shop would be the affordable equivalent. The middle-class families in the prefectural city would head over to the braised food store once in a few days to take away a braised meat dish to satisfy their own cravings. When they had guests around, or if it was during festivities, even the poorer folk would grit their teeth and buy a braised dish home for appearance's sake. The more prestigious families of the prefectural city would also send their manservants to queue up for the store's limited dishes. The Yu's roasted duck, roasted chicken and salted duck were cheaper, and definitely did not lose to Junsho restaurant in terms of taste and flavor. The store's smoked poultry, rabbit and the likes were unique in flavor, and could not be found in even Junsho restaurant. Unfortunately, these dishes were sold in limited quantities, only 10 of each daily. Moreover, it was based on a first-come, first-served basis, no reservation allowed. Those self-proclaimed wealthy foodies naturally would not miss these delicacies, so they sent their servants to queue since the middle of the night. They were determined to get their hands on a dish to sat their cravings. There was no shortage of wealthy people in even the small Tanggu town, not to mention such a big place as the prefectural city. As the prefectural city was not lacking in wealthy people but there was a limited number of dishes, the demand was naturally higher than the supply. This situation caused people to line up in front of the store earlier and earlier, until eventually there were those that brought their blankets and camped in front of the Yu's closed doors just as soon as the sky turned dark. These people became a sight to see in front of the shop's doors, and they never stopped coming even on rainy and snowy days. Once they had a chance to taste the Yu's braised food store's braised dishes, those wealthy children, who thought that eating pork was undignified, would also secretly send a lesser-known servant to queue up in front of the Yu's doors to buy some of the limited quantity dishes along with some braised dishes like braised meat, pig's trotters and pig's head. Then they would enjoy them in secret. The sales of the Yu family's braised meat were so good that simply a pig a day would not suffice the demand. Between the period of time before and after the Mid-Autumn Festival, they slaughtered 2 pigs a day, but their braised meat would still be sold out even before the evening arrived. The Yu family's pig farm housed more than 100 pigs, but they would probably run out of pigs around New Year's. As such, Lu Hu and his son traveled to disaster-stricken villages and towns to buy and secure live pigs. They offered a reasonable price and gave hope of a long-term partnership, so many people were willing to sell their pigs to them. The weather slowly turned colder. Time passed unknowingly for the busy Yu family until it was suddenly the day of the announcement of the results for the college examination. After finishing his examination, little Shido had rushed back in time to help his family out during the braised food store's grand opening, but once the business had stabilized, Xiao Cao had rushed him back to the academy to continue his studies. Becoming a county official was not little Shitu's ultimate goal. It was to display his talent at the metropolitan and palace examinations. Once the results of the college examination was announced, there would be specialized people acting as the informant who would travel to each village and town to spread the news. After that, the local county yamen would then carry the good news to the associated families. For this college examination, there were a total of 13 county officials in Tanggu town. Among them, 2 were from Dongshan village, Qian Wen and Yu Fan. As for Xiao Cao's younger uncle, he still did not become county official as Madame Zhang had wished because he had been eliminated from the college examination at its second stage. Only Yu Xiao Cao's oldest aunt's family was left to care for the braised food store during the time before and after the announcement of the results, as Yu Hai and Xiao Cao had returned to Dongshan village to await the news. The prefectural magistrate had already sent a person to hint to them about little Shitu's results beforehand, but on the day of the announcement, the whole family still eagerly waited for the results. The person who came to share the news was the head bailiff of the county yamen. Usually, A task like this would be handled by a normal bailiff, but among the examinees, there was a person from the Yu family. Who were the Yu family? They were one of the few in Tanggu town that could speak directly to Royal Prince Yong, the master of the town. So even if they were of lowly birth, the county magistrate would still have to be courteous with them. Aside from the fact that he was extremely capable, the reason head bailiff Yu could still maintain his position even after county magistrate Wu had left was mainly because he was a meticulous person. He eagerly volunteered to relay the news to Dongshan village. When he arrived at the village, a crowd of children immediately surrounded him, asking about the results. Once they knew that Yu family's 8-year-old son Little Shido was a county official, the crowd of children ran towards the Yu family's residence in order to be the first person to relay the good news. The Yu family had grown in popularity in these past few years. They started a piggery this year, and no one knew what they fed their pigs, but their piglets grew exceedingly fast and were already ready for slaughter after just merely half a year. There were also rumors going on about how the Yu family's braised food store was booming with business in the prefectural city. How they would slaughter 5 or 6 pigs every other day to be transported over. Just by this, it was not hard to imagine how successful the sales were. Lu Xuanju and his family also earned a lot from the Yu family's business as they no longer had to worry about not being able to sell their chickens. They were also offered a price that was no less than that of Junsho restaurant's offer. The Yu family members were not cheapskates, so naturally, they would not be stingy with the people who relayed the good news. A fellow villager, Li Yangfan's son, Li Xiaogui ran breathlessly into Yu family's courtyard and, without waiting for his panting to subside, shouted to the eagerly awaiting Yu household, "Uncle Dahai, Little Shido made it." Little Shido is a county official. As soon as old Yu heard the news, he burst into tears. Thank the ancestors for their protection. A descendant of Yu family has finally yielded good results. Shitu's nominal age is only 9 years old, but he's studying in the most reputable academy in town and has already become a county official. His bright future most definitely won't stop here. After so many generations of farmers, we finally have a scholar in our family. Madame Lu and Xiaolian embraced each other tightly, crying tears of joy. They were so grateful that they had divided the family back then, or else with Madame Zhang's stinginess, she would definitely not be willing to pay for little Shitu's education. How would little Shido be able to become a county official, then? Yu Hai was so elated he had no words, and could only laugh foolishly. It took only a while before the Yu family's courtyard was filled with fellow villagers who came to congratulate them. After he calmed down from his excitement, Yu Heng took out sunflower seeds, peanuts and candy to serve their guests. Yu Xiaosao took out a small pouch containing several pieces of silver which were worth 1 tael each, and placed the pouch in Li Xiaogui's hands as a thanks for relaying the news. When he left the Yu family's residence, those children who were a little slower than him scrutinized the light pouch and jealously asked him to reveal the content of the pouch so they would know just how much the Yu family had rewarded him. In their opinion, such a small pouch could barely hold a few copper coins. Was it worth the effort to fight for such a measly amount? But the children lost their composure once they witnessed Li Xiaogui pour out shining silver pieces that looked like peanuts from the pouch. Silver. Yu family's reward for relaying the good news was actually silver. A tael of silver was equivalent to 1,000 copper coins. The children could only hate their parents for giving them a pair of short legs, which allowed Li Xiaogui to overtake them. For a moment, they were overwhelmed with envy. At this time, head bailiff Yu got down from his horse in front of the Yu residence. Yu Hai, who had already regained his composure, greeted him and invited him inside for tea. Head bailiff Yu only laughed. "I will be forward and call you Brother Dahai." "Brother Dahai, I've come to congratulate you. You've got a good son there, becoming a county official at such a young age, with high distinction, too. He's become our Tanggu town's youngest granary student." Granary students were the top scorers of the college examination, and even in the whole of the prefectural city, there were only about 30 of them. Once one became a granary student, they could receive 6 pecks of rice monthly and 4 taels annually from the government. For a poor family, the help given to granary students could easily ensure that the entire family would not have to suffer from famine. Although this measly sustenance was not much to the Yu household, but the title of granary student was regarded as an honor to the entire family, something they could take pride in. Whenever the Yu family sent away one crowd of congratulators, they quickly welcomed another, and they did not stop coming even after dark. At noon, the Yu family had prepared a grand meal for head bailiff Yu, and then they proceeded to stuff a fat pouch filled with 10 taels in his hands. Head bailiff Yu's original intentions was only to forge good connections with the Yu family, but this errand had unexpectedly earned him a small fortune, too. The neighboring Qian residence was also bustling with life. 2 county officials in one village. This was a situation never before seen in Dongshan village. The last time someone came to relay the good news was 18 years ago, when the village head's youngest son became a county official. It was also the first time in history that a person from Dongshan village became a county official. Back then, it was considered good enough if the villagers did not die of starvation. How could they afford the extra expenses for their children's education? Now, they actually had 2 county officials in the village. All of Dongshan village felt so proud they could boast about it for a long time to come. Some families were happy, while others were not. While old Yu was laughing jubilantly among his old friends, Madame Zhang was dismal and depressed. Madame Zhao, however, was not disheartened. Her father had to sit through the examinations time and time again until he finally managed to become county official when he was nearly 40 years old. Last year was a year of disasters, which had led to the academy her husband was attending letting them off for quite a long while. Thus, the delay of his success was completely understandable, considering that their family was also not of an educated background. Since he did not become a county official this year, all he would have to do was try again 2 years later. Madame Zhao gently consoled the dispirited Yu Bo until he picked himself up and continued to study hard. Madame Zhang felt extremely gloomy. Her son had been studying for more than a decade, and yet he still could not compare to little Shido, who had only attended a little more than 2 years of lessons. This had caused her fixation to waver. Back then, the fortune teller had said that someone of the Yu family would eventually become a high-ranking official, and since among all of Yu family, only her son was studying at that time, she naturally thought that he would become the high-ranking official that was mentioned. Now that she looked back on it, perhaps it was not as she thought. Discontentment filled Madame Zhang's heart. She witnessed the hard work her son had poured into his studies, especially the past 6 months, when the light in his room was barely snuffed. He had pulled all-nighters until he became thin, and he nearly collapsed in the examination courtyard. And what was that brat little Shido doing? Every time he returned home from the academy, he would follow Xiaosao, that wretch, and run around in the wild and the hills. They would catch some fish and trap rabbits, never settling down for even a moment. God was not fair. Why was it him who had become a county official instead of her son? Was it possible that since the 2 of them were of the same surname, that the examiner had confused the 2 of them? Or, that little brat was blocking her son's fate of becoming an official? Yes, it must be. Her son had been doing just fine before that little brat Shido was sent to the academy. Yu Hai's whole family is conniving. They must have done something to transfer her son's fate to little Shido. They must have. If that little brat did not exist, the person who would have been accepted into Rongshuan Academy and given special treatment by the principal of the academy would definitely have been her son. The person who became a county official and had gotten the government grain allowance would also be her son. The more Madame Zhang thought about it, the more fixated she became. The next day, she went to create a fuss in front of the old residence of the Yu family, saying things like how Yu Hai was evil and used black magic to switch the fate of his son. She also claimed that everything Yu Hai's family owned should have belonged to her, and little Shitu's county official title was also supposed to be Yu Bo's. She cried as well, threatening to hang herself in front of the old residence in an effort to force Yu Hai to switch the 2 families' fortune back. The villagers of Dongshan village surrounded her and watched her like a circus show. No one stopped her even as she pretended to take off her belt and acted as if she wanted to hang herself in front of the Yu residence doors. Old Yu was so mad he trembled, shouting loud and clear while he pointed at her, "You say Dahai had altered Xiaobo's fortune? Bah, if fate and fortune was so easily exchanged, why don't you find someone to alter your fate into that of a noble titled lady? You're just jealous that Dahai's living a good life, aren't you? Do you regret your actions now? And what have you done previously? You should have known this day would come when you hid away those 300 taels and chased them away without giving them a single copper. And you dare say that it's the fault of the examiner that Shido became a county official instead of Zalbo. Your words will ruin the child's future. If this matter was spread, the authorities will have you arrested and charged with crime. Madame Zhang now sobbed sorrowfully. It had been getting harder and harder to pass every day for the past 2 years, so she had counted on her son to become a county official so she could finally walk with her head held high again. Who would have known that Yu Bo did not end up passing the examination and little Shido, who she had not thought highly of, would become a county official instead? The greater her expectations, the greater her disappointment. She felt as though her heart had been emptied. Unable to find any excuse or reason to vent on, the pent-up frustration in her threatened to explode. Old man, Zalbo is also your son. The blood of the Yu family also flows within him. You can't completely side with Yu Hai. You need to think about your youngest son too. If they hadn't switched out Zalbo's fortune, how could that little kid, who barely knows his words, manage to become a county official after only a few years of studying instead of Zalbo, who had studied for many years? If it were that easy, wouldn't everyone be a county official? Madame Zhang held on to this absurd excuse as she continued to cry. The people of this era were still quite superstitious and believed in feng shui, fate and fortune, so once they heard her reasoning, a few of those easily muddled people in the crowd started to believe in her words and their gaze was filled with skepticism as they looked upon Yu Hai's family. Some of them even thought, what if the reason the Yu family was earning a lot of money through this and that for the past 2 years was also because they had stolen some of their own fortune? Yu Xiaoxiao walked out from the courtyard, coldly speaking, if it were truly like what you said, then wouldn't it mean the good fortune of all those 80-year-old candidates who qualified to take the county-level examinations had been stolen by all the successful young scholars? You're implying that Headmaster Yuan's son, a 20-year-old top scholar, also stole someone else's good fortune. No matter how beautiful you carve a piece of elm wood, at the end of the day, it is still elm wood and cannot become high-quality jade. This should be common sense. Who are you comparing to elm wood? Is there anyone who speaks of their younger uncle like you? Such a rude and disrespectful brat. We'll see who will want to marry you. Madame Zhang was akin to a lit firecracker and was so loud she didn't sound human anymore. When Madame Lu heard someone curse her daughter for not being able to get married in the future, she lost her temper. How is my daughter rude? What did she say wrong? It's stealing your good fortune if our Shido excels in the examinations, but well-deserved if he doesn't. What kind of logic is that? Even the headmaster of Rongshuan Academy could see his talent and accepted him as his true disciple. It'd be weird if Shido didn't excel, considering all the late-night study sessions that the principal gives him every day. Stop spouting nonsense and go home. Your son and daughter still want their dignity even if you don't. Seeing that the usually meek Madame Lu had even dared to shout at her, Madame Zhang dropped to the ground on her butt, wailing, heavens! Why do you turn a blind eye? Why do you not strike this unfilial thing? No matter what, I still brought up Yu Hai and let him marry his wife. Not only does he not remember my efforts in bringing him up, but he also egged his wife on to criticize me. How am I supposed to live? All of you should be struck by lightning. If the heavens weren't blind and were going to strike someone, it would still first strike those people who've committed heinous crimes. The kind of person that plotted the murder of her own husband and was charged with murder. Yu Xiaoxiao paid no heed to Madame Lu, who had tried to stop her, and stepped forward again. She did not care about her good name, since she had never planned to marry anyone in the first place. When the time came, she would not obstruct both of her brothers' future. She would withdraw herself from the family and start her own household with only herself. Besides, she had her limbs and she had the skill, so she was not afraid of not being able to feed herself. At that time, she would adopt a few children, then leave all her assets to the ones who were filial to her and took care of her at an old age. It was definitely better than marrying a man who had different opinions and could not cross the gap between their different eras. Every single soul in Dongshan village knew of Madame Zhang's attempt at murdering her own husband. Old Yu almost died in the hands of this woman, and, if Yu Hai had arrived 2 days later than he did, old Yu would only be a skeleton lying in his grave now. But a murder charge, what were they talking about? Had Madame Zhang also harmed someone else's life? Although the villagers of Dongshan village were sometimes a bit selfish and mean, they were generally not immoral or odious people, so when they heard the words, murder charges, their expressions changed drastically. Madame Zhang's heart skipped a beat. Only now did she remember that Yu Hai still had leverage against her. If they were to expose her misdeeds from that time, she would also not be able to stay in Dongshan village anymore even if the Yamen did not come for her. Her eyes darted around, seemingly trying to find an excuse to free herself from this predicament, when all of a sudden, lightning shot down from the clear sky. Madame Zhang could only feel a numbing pain across her entire body before she fell unconscious and dropped to the ground. Oh my goodness! The heavens are angry and struck her with lightning. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Madame Zhang's face was burnt black, while her hair looked like it had exploded and now resembled a porcupine. She collapsed on the ground, with white smoke faintly escaping through her open mouth. Her eyes had rolled into her head, and her limbs were still convulsing. It was a terrifying sight to witness. The villagers that surrounded her earlier now pushed each other, backing away from her. They were afraid that they might be implicated by her and mistakenly struck by lightning. The heavens only strike the evil. It would seem that Madame Zhang had many misdeeds. She must have been lying too when she said that Yu Hai stole her good fortune. Even the heavens couldn't stand it. She's too evil. When Xiao Cao said, plotted the murder of her own husband and charged with murder, could it be that she meant Madame Zhang? Oh my goodness, I originally thought that this Madame Zhang was only a little mean and unkind, but I never thought that she would turn out to be this evil. Madame Zhang had murdered someone. Who? It couldn't be one of our villagers, could it? We should keep away from her in the future, or else who knows when we'll be harmed by her. I remember now. At that time, I was close with Yu Hai's mother and often visited her when she was sick. At first, she was already on her way to recovery and the physician said she only needed a few more doses of medicine, but when Madame Zhang arrived, her illness immediately took a turn for worse, and she died not long after. Say, could this be Madame Zhang's doing? Could it really be? Wasn't Yu Hai's mother Madame Zhang's older cousin? She took her in when she had no one to turn to, so Madame Zhang wouldn't be so ungrateful as to turn against her, right? What was she after? Tisk tisk. What else could she be after? At that time, old Yu was still standing tall and looked quite similar to Dahai. Moreover, he was good at catching fish. She was a widow with a child to take care of, and later she became Yu Hai's stepmother. What do you think she was after? If it's like this, then Madame Zhang is not only evil, but she's also an ungrateful wretch. Killing her cousin so she could replace her. Does she have no dignity? Would she have died without a man? Ellipsis. Madame Zhang was originally only unconscious for a short while, but when she heard the crowd's speculations, she was so scared she had not dared to move and played dead on the ground. It was only when Yu Bo received news that he and Yu Dashan both carried the unconscious Madame Zhang back. Otherwise, if she continued to lie on the cold, late autumn ground, she might actually die from the exposure. Despite their efforts, Madame Zhang still suffered from a high fever that same night, and even after they hired a physician and fed her the prescribed medicine for a few days, she still did not fully recuperate from the illness. Rumors spread within the village that it was Yu Hai's mother taking revenge on Madame Zhang. Others said that because she had committed so many evil deeds, her youngest son had to suffer the punishment. That was the reason why he could not pass the college examination. Yu Bo could not stand that the villagers pointed and talked about him whenever he went out, so he disregarded the still recuperating Madame Zhang, picked up his bags, and left for the academy in the prefectural city. He would study hard and get good results in 2 years to wash away the shame of today. A few more days passed, and Royal Prince Yang returned from the capital. When he heard that little Shido had managed to become a county official, he suggested celebrating the success of the little fellow in Junsho restaurant, while also insinuating to Yu Xiaocao to fulfill her Buddha jumps over the wall promise. It was late fall. The business in the prefectural city was going smoothly, and the winter wheat plantation in the farmstead was growing healthily, so Xiaocao was finally free for a few days. For the past few days, Zhu Junyang kept mentioning Buddha jumps over the wall. Furthermore, Tanggu town was near the sea, which made the ingredients easier to acquire, so Yu Xiaocao began her attempt at creating this complicated dish. Of course, the expensive ingredients required to make Buddha jumps over the wall, like shark's fin, abalone, sea cucumber and shark's skin, would be provided by Royal Prince Yang. Prince Jing's residence was not lacking in these ingredients, as their storehouse kept quite a lot of even just the top-notch delicacies that were rewarded from the imperial palace. Buddha Jumps Over the Wall consisted of 18 ingredients: sea cucumber, abalone, shark's fin, scallops, shark's lips, shark's skin, fish maw, razor clams, ham, pork belly, lamb knuckle, pig trotters, pig tendons, chicken and duck breast and gizzard, shiitake mushrooms, and winter bamboo shoots. The process of creating the dish was also extremely complicated. The 18 ingredients must first be made into their own unique dishes through different methods, then layered dish by dish into a large ceramic pot. Following that, a suitable volume of soup and Shaoxing wine must be poured in and mixed until the soup, wine and dishes combine together. The opening of the ceramic pot must then be covered and sealed tightly with lotus leaves and put over a fire to heat. The fuel for the fire was also specific. Only the white coal, which was fine and did not produce any smoke, would do. The ceramic pot must first be put over a large and blazing flame to boil, before simmering on a small and warm fire for 5 to 6 hours. Only then would the dish be successfully created. The process of making Buddha Jumps Over the Wall was very complicated, and Yu Xiaoxiao didn't have any experience in her previous life in making it. She only knew the concept. After preparing 10 sets of raw ingredients for the dish, Yu Xiaoxiao continually experimented with her cooking methods to find the correct way. The first few times, either the ratio of the ingredients were off or the ratio of the seasonings were off. Thus, the taste of the final dish was not as good as she would have liked. However, even the failed attempts at Buddha Jumps Over the Wall were delicious, as it used top-notch delicacies. Yu Xiaoxiao was talented in cooking and her food was addictive. Thus, to the Yu family members, the products of her failed attempts were still incredibly tasty. Therefore, before the day of the celebration that Royal Prince Yang had prepared for little Shito had arrived, the Yu family's old residence constantly had tantalizing smells wafting out of its walls. The fragrance of her cooking caused their 2 neighbors, the Qians and the Zhous, to drool constantly. Qian Wu, the little youngster, couldn't stop himself from going over to the Yu family's gate to take a look. He really wanted to see what sort of delicious dish Xiaoxiao was making. With each attempt, Yu Xiaoxiao wrote down what she learned in a small notebook using charcoal. The notes described what had gone wrong with the cooking process and proposed solutions to fix it. If she also discovered the most optimal way to cook an ingredient, it was also recorded down into her notebook. Many attempts had passed and she finally failed 8 attempts. On her 9th attempt, she finally hit the perfect ratios and cooking methods for all of the ingredients. The scent of the food wafted around the residence in a diameter of 5 kilometers, causing everyone who inhaled the fragrance to be intoxicated by the Buddha Jumps Over the Wall dish. Every time Yu Xiaoxiao attempted to make Buddha Jumps Over the Wall, Zhu Junyang was always there to taste it and give his opinions. He actually proposed quite a few useful opinions and propositions. After all, a true foodie's mouth could taste all of the details. However, he managed to eat quite a lot of the attempts that were even deemed failures. Even the failed attempts were incredibly delicious that other dishes couldn't even hope to compare. When this ceramic pot of Buddha Jumps Over the Wall was just finished, the smell that came out was incredible and could not be compared to the previous attempts. Even Royal Prince Yang, who constantly boasted that there were no delicacies in the world that he hadn't tried, was also spellbound by the food's fragrance. In fact, he almost lost his senses in the euphoric sensation of the smell. When the ceramic pot was opened, the whole courtyard was bathed in its aroma. Zhu Junyang praised the food unceasingly after taking a bite and couldn't think of any criticisms. Sure enough, Xiaoxiao hadn't been boasting when she said, "When the lid opens and the scent of food permeates the air, Buddha smells the food and jumps over the wall." Basically, even Buddha himself couldn't help but violate his religious precepts to take a few bites when faced with the sweet smell of this dish. The Yu family members could only smell the first successful batch that was made and didn't even get to taste one bite. Royal Prince Yang, who had an icy exterior but an inner core that was very filial to his family, had taken that ceramic pot of Buddha Jumps Over the Wall after wrapping it in some cloth and brought it to the mountain residence where his mother lived. There, he and his mother were able to enjoy the dish together. When the construction on the residence finished, Princess Consort Jing had moved in. After her second day there, she invited Yu Xiaoxiao over to have some fun. With royal Prince Yang as her escort, Xiao Xiao looked around, at every nook and cranny of the mountain residence. She pointed out the small well that was in the main courtyard's little kitchen and said that it contained water from a top-notch mountain spring. She claimed that using the water from this well for all of the princess consort's food and tea would help her body. In actuality, she had the little divine stone help her to transform the well water into mystic stone water. At first, senior servant Su, who had served Princess Consort Jing for a long time, only half believed Xiao Xiao's words. Under the persistence of Princess Consort Jing and the royal prince, Her Royal Highness only ate food and drank tea that was prepared with the water from that well. Only a few days passed, yet Her Royal Highness's health began to take a turn for the better and her appetite improved a lot. Her skin became more tender and she had a healthy flush on her cheeks. In fact, she even looked a lot more youthful compared to before. Senior servant Su, who was a loyal servant, repeatedly said that Dongshan village's environment was good for healing people. After spending half a year in the mountain residence, Princess Consort Jing's body recovered to the point where she was able to wear a hiking costume and go outside. With a few maid servants and senior servants accompanying her, she hiked the mountain, went hunting, or even went to gather some wild fruits herself. She had Yu Xiaoxiao use those wild fruits to ferment some wine. Her days were full of rich activities to do. Even Imperial Prince Jing, who came over on his breaks, was disregarded by her as she was too busy. It made him quite sulky. When Yu Xiaoxiao had free time, she would, from time to time, cook some light dishes for the princess consort and send them to the mountain residence. Princess Consort Jing once laughingly said that the home-style food that she made was even better than the food that the best chefs in the prince's residence made. At first, the self-important chefs in the residence were quite offended by this and thought that the princess consort had merely gotten tired of eating sumptuous food, so she believed that home-style food tasted better. However, after they tried the food Yu Xiaoxiao made, they realized how wrong they were. These simple ingredients could be crafted into incredibly delicious dishes. Was this the legendary, returning to one's true self, cooking method? They had never thought that the cuisine that they pursued for over half their life could be produced by a 10 to 11-year-old girl. The head chef at the residence along with the imperial chefs that were bestowed onto the estate all put away their arrogance and self-importance to ask Yu Xiaoxiao for her advice. Xiaoxiao didn't have anything to hide and also didn't have any lectures to pontificate. Instead, when she cooked, she allowed 2 of the famous chefs to observe her. The famous chefs at the residence both felt grateful. All head chefs had their secrets that they wouldn't disseminate to others. By being so magnanimous, the 2 of them esteemed and respected Yu Xiaoxiao even more. From their observations, the 2 of them both had their own takeaways. After being inspired by what they saw, both of them managed to make breakthroughs in their own cooking. When Royal Prince Yang brought back the Buddha jumps over the wall, it was already time to eat dinner. The 2 chefs had both made their specialties and were waiting for the 2 masters to try them. Royal Prince Yang was picky and was always able to find some aspect of the food that was lacking. Thus, whenever the masters were eating, the 2 chefs stayed at the side to hear the royal prince's opinions or the princess consort's requests. Yanger, what sort of treasure are you holding onto today? Princess Consort Jing looked at the table full of light dishes and couldn't bring up her appetite. What had that last Xiaoxiao been up to lately? It had been a long time since the little girl came over to spend time with her. Princess Consort Jing felt that her body was pretty much as healthy as a normal person's and wanted to relax her dietary restrictions. She really wanted to eat roasted chicken, roasted duck, and smoked sausages. Suddenly, Princess Consort Jing sat up straight in her chair as her nostrils gently flared. Her eyes lit up, and she stared fixedly at the ceramic pot that her son had just unwrapped. The ceramic pot looked like nothing special, but there was a tantalizing fragrance coming out of it. Unconsciously, a brilliant smile blossomed onto Princess Consort Jing's face as she quietly said, "Yanger, what did that lass, Xiaoxiao, come up with now? It smells like meat. Can I try some? I just want to try one bite." When Zhu Junyang saw how his lady mother was acting like a child, he almost wanted to laugh while simultaneously feeling sorry for her. Her face was full of anticipation as she kept her eyes on the pot containing Buddha jumps over the wall. His lord father had previously told him that when his lady mother's health was better, she was also a true foodie. She could be arguing passionately with Prince Jing and vow that she wasn't going to speak to him for the rest of her life. Then, seconds later, when Prince Jing took out some pastries from the imperial palace, she would change her tune and run over like a little dog who had smelled the scent of meat. Her metaphorical tail would be wagging too. Unfortunately, later on, his lady mother was injured while birthing him. Furthermore, during her recovery, there was someone who interfered with her healing. It was only after she encountered Yu Xiaoxiao that her body slowly recovered. For the longest time, his lady mother ate more medicine than she did food. She was also someone who loved eating meat, yet she was restricted to eating light and non-greasy foods due to her health. Yanger, my body has completely recovered. Even the imperial physicians say that eating a few pieces of meat is okay. This wasn't the first time that Princess Consort Jing claimed that the doctors said something they didn't in order to eat delicious food. After seeing the obvious desire on his mother's face, Zhu Junyang placed the ceramic pot on the table and thought for a bit before he said, "This dish uses mostly seafood ingredients, so it should be quite nutritious. Lady Mother, you can eat some. However, you're not allowed to eat too much tonight in order to avoid indigestion." When she heard that she was allowed to eat it, Princess Consort Jing was so happy that she acted like a child. She impatiently opened the ceramic pot and an intoxicating, rich fragrance wafted into the air. The two chefs nearby immediately opened their eyes wide and craned their necks forward, wishing that they could crowd around the pot to see just what exactly was causing such a tantalizing smell. They had cooked for most of their lives, yet they had never come across a dish that was able to emit such a dense and rich aroma before. When the lid was completely off, the entire residence was filled with the addictive smell of Buddha jumps over the wall. All of the maid servants, senior servants, and stewards who were busy working immediately stopped what they were doing and lifted their heads to sniff the air. They then had to silently swallow down the saliva that pooled in their mouths. The two servants who were the most tortured right now were Princess Consort Jing's personal maid servants, Mei Xiang and Lan Xiang, who often served her during the meals. They had undergone stringent training as palace maids and had also served Princess Consort Jing for a long time. Thus, they were very proud of their self-control. However, after encountering the tempting Buddha jumps over the wall, both them kept their mouths shut tightly. They didn't dare to say a word as they were afraid that their saliva would dribble out and down their faces. Luckily, Royal Prince Yang took over Mei Xiang's duties and scooted next to his mother. He picked up her porcelain bowl, which was made in government kilns, and scooped up a ladle full of shark fin, abalone, and sea cucumber from the ceramic pot and put into her bowl before placing it before her. Princess Consort Jing impatiently snatched her utensil and delivered a small taste into her mouth. The fragrant taste of seafood and the rich taste of meat erupted inside her mouth. For a moment, she was so happy that she felt like she was soaring gleefully in the sky and drifting among the fluffy white clouds. Her entire bowl was cleaned of food in 2 to 3 bites. She didn't wait for her son to serve her and instead went to get another helping herself. After trying every single ingredient in the pot, she felt her stomach starting to bulge with fullness, yet she didn't want to stop eating. Mei Xiang surreptitiously swallowed down another mouthful of saliva and quietly reminded her mistress, "Your Highness, you've already eaten more tonight than you have for most meals. If you continue to eat, you won't feel well when you go to sleep." Zhu Junyang, who was in the midst of enjoying delicious food, only now realized that his mother had an expression full of want and desire as she rubbed her belly. He quickly moved the ceramic pot away from her and said, "Lady Mother, Xiaoxiao also said that it's best to eat until you're 70% full at night. That's the best way to treat your body. But, the food in this pot is truly too good. I really can't bear to stop." Princess Consort Jing felt that it was a shame as she pursed her lips. She pathetically watched as her son continued to eat and silently cursed her stomach for being an abject failure. If she could be like her son, who was able to eat 3 large bowls at each meal, that would be the best off. Zhu Junyang increased his speed of eating. After finishing over half of the food in the ceramic pot, he finally felt like his stomach was too stuffed to eat more. Only then did the two chefs waiting at the side impatiently ask, "Your Highness, Royal Prince, may we try some?" Other than the Buddha jumps over the wall, the rest of the dishes on the table hadn't been touched at all. All of the food on the table was usually stuff that was very hard for servants and maids to have the opportunity to eat, yet none of it had any attraction over the remaining pot of Buddha jumps over the wall. The food left over after the masters ate was often rewarded to the servants and maids beneath them. Mei Xiang and Lan Xiang had already been wondering if this pot would be given to them to eat. However, there were now the two chefs eyeing the leftover food. Lan Xiang couldn't help but give the two chefs a scorching glare. The ceramic pot of Buddha jumps over the wall not only conquered Princess Consort Jing's stomach but also conquered over the two head chefs' hearts. Out of the two head chefs at Prince Jing's estate, one of them was born in the famous Zhang family. They were from Jiangnan and, in history, had produced 8 extremely famous chefs. Their family's recipes and techniques were only passed to their descendants, and only to those born of the legitimate wife. During the chaos of war, Prince Jing once saved the patriarch of the Zhang family. In order to heal his wife's body, Prince Jing personally went to the Zhang family to ask them for a chef. At that time, the Zhang family sent over the chef that was second only to the patriarch to Prince Jing's estate in order to repay their debt. The other chef was the chef who was the best at cooking medicinal cuisine in the palace, Imperial Chef Huang. He had previously cooked food for the Emperor Emeritus. Before the Emperor Emeritus retired, he had heard that Princess Consort Jing had a weak constitution and required a lot of nursing back to health. Thus, he sent Imperial Chef Huang to Prince Jing's estate to have him especially prepare medicinal cuisines for her. It could be said that without Imperial Chef Huang there, Princess Consort Jing's battered body might not have lasted and she wouldn't have been able to meet Yu Xiaoxiao. Her soul might have left this earth long ago. These two illustrious chefs, one world-renowned, and the other an imperial chef, had unexpectedly been conquered by the cooking of a 10 to 11-year-old little girl. If this came out, no one would believe it. At this moment, Yu Xiaoxiao was not aware of any of this. She was currently in the middle of writing and editing the recipe for Buddha jumps over the wall in preparation to sell it at a very high price to third young Master Zhou. The popularity of Zhenshu restaurant's fruit-scented roasted duck had gradually declined, so it was time to push out a whole new dish. Buddha jumps over the wall was the perfect dish to send out next. Why was she going to sell it at a high price to Zhenshu restaurant? All of the ingredients used in the dish were top-notch delicacies and were quite expensive. Thus, this dish had to be marketed to customers that had deep pockets and a willingness to spend money. Not only could Zhenshu restaurant make a pretty penny of this, but they could also boost their own reputation and make connections with wealthy and powerful people. It was a win-win from every side. No matter how high the price, it would be worth it. The second day after Buddha jumps over the wall came out, Royal Prince Yang had reserved a private room at Zhenshu restaurant to celebrate little Shido passing the county-level imperial exams. They not only invited Rongshuan Academy's headmaster Yuan but they also sent out invitations to all of the teachers in little Shitu's grade. County Magistrate Zhao had also somehow found out that this was going on and shamelessly invited himself in and brought along a very generous gift. Other than the star of the day, little Shido, the Yu family also had Yu Hai and Yu Xiaoxiao there. At first, it was with great difficulty that they finally convinced old Yu to come, but when he got to Zhenshu restaurant and found out the headmaster and county magistrate were there, he became frightened and refused to go. He had never interacted before with prestigious personages in his whole life, so he hid in the residence the Yu family had in town and could not be convinced by anyone to do otherwise. This little episode was only known by the Yu family and no one else. Little Shido had felt a bit embarrassed by all of this. Originally, this was supposed to be a celebration for the whole family, so how did it become filled with a bunch of unrelated people? He acted like a tiny adult and politely said, "I only passed the county-level imperial exams and didn't even get first place." "There's nothing worth celebrating," County Magistrate Zhao flatteringly said, "you're being too modest. In all of Tanggu Town, there are only 2 who have passed the exam and get government grain, and you are one of them. That being said, in this batch of examinees who passed, you are the youngest. It's also said that you caught the eye of the superintendent of the Zili province and he personally read through your exam papers." Headmaster Yuan was very satisfied with little Shitu's performance and actions. All in all, the little fellow had only been studying for less than 3 years. If he didn't have an almost photographic memory to the point where he couldn't forget things and also a mind that grasped concepts easily, it would have been considered fine for a child his age to be able to recognize all of the words he was reading on the exam. Unexpectedly, the little fellow wanted to try for the county-level examinations. Originally, with little Chatu's teacher's estimations, it would have been fine for him to just barely pass the first set of examinations. Who would have thought that his path went smoothly and he passed all 3 sets of the entry-level examinations and received the honor of becoming a scholar who passed the county-level imperial examinations. Furthermore, he managed to do very well and became one of the few scholars who would be granted the privilege of receiving grain from the government. Naturally, other than little Chatu's incredible innate talent, his success was very much linked with Headmaster Yuan's careful tutoring and training. None of them knew that little Chatu's original IQ was only just a little bit better than his younger uncle's, Yu Bo. In other words, if he studied hard for his whole life, he would probably only be able to pass the county-level imperial examinations. However, with Yu Xiaosao transmigrating over and changing the Yu family's trajectory, everything else changed too. Since the age of 5, little Shido had been eating food and drinking beverages that all contained mystic stone water. For a fully grown adult, mystic stone water could only bring the person to the peak of health and heal any old illnesses or injuries. However, for children, the changes it could manifest was much greater. It had the ability to make the brain undergo a second development and change a person's intelligence. An ordinary person usually only used 3 to 5% of their brain power. Even Einstein, the well-known genius, only used up to 10% of his brain power. Unconsciously, little Shido had surpassed this future scientific genius. Not only was his ability to memorize very good, but his ability to understand concepts had also increased significantly. Furthermore, he was very hardworking as he wished to also do his part for the family like his second sister, so it would be more surprising if his grades were bad. Headmaster Yuan, who had already regarded little Shido as his last disciple, didn't compliment the boy like other people were. Instead, he stated reasonably, "Yu Fan is right. He only passed the county-level examinations and it's only the first step in a very long journey. He needs to make sure to not get arrogant and stay humble to avoid having the same ending as the main character from The Lament of Zongyang 1. Yu Fan, you need to make sure you face forward always and study hard. Furthermore, you can't only rely on books to learn as you have to open yourself to get a better understanding of the world. Next year, I will be going to Zhongnan to lecture and you should come with me." When little Shido heard this, he became very excited. Many educated scholars longed to travel to Zhongnan. Historically, many scholarly lines of thoughts had originated there and the studious atmosphere there was quite thick. It was said that even the farmers in the fields could also recite a few lines of poetry. Every year, Headmaster Yuan would get invitations from a few notable schools down in Zhongnan to have him lecture. Being able to go with him and listen to all of these lectures was only an honor reserved for his true disciples. Although Headmaster Yuan had taken care of little Shido and given him preferential treatment these past 2 years, little Shido never expected that he could become a true disciple of the headmaster. All of the headmaster's true disciples had either become notable scholars of merit or respected officials at court helping to govern the country. Regardless, their futures were limitless. Yu Xiaosao had just come in with a ceramic pot of Buddha jumps over the wall that gave off its signature tantalizing fragrance. When she saw her younger brother foolishly staring, she hurriedly put the pot down and gently slapped him on the back of his head. "What are you doing just standing there, stupidly happy? Quickly kowtow to your master." Little Chatu's main teacher also encouraged him, "We have both wine and tea available here. Let's conduct the formal ceremony of you becoming his disciple right now then." Headmaster Yuan's full attention was currently on the dense fragrant smell of the Buddha jumps over the wall, so he absent-mindedly went through the ceremonial procedures with little Shido serving him tea. Like that, the simple ceremony to take in little Shido as a formal apprentice was finished. Only after the celebration party ended did he realize that he had just taken a boy, not even 9 years old, as his disciple. This disciple was also much younger than all of his other disciples. The last time Headmaster Yuan took in a disciple was over 20 years ago. All of his other disciples, as well as himself, thought that he wouldn't be taking any more true disciples for the rest of his life. When he said that he was going to take little Shido along, it was because he liked talented people and didn't want the boy's innate talents to go to waste. Who would have thought that he would absent-mindedly take in another disciple during a banquet? Arg! Good food could truly make a person lose their wits. However, that Buddha jumps over the wall dish was truly too delicious. Headmaster Yuan, who often bragged that there were no delicacies in the world that he hadn't tried, had also been firmly conquered by it. The person who was most happy after all of this, other than little Shido, was Yu Xiaoxiao. After Royal Prince Yang explained the situation to her, she understood just how fortunate it was that her younger brother was able to become Headmaster Yuan's last disciple. It could be said that as long as little Shido didn't make any big mishaps in the future, his future could only be limitless and smooth. Not only would he have access to the best education and materials, but he also now had connections to all of the talented and skilled older disciples. They would later be his network. In the future, it was almost an ironclad guarantee that old Yu's family's descendants would be bound for officialdom. Young royal prince, I have to hand it to you, it was a great idea to hold this banquet. I don't even know how to thank you properly. Yu Xiaoxiao was filled with gratitude from head to toe. Her eyes shined with light full of gratitude and seemed to glow with an inner radiance. Zhu Junyang felt his heart skip a beat after looking into her shining eyes, and he couldn't help but turn his head away. He had never known before that a person's eyes could look so incredibly luminous and beautiful. They looked as if they were crafted out of the most expensive glass and jade and didn't have a single flaw. It was as if they could see into the depths of a person's soul and purify all darkness within. Ahem, then, how do you want to thank me? Zhu Junyang was also happy for little Shido. With little Shido around, the court would also have another person there supporting the Yu family wholeheartedly. Yu Xiaoxiao grinned until her eyes turned into crescents and looked like tiny moons. How about I make you Buddha jumps over the wall every day? What do you think? Eat it every day. No matter how delicious something is, it's always possible to get sick of it. Zhu Junyang was not very satisfied with her answer. Yu Xiaoxiao slanted her head to the side as she contemplated. After thinking a bit, she was in low spirits. Imperial Prince Jing's youngest son was also the person the emperor regarded with the most importance right now. There really wasn't anything that she could take out that would be a proper gift to him to express her gratitude. Zhu Junyang watched as the little girl nibbled on her fingernails as if she was a little kitten stuck in a bunch of yarn. Her face was full of confusion. He silently laughed and then patted her small head. If you can't think of anything, it's okay. I'll be merciful and let you have a debt for now. Yu Xiaoxiao hated owing other people the most. She stated with an expression full of dissatisfaction, "Young royal prince, tell me what you want the most. As long as I am able to, I'll do it for you." Royal Prince Yang revealed an arrogant expression. A gift you give voluntarily versus something I ask for, can those two be considered the same? No sincerity. After he finished, he strolled away with large steps. Yu Xiaoxiao followed him as if she was his personal tail as she continued to say, "Just tell me You don't lack for anything and it's not as if I can read your mind. I really don't know what you need." Zhu Junyang could hear in her voice hints of acting spoiled and being cute, and it felt like a little cat was tickling the inside of his heart. He suddenly stopped walking and turned around to look at the little girl whose head didn't even reach his armpits. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't expect that the person in front of her would suddenly stop moving. She was still speed walking forward as she roasted him in her mind. Must be nice to have such long legs, You can walk so fast. Ouch. The result was tragedy. The little girl bumped her head straight into Zhu Junyang's abdomen and her nose stung after hitting his rock-hard stomach. Tears involuntarily came to her eyes and dripped down her face. You didn't even give me a heads up when you stopped. Now my nose is going to be flat after hitting you. Yu Xiaoxiao wiped the tears off her face as she loudly protested. Noses weren't very strong to begin with. If her nose got hit a couple more times, wouldn't she have a flat nose for the rest of her life then? The feeling of a tiny and soft body hitting his body and being enveloped by his chest made his heart stop beating for a second before it violently started up again. This strange feeling made him feel a tiny bit panicked. Was there something wrong with his body? When he got back to the mountain residence, he should have one of the imperial physicians take his pulse. He lowered his head and saw a pair of large eyes shining with tears. It was as if he was looking into a clear, pure spring that had sunlight pouring into it. Her eyes had the clarity of water melted from the purest snow and ice at the top of a mountain. Zhu Junyang started feeling his heart starting to beat faster and faster. The little lass had a pair of eyes that could speak volumes. Long eyelashes framed them, and it made her seem like a cheerful little spirit. Every time they flickered, he could sense her inner emotions and feelings. Sometimes they would even glitter adorably whenever she came up with a naughty idea. They truly made people either hate or love her. Zhu Junyang secretly inhaled a deep breath and looked at the bright red nose on the little girl's face. He spoke in a voice that had overtones of tenderness and complaint. Why aren't you paying more attention when you're walking? Luckily you only bumped into me. If you hit a rock or large tree, you might have had an open wound. You're already not beautiful, so if you had a big wound on your face, how much worse could you look? Yu Xiaoxiao felt flames of fury rise inside her. If you didn't suddenly stop moving, do you think I would have hurt my nose off? You claim I'm not beautiful, HMPH. Do you think everyone is like you? With a face so devilishly handsome that you attract everyone around you. Where am I not beautiful, huh? I'm a very adorable and sweet-looking little girl, okay. Yu Xiaoxiao was quite satisfied with her current looks. Her skin was soft and tender and glowed with health. She had a pair of clever and large eyes and long eyelashes framing them. Her nose and mouth were both delicately shaped. In her previous life, her skin was on the duller side, so she looked more average than the average person. She was still young right now and hadn't grown into her full potential. A girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. In the future, my looks will definitely stun you. Yu Xiaoxiao gleefully thought as she threw out any notion of modesty or shyness. Zhu Junyang watched as the little lass first became furious, huffing and puffing in rage, and then suddenly silently giggling in glee. The only thing he could think now was this: a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean. It's impossible to understand a female. He thought for a bit and continued with the previous topic. Xiaoxiao, didn't you want to say that you wanted to thank me? You wouldn't be only saying that because you felt happy and gave me an empty promise, right? My words are as good as gold. Since I said I wanted to thank you, then I absolutely will. Tell me, what do you want? As long as I'm able to fulfill it, I will. Yu Xiaoxiao kept thinking about how the young royal prince's actions had inadvertently caused her younger brother to be taken in as the last disciple of Headmaster Yuan. Her heart was full of happiness. Zhu Junyang's eyes shifted a bit and he smiled. I also know that I'm not lacking for anything and don't have anything that I particularly want. How about this? You can promise to do something for me as a sign of your gratitude. How's that? What do you want done? Don't make it too hard. My abilities have limits. Yu Xiaoxiao silently thought. You're a high and noble young royal prince. If you can't do it, how could I, the daughter of a farmer, help you instead? If it's too hard, don't look at me. The smile on Zhu Junyang's face had a devilish tint to it. As for what it is, I don't actually know yet either. You can hold on to this debt for now. When I come up with something, I'll tell you then. Yu Xiaoxiao felt like she could start seeing the outline of an illusory fox behind the young royal prince again. She frowned and gently rubbed her nose that was still a bit tender and said, it needs to be something that can be done by me. If I can't do it, then when the time comes, don't blame me for being unable to fulfill it all. As he gazed at the little rascal of a girl, Zhu Junyang suddenly felt as if the weather today was very good. The sun seemed to be even more bright and gentle than before, and there was a refreshing breeze blowing around. Even the dried up and yellowing grasses and leaves on the ground seemed better looking compared to yesterday. Royal Prince Yang, who was now in a good mood, said, don't worry. It'll be something that you can definitely handle. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't take it to heart and only felt like the foodie would only ask for some new delicacies to be made. She had cracked the hard nut that was Buddha jumps over the wall. Was there any other dish that would perplex her? At this time, she didn't realize that she had promised herself out in the future. Zhu Junyang happily went back to the mountain residence. Princess Consort Jing, who was currently in the garden admiring and taking care of the flora, could tell her son was in a very good mood. She placed down the water can in her hands and revealed a gentle and sweet-tempered smile. Yanger, did you come across something good? You seem very happy. Zhu Junyang walked over to his mother and took the water can from her as he described everything that happened today to his mother with a smile on his face. Princess Consort Jing widened her eyes and somewhat unhappily stated, "What? How come you didn't tell me, your lady mother, that you were all going to eat Buddha jumps over the wall? I also really like that boy, little Shido. How come you didn't tell me this morning that you were going over to the banquet to celebrate his accomplishments of passing the county-level imperial exams and becoming a county-level official awe?" Zhu Junyang rolled his eyes at his mother in his heart as he thought, "Lady mother, for the sake of eating some Buddha jumps over the wall, you are really too much. How many times have you seen little Shido before?" "Only a few times. Other than Xiaoxiao, you haven't really seen anyone else in the Yu family, alright. As the princess consort of an imperial prince, if you showed your face just to eat some food, my father would break my legs if he found out." Although this dynasty had repeatedly raised the status of women, most wealthy and noble families followed the traditions and kept women and men apart when they had guests over. The female host would always be behind a screen when she received guests. The banquet that happened today mostly had men over. Naturally, Yu Xiaoxiao, as a half-grown girl, was the only exception. Thinking of Yu Xiaoxiao's clever and adorable personality made his heart suddenly beat fast again. He used a hand to press down on his chest and wondered if he had injured the left side of his chest in the past, which was now causing him problems. "What's wrong?" Princess Consort Jing noticed that her son had stopped moving his hand, frowned, and was now clasping his chest. The harsh expression on his face made her feel very worried. Zhu Junyang didn't want his mother to feel anxious and the expression on his face went back to normal. He smiled reassuringly at her and said, "Lady mother, I'm fine. There were a lot of people today. Other than the principal and teachers of the academy, County Magistrate Zhao also went. Headmaster Yuan ate almost half of the whole pot of Buddha jumps over the wall. I wasn't able to eat as much as I wanted. In a few days, when Lord Father comes over, let's have Xiaoxiao make us a pot. That way, the three of us will be able to eat a very delicious meal together." Once food was mentioned, as expected, Princess Consort Jing's attention got preoccupied by that. She smiled and nodded her head. "Buddha jumps over the wall is a non-vegetarian dish that isn't greasy. Your Lord Father will likely like it very much. You know, how is that last Xiaoxiao so clever and lively? Her culinary talents are such that our two famous chefs in the estate have to prostrate themselves in front of her. She also knows how to take care of Flora. Last time, my pot of 18 scholars camellia had dried up and was on the brink of death, yet she was still able to bring it back to life. This year, the plant is blooming even more brilliantly. In the future, I don't know who will be the lucky man who will be able to take Xiaoxiao as his wife." Zhu Junyang unconsciously started frowning when he thought of that clever and odd little girl getting dressed up in wedding attire for another man. The desire to destroy and maim things started to rise in his heart. He quickly controlled his emotions forcefully and did his best not to allow those feelings to overtake his reason. His illness hadn't reared its head for a long time. How come it was suddenly showing up today? That was not okay, absolutely not okay. Right now he was very close to Dongshan village. If he lost his reason and became the destructive devil again, wouldn't he end up destroying her home and hurting the people she loved? Just as his heart was about to be swallowed up by the darkness, a pair of warm and limpid eyes appeared in his mind again. It was as if a ray of brilliant light was shining deep within his heart. Although it was weak, it stubbornly left a small illuminating flame in the vast darkness. A single spark had the ability to start a huge blaze. Zhu Junyang did his best to push against the darkness and the inky blackness slowly retreated. His bloodshot eyes slowly regained clarity and regained their usual dark and calm appearance. Yanger, Yanger. When he opened his eyes, in front of him was the anxious and worried face of his mother, who was being surrounded by a dozen bodyguards protecting her. Next to her was also head steward Lu and the head of the bodyguards, all in readiness for a fight. It was as if an enemy was going to approach them soon. "Yanger, is that you? Yanger, you need to come back to reality and don't let the darkness within your heart overtake you." "Yanger." Princess Consort Jing sobbed as she spoke. If Mei Xiang and Lan Xiang hadn't grabbed onto her with a death grip, she would have long sped over and hugged Zhu Junyang. She would gladly get injured if it could help her youngest son regain his reasoning faster. She also knew that, at her son's current martial abilities, it didn't matter how many bodyguards there were to stop him. The whole residence could be destroyed by him, causing destruction and rivers of blood to flow. Lady Mother, I let you worry again. I'm fine now. Zhu Junyang stamped away the last remaining bit of insanity and felt very guilty inside. For many years, his mother had worried herself thin because of him. If he hadn't been able to pull himself back from the precipice, it was very likely that his mother would be one taking the brunt of his fury. Princess Consort Jing happily wiped away the tears on her face. Her son's illness had gotten much better compared to before, and it looked like he was able to suppress and win against the evil devil inside his heart. Didn't that mean that before long, her son's mental demons would finally be completely healed? Head Steward Liu, who was next to Zhu Junyang, surreptitiously wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and exchanged a look with the head of the bodyguards. Within his heart, he let out a sigh of relief. His master's skill at martial arts had made great progress in the last 2 years. In the past, Head Steward Liu was able to restrain his master along with the help of 7 to 8 other men who were very skilled. Now, he was no longer able to do so. Luckily, in the past 2 years, his master's outbursts had dwindled. Otherwise, he wasn't sure what he would do. Today, Princess Consort Jing was nearby. If his master hadn't managed to snap himself out of it, they might not be able to stop him even if they sacrificed all of their lives. If something had happened to the Princess Consort, the master would likely descend into madness and become reborn as a complete monster. When Princess Consort Jing saw that her youngest son had truly regained control of himself, she let out a sigh of relief and quietly asked, "Yanger, didn't you used to say that whenever you lost control and went berserk, it was as if you were stuck in complete darkness, locked up in a pit that was so quiet that it could drive a person crazy? What was able to banish the darkness today and allow you to pull yourself back from the brink of madness?" Zhu Junyang thought of that small light in his heart. It was simultaneously weak and strong at the same time. A few times it had almost been swallowed up by the darkness, yet it persisted in giving off a steady little light and warmth. It was just like her. Always looking as if a small wind would blow her over, yet she always managed to stand up tall after heavy storms and rain had passed. In the past, the Yu family had a very hard life. She hadn't even reached the age of 8 or 9 and had a tiny, weak body before taking charge. Despite that, she held up the sky for her family. 1 copper coin for a portion of braised food, early ripening green vegetables, the famous watermelons of Tanggu Town, planting corn and potatoes. All of the children around 8 to 9 years old in the capital were still acting spoiled to their parents, yet she had already become the backbone of the Yu family. The children of poor people matured early. This was a true fact he had witnessed himself. Zhu Junyang vaguely felt his heart hurt at the thought. Princess Consort Jing felt very gratified when she thought of how her youngest son seemed to be showing a wider variety of expressions and feelings now. In the past, it was as if he had been crafted of the ice from a 10,000-year-old glacier and molded from cold steel. He didn't seem to have any humanity. Sometimes, even she felt a bit scared and frightened whenever she had to interact with him. Perhaps it was because of her own feelings that her youngest son became more and more distanced from her and never went back to the closeness they had when he was young. However, ever since he came back from his seafaring journey to the Western Hemisphere, he gradually warmed up. He started to smile more and other expressions gradually became apparent on his face. His attitude when he interacted with his father was no longer as cold and detached as before. He even learned how to tease other people. No, it had to be said, only when her youngest son was interacting with the Yu family's youngest daughter did he actually seem like a 17 to 18-year-old youth. "Son, during that episode, who did you think of?" Princess Consort Jing was in a good mood after remembering the recent changes in her son. Thus, her desire for gossip had risen again. Zhu Junyang had a warm smile on his face, yet he stayed silent. His phoenix eyes shifted a bit as he thought, "I wonder what that little lass is doing right now. Is she joking around with her mother as they water the vegetables in the courtyard? Or is she at the piggery asking her twin sister how things are going? Or is she helping her older brother calculating the price of seafood? Such an industrious little girl, and she always seems to have plenty of energy. It doesn't seem like she ever stops working. Doesn't she feel tired sometimes?" In actuality, Yu Xiaoxiao was doing the exact opposite of what he was thinking. She was currently reclining on a rocking chair underneath the grape trellis. She amused herself by rocking back and forth in a half-drowsy state. Suddenly, a flurry of knocks at the front gate interrupted her leisurely time. Lu Huifeng burst in frantically. The weather in late autumn was cool and relaxing, yet she had a head full of sweat. "Xiaosao, come to my house quickly and take a look. Our chickens are sick." Lu Huifeng was so frazzled that tears almost streamed down her face. People raising chickens were always worried about poultry diseases. There weren't any veterinarians in this era, so if an illness came up, it was possible that a whole half-years of work could go down the drain. Yu Xiaosao opened her eyes and sat up straight before she asked, "Don't panic. Tell me exactly what's going and don't leave out any details." On the evening of the day before yesterday, my mother and I brought back the chickens from the woods in cages. When we were giving them water to drink, we noticed that there were a few chickens that looked a bit listless. My mother and I didn't take it to heart. However, who would have known that yesterday night, when we did the same thing, an additional dozen were also listless. My mother said the chickens probably had gotten an infectious disease, so she put the sick chickens away in their own cage away from the others. But today, half of our chickens are laying on the ground looking sick. After getting Yu Xiaosao's advice, the Lu family decided to raise their chickens free range. In the morning, they used cages to bring the chickens into a nearby thicket and had them forage for bugs and seeds to eat. At night, they brought them back to their residence. This method not only conserved the amount of grain they had to feed them but also improved the quality of the meat on the chickens. Half a year had passed and the Lu family's 200 and so chickens were all doing well. Who would have thought that after the chickens got to a weight of 2 catties each, over half had gotten suddenly sick. It was no wonder that the usually calm and steady Lu Huifeng was panicking. "Don't panic, I'll go with you and take a look at them." Yu Xiaosao was very clear that people who raised a lot of chickens were always fearful of poultry disease spreading. Luckily, she had mystic stone water on hand. Even if the chickens did have an infectious disease, it wouldn't be a problem. When she saw Xiaosao seemed calm and confident, Lu Huifeng gradually felt her heart relax. She nodded her head and said, "I almost forgot that you know some medicinal arts, Xiaosao." Yu Xiaosao smiled bitterly and sighed, "I learned medicine to treat humans, not poultry, okay. Forget about it, the Lu family only started raising chickens for my braised food shop. 100 or so chickens can be sold for at least a dozen or so days. Right now uncle and my older cousin are out traveling to buy more chickens and they work from dawn to dusk. It's not easy for them either, it's fine to let the Lu family believe that I can treat their chickens." The two girls quickly arrived at Huifeng's home. Xuanju's wife was currently sighing and lamenting over the chickens that were currently dying. "Don't panic, auntie, let me take a look at them." Yu Xiaosao inspected one of the chickens that was almost at the brink of death. Its crest was dull and dim, and its eyes were weak and watery. Secretions were coming out of its beak, and it was obvious that it was hard for the animal to breathe. Its crop was obviously swollen as if it accumulated a lot of liquid. She then looked at the poop of the sick chickens. The poop was yellow and green in color and was accompanied by a lot of water. This was the perfect example of a viral illness that struck the chickens. After she finished inspecting the sick chickens, Yu Xiaosao had an idea on how to proceed next. She first spoke to the mother and daughter pair who were besides themselves with worry. "Don't worry, I am able to treat this disease. I need to go to the mountainside to dig up some medicinal plants, but I'll be back very soon." When Xuanju's wife heard that her family's chickens could be treated, she silently let out a sigh of relief before she said, "It's already evening right now. Going up into the mountains isn't safe. How about you wait until tomorrow?" Yu Xiaosao smiled and shook her head. "If we wait until tomorrow, I'm afraid that the whole flock of chickens will be sick then. Don't worry, the herbs I need aren't up the mountain. I can find them at the foot of the mountain too. Then have Huifeng go with you too." Xuanju's wife still wasn't completely convinced. Yu Xiaosao thought for a bit and then said to Lu Huifeng, "Older sister Huifeng, go dig up some common porcelain and bring it back. It needs to be washed before it's used too." After she finished, she walked out of the main gate of the Lu residence. She was only using her need to dig up herbs as an excuse to cover up what she was actually doing. In fact, she only needed a few common herbs that were used to reduce fevers and treat colds. After she finished digging up the herbs, the Lu family helped her wash them clean. She then mixed them together with the common purslane and pounded them into a medicinal paste. After adding a little wheat bran and cornmeal, she formed the mixture into little yellow pill balls. Naturally, she had also added a good amount of mystic stone water to this medicine as well. After she finished making the pill balls, Yu Xiaoxiao helped the mother and daughter pair catch the sick chickens and forcefully opened their beaks to feed them the medicine. They only finished catching and feeding the sick chickens when the sky became completely dark. After thinking a bit, Yu Xiaoxiao also chopped up the remaining herbs into a fine powder and mixed it into some rice and wheat bran while adding a few drops of mystic stone water. She then advised the mother and daughter pair, tomorrow morning, use this feed to feed the chickens. For the next few days, don't let the chickens out to free range. Instead, keep them in their coops and keep a close eye on them. When it's evening, I'll come over to look again. There was a thick layer of clouds tonight, so it completely covered the moon and made the night much darker. Yu Xiaoxiao lived at the foot of the mountain and was a bit far from the village proper. Thus, Lu Xuanzhu escorted Xiaoxiao back home with a paper lantern. Originally, the Lu family wanted to keep Yu Xiaoxiao over so she could eat a meal with them. Xiaoxiao, however, refused their offer as she was afraid that her family might be worried about her and decided to head home. The next morning, Lu Huifang hurriedly ran into the chicken yard to take a look. To her surprise, she found that all of the previously sick chickens that had been isolated from the others had become much more energetic. They clucked eagerly, begging for food to eat. Even the first group of chickens that had gotten the sick, the ones that were on the brink of death, were also moving around and asking for food. Apparently, the medicine that younger sister Xiaoxiao made yesterday had worked. Lu Huifang took out the specially prepared chicken feed mixed with medicinal herbs that Yu Xiaoxiao made the previous night and poured it into the chickens' yard. Originally, she was afraid that the chickens wouldn't want to eat food mixed with medicine. Who would have thought that as soon as she poured the food in, the chickens, which previously had no appetite, suddenly rushed forward as if a flip had been switched. They squawked and flapped their wings as they fought over the food mixed with medicine. All of their necks were stretched forward as they eagerly gobbled down the food. When Xuanzhu's wife saw the spectacle, her heart was very moved. This is amazing. Being willing to eat is a good thing. Xiaoxiao truly has skills. There's nothing that she can't handle. Huifang, our chickens are saved now. Lu Huifang let out a loud sigh and grinned. Yesterday morning, Auntie Zhou came over to look and said it was truly an infectious poultry disease. She also said, once the chickens get sick, there's no going back. In fact, the first year her family raised chickens, they ended up getting sick and all of them died. Luckily, they didn't raise too many chickens that year and didn't end up losing too much money. Mother, we have over 200 chickens now and we've been raising them for half a year. If they all got sick and died, wouldn't we lose a lot of money? We're so fortunate that Xiaoxiao was here. There were still a few pill balls that Xiaoxiao left behind, so the two of them sighed in relief and then caught the chickens that had been the most ill and fed them the pills. They then took out more of the medicinal feed that Xiaoxiao had made and fed it to the sick chickens that were recovering. The sick chickens hadn't eaten for the past 2 days, but their appetites were not any worse than the healthy chickens. That night, when Xiaoxiao came over to visit, the Lu family's chickens had almost all made a full recovery. Other than the original 10 or so chickens that had gotten sick first, the rest of the previously ill animals seemed no different than the perfectly healthy ones. Yu Xiaoxiao made another batch of pill balls and medicinal feed for them. She then instructed them to feed the sick animals tomorrow with the medicinal feed that had mystic stone water added to it. After that, they could continue raising the chickens like normal. 3 days later, Lu Huifang went over to the Yu residence with 2 hens on hand. When she got there, she found out that Yu Xiaoxiao had gone with the cart transporting pigs to the prefectural city and Madame Lu was in town sending clothing to little Shido. The only one at home was Yu Hang, who was in charge of the seafood purchasing. The seafood purchasing business was busy right now, so Yu Hang handed over the stall to his third uncle and washed his hands before getting some roasted melon seeds and pastries his family had on hand to greet Lu Huifang. Lu Huifang flushed a bright red and somewhat shyly lowered her head as she softly said, "When did Xiaoxiao leave earlier? I came over to thank her for helping my family treat our chickens. My mother said that these 2 hens had already laid eggs, so you guys should keep them." They can either lay more eggs for your family to eat or you could cook them. Either way is fine. The 13-year-old Yu Hang already had the air of youth around him. His face was handsome and his body was growing tall. His skin, which was the color of wheat, was the exact shade that young maidens growing up in fishermen villages liked. This was the first time that Lu Huifang had spent time alone with Yu Hang. She didn't know what to do with herself and the words that came out of her mouth were jumbled and a little nonsensical. Yu Hang spent more time with people on a day-to-day basis, so, in comparison, he was much more calm and collected. He smiled. "Auntie is being too polite. Let's not even talk about the good relationship between my father and your father. As fellow villagers, we're always willing to help each other when another person comes across a problem as long as we can. You should take these 2 chickens back." Who would have thought that Xiaoxiao's older brother, who usually looked quite taciturn and quiet, had quite a way with words. When she raised her head to look at him and saw the gentle smile on his face, Lu Huifang felt her face burn even hotter. She silently scolded herself for being a dummy. They were both well acquainted with each other, so there was nothing to be shy about. "Can't do that. These chickens are a sign of my family's sincerity to yours. If you don't take them, I'll take it as a sign that you want to distance yourselves from us." Lu Huifang didn't allow him to make any other excuses and marched into the Yu family's back courtyard to put away the chickens. The Yu family's back courtyard had a fenced-up chicken coop and rabbit cages. Even Little Black's and Little White's dens were also in the back courtyard. She had a good relationship with Xiaoxiao, so she often helped them weed the garden and harvest vegetables. Thus, she was very familiar with the layout of the Yu family's residence. Despite Yu Hang's attempts to stop her, she placed the 2 little hens into the chicken coop and closed the gate. When she saw that the rabbits didn't have much food left, she took out 2 bundles of green grass and placed it in their cages. "Where's Little White?" Usually when Lu Huifang went into the back courtyard, that little proud white dog would always give her a look of disdain. If she tried to tease him, he would even bare his teeth at her. Little Black had a much better temper. In fact, Little Shito often pulled on the black dog's mouth here and there and he never got angry. Instead, he would also play along. That fellow is quite smart. When he found out that Xiaoxiao couldn't bring him along to the prefectural city, he got angry and ran up into the mountains to find his father, Big Bray. "It's fine. Ever since that pack of wolves came down the mountain last year and got destroyed, there haven't been any savage beasts around the mountain." Yu Hang watched as Lu Huifang entered the back courtyard and fed the rabbits and prepared the chicken feed. He also hurriedly went up to help as he inwardly exclaimed that Lu Huifang was a hard-working little lass. After adding some water into the chicken coop, Lu Huifang was just about to leave when she saw the little roe deer called Tiny romping about in the vegetable fields. She was afraid that the animal might trample the vegetable and stealthily went over. When the little roe deer wasn't aware, she caught it and held it in her arms. Perhaps it was because she had fed her home's chickens today with feed containing mystic stone water, but the little roe deer didn't try to flee when she came closer. It was only after that it was caught in her arms and turned its head back to look that the animal was startled. The little fellow froze for a second before it started to struggle. The little roe deer had a surprising amount of strength and easily broke out of the confines of Huifang's arms. Oh no, Lu Huifang knew that the Yu family's siblings all adored the little roe deer. She was afraid that the roe deer might hurt itself, so she inadvertently let out a cry of alarm when it leapt out of her arms. However, it was a false alarm. In midair, the little animal rotated its body 360 degrees and lightly landed on the ground. Within a blink of an eye, it ran into its little den and hid behind the building to look at her. If the little roe deer could talk, it would definitely let out a long sigh of relief and say, "Oh my goodness. I was almost caught by a human. The master was truly right. I need to be cautious every moment." When Madame Lu got back home, it was just in time for her to see her oldest son escorting a little girl out of the gate. The little girl's face was flushed a bright red and she seemed a bit shy. After looking a bit closer, she realized that it was Xuanzhu's Huifang. Madame Lu went into the back courtyard and saw that both the chickens and rabbits had been fed. Furthermore, last night, the wind blew hard and the trellis for the cucumbers had fallen over. Now, the trellis had been rebuilt and standing tall. After asking around, she found out that Huifeng was the person that fixed it. That night, when Yu Hai got home, Madame Lu couldn't help but ask her husband, "Isn't Brother Xuanzhu's eldest daughter about the same age as Xiaoxia?" "Ah. Yup. Our oldest was born at the start of that year, and his daughter was born at the end of that year. Why are you asking about this?" Every day Yu Hai went back and forth between the prefectural city and Dongshan village. In addition, he was also in charge of slaughtering pigs, so he was quite busy. His youngest daughter had begged him to hire someone from the village to help. However, he felt like there was nothing much to do these days. The family had Madame Lu and Yu Heng to keep an eye of things, so he was more than able to keep up with the work. Thus, he decided to not take her advice for now. Once it was time to harvest the wheat next year, he would have to supervise his family's farmstead as well as the young royal prince's 800 mu plantation. By then, it wouldn't be too late to hire someone to help. Madame Lu pursed her lips and smiled. "After the New Year's passes, our family's Xiaoxia will be 14. He's the oldest in the family and in the future will be the head of the family. We need to start considering his future marriage prospects early. Furthermore, we have to make sure our eyes are wide open when picking out brides for him. We need to find a girl who is hardworking and generous and avoid someone like Madame Li or Madame Shang. Women like them, who only know how to be lazy and take advantage of others, would only cause a lot of unnecessary trouble for the family. We need to make sure the family will be peaceful and in harmony in the future." Yu Hai was a bit hesitant, so he asked, "Isn't it a bit too early to start considering marriage for him? Xiaoxia is only 13 years old and we've only had a better situation with our family in these past 2 years. He's only started hitting his growth spurt and still looks like a large child. How is it too early now? It's not like we're trying to get him married this instant. We first need to look at the prospects among our close friends to see if there are any suitable maidens and give the two children some opportunities to interact with each other. If they end up liking each other, then we can start discussing a possible engagement. This would likely take at least 2 to 3 years of work. By that time, our oldest son will be around 16 to 17, which is the perfect time to get married." Madame Lu silently lamented in her heart. In a flash, all of her children were getting older and she was slowly getting older as well. Yu Hai scratched his head and said, "How about we wait until I get Xiaoxia's opinion in 2 days? I'm afraid that he's still too young and doesn't see girls that way." "Oh right, so why did you suddenly start thinking of this today?" "Today, Brother Xuanzhu's Huifeng came over to give us 2 little hens. I wasn't home at that time, so Xiaoxia was the one who invited her in. That child Huifeng is truly a hard-working little lass. When she saw that our family's chickens and rabbits hadn't been fed yet, she quickly made sure to give them their food. She even fixed up the cucumber trellises that had fallen over yesterday night." When Xiaoxia was escorting her out, the little lass had her head lowered and looked shyly at our son. "Do you think that Huifeng is somewhat interested in our son? We can't let this type of talk out as it can affect that little girl's reputation." Yu Hai thought about his son, who resembled his wife. His son had a finely sculpted face and was growing quite tall. Everyone who saw him complimented with the phrase, "a good-looking young fellow." It probably wasn't a lie that his son was a good prospect. Madame Lu glared at him and indignantly said, "Do I need you to remind me? Aren't we talking behind closed doors right now? Our family's Xiaoxia has a good height and also handsome looks. Furthermore, his family's situation is not bad. I'm also not someone who would be an evil mother-in-law to my future daughter-in-law. Whoever marries into our family will truly fall into the honey pot." Yu Hai guffawed. "Are there people like you who compliment themselves so much?" Madame Lu stretched out a hand to pinch Yu Hai's side as if she was trying to be fierce. However, that image was soon shattered when she couldn't hold back her giggles. "Was there anything I said that was not right? However, we really need to make sure we get our oldest son's marriage settled sooner rather than later. Everyone says that the eldest sister-in-law is like a second mother. We need to find someone who will be fair and reasonable, so she'll treat Xiaoxiao and the other siblings well." She had already thought about the other girls in the village who were around the same age as her son. The village chief's youngest granddaughter was younger than her son by 2 years and had been pampered since she was little by her grandfather and grandmother. At the age of 11, she still had an innocent manner like a little porcelain doll. How could she possibly take up the mantle of being the eldest sister-in-law? The Zhou family's Zhou Shanhu was good buddies with Xiao Cao and Xiaolian, so they wouldn't have to worry about their relationships with her in the future. However, that lass was a bit carefree and wasn't always careful with her words. She wasn't a reliable girl. And then there was Zheng Xiaokui, who had recently come over more recently to the Yu family to play. Although the girl had decent looks, she was full of petty thoughts. In a glance, Madame Lu could tell that she had a selfish nature at heart. Most of the Yu family's businesses and wealth was all created by her youngest daughter, so, in the future, the Yu family would not stint on her dowry. If Xiao Cao had a selfish eldest sister-in-law, then she would definitely be unhappy by the size of Xiao Cao's dowry when the time came. After weighing all of the possible prospects in the village, it was still Brother Xuanzhu's daughter who was the most suitable. Although she wasn't the most beautiful, she still could be considered quite pretty and cute. She had an egg-shaped face and eyebrows curved like willow leaves. Her eyes were also not too large nor too small. Her only flaw was that her lips were on the thicker side. However, everyone always said that girls with thicker lips had good personalities and good fortunes. Outer looks were only secondary. Huaifang was also a hard-working little girl. It was said that the reason why the Lu family decided to raise all of those chickens was because that lass came up with the idea. In fact, she even especially came over to ask Xiao Cao for advice. Furthermore, she did almost all of the work in raising those 200-some chickens, and she was very good at handling all of the details. Even Xuanzhu's wife didn't need to do much with the chickens. Before she was occupied with raising chickens, Huaifang also brought her younger sister and brother along to cut fishwood for the piggery. Between the three of them, they managed to earn a couple hundred copper coins in a month. In addition, Brother Xuanzhu had a good relationship with her husband. Both of them were also realistic men and knew where their roots came from. The more she thought, the more Madame Lu thought that the lass Huaifang was a pretty good match with her son. Yu Hai noticed that his wife was tossing and turning on the Kong bed as if she was a pancake being flipped around. It was obvious that she was having trouble falling asleep, so he quickly intervened. Don't think too much. Our son is still young and maybe in a couple of years he'll have his own ideas and find someone he likes, right? Although they say that parents and the matchmaker should choose the child's partner, we also need to consider whether our son wants to marry the girl or not, right? When Madame Lu heard her husband's opinion, she thought he was right. It didn't matter if she thought the girl was good or not. If her son didn't like her, she couldn't force him to marry her, right? However, at this time her son still wasn't interested in pursuing girls, so she needed to strike early and advise him. He needed to know that finding a wife shouldn't be based on the girl's looks alone. Her personality was the most important part. The next morning, Madame Lu called her son over and secretly hemmed and hawed over the matter. At first, Yu Heng didn't quite understand what his mother was talking about. Later on, once his mother became more blunt, his face started flushing a bright red. He exclaimed, "Mother, how old am I right now? Before I turn 16, I won't even be thinking about finding a wife." Madame Lu slanted a look at her son and blandly stated, "I'm not telling you to decide on your future wife right now. I only want you to start considering your options. If there's anyone you like and is a good choice, we can strike when the iron is hot and start negotiating with the other family. That way we can avoid all of the good prospects being stolen by other people in the future. Are there any capable men who are unable to find wives? Even Uncle Ergo was able to find a wife despite his poor character, so why should we worry? Mother, if you have nothing better to do, you can go into the prefectural city to look around. Our family's braised food shop has been open for about 2 months now, yet you don't even know what's happening there." When the topic of the conversation came to the prefectural city's braised food shop, Madame Lu's attention was immediately refocused on it. She sighed and said, "It's not as if you don't know either. Our family will be selling vegetables until the first frost comes, and your father spends all his time going back and forth between here and the prefectural city. But someone needs to keep an eye at home. If I'm not doing it, how is that okay?" Yu Heng laughed, "Mother, isn't there still me at home? Right now the weather is gradually getting colder, so fewer and fewer people are coming over to sell seafood. Third uncle alone should be able to handle it. Thus, I can help you keep an eye on things at home. If you don't feel comfortable with me alone, isn't there also Shalian Ah? Around half of the pigs in the piggery had already been used and we already have 2 storehouses filled full of fishwort, so Shalian can also find some time to help us here. How about the next time father goes into the prefectural city, you also go along and take a look. The Yu family's vegetables were all more cold-hardy than other people's. Other people's cucumbers and string beans all started to freeze right after the start of autumn, yet the Yu family's vegetables were still able to grow without problems. The front courtyard spinach, lettuce and mustard greens were still as tender and delicious as before. There were also a few other vegetables that were growing out of season that still flourished in their garden. There was a limited amount of vegetables the Yu family could produce, so they were only able to supply Junsho restaurant and a few other families they were familiar with in town with them. There were a lot of families in town that didn't lack money. All of them complained that the Yu family didn't plant enough vegetables for them to buy a portion. Yu Hai and Yu Xiaosao discussed this matter together and wondered if they could take a portion of the 100 or so mu they had on their farmstead and use it to plant some vegetables in the future. Although raising vegetables was more tiring than grain crops, it was more profitable as well. After hearing her son's advice, Madame Lu thought about the family's situation. The front and the back of the west side of the courtyard were all planted with autumn vegetables, while the east side of the courtyard all had the usual matrons helping out to harvest. Normally, she only helped to weigh the vegetables and count the money. Her son should be able to handle everything on his own. Madame Lu was still not completely convinced, so she stepped back and had her son manage everything on his own for a few days. She discovered that her son was even more nimble than she was and better at calculating receipts. Thus, she relaxed completely. One day, at the end of October, Madame Lu sat on the cart that transported live pigs to the prefectural city and entered the prefectural city for the first time in her life. At around 9 in the morning, the Yu's braised food shop in the prefectural city was full of people buying braised food. It had been almost 3 months since the store opened and the Yu family's shop was becoming more and more popular with every passing day. At the start, they only braised 1 pig a day, but now even braising 2 pigs a day wasn't necessarily enough for the demand. Every single part of the pig, from its head to its feet, was used in their braised food. Not a single part was wasted, including the head, trotters, and innards. After being braised, each part of the pig had its own unique flavor. The ones that sold the quickest were the braised pig's head meat, pig's trotters, and offal. This was because the price was more suitable for the common people, yet the flavor wasn't worse than the other cuts of meat. Thus, all of the commoners in the area loved those braised ingredients the most. Although the prefectural city was a large place and didn't lack butchers selling meat, the vast majority of the animals had to be imported into the city. Furthermore, the price of meat had risen compared to previous years. For example, in years past, pork at its highest was only around 30 some copper coins a catty. This was the year after the disaster, so the price of pork in Tanggu town had risen to around 100 or so copper coins a catty, whereas, in the prefectural city, the cheapest pork available was around 80 to 90 copper coins a catty. The commoners in the prefectural city had a higher standard of living compared to those living in Tanggu town. However, most of them had to think for a while if they wanted to eat a meal with meat. Only after grimacing and tightening their belts could they have a dish with meat in it at their dinner table. Usually, most families wouldn't buy a pig's head or intestines from the butcher even if they really craved meat. This was because no matter how they prepared it, there was always an odd smell and taste to the finished dish that made it hard to swallow. However, the unpopular parts of a chicken and pig, at the Yu family's shop, were now delicacies that tempted a person's gluttonous monster. Pig's head meat, trotters, and intestines that had been braised were all immensely delicious at an affordable price. Regular braised pork cost around 130 to 150 copper coins at catty, whereas the pig's head meat, trotters, and intestines were around 50 to 60 copper coins a catty. This price was definitely affordable for most commoners. Even a normal family could afford to buy some every 3 to 5 days to sat their desire. In fact, many people who lived in nearby towns would also buy some when they were in the prefectural city to take back home to eat. Thus, the Yu family's braised pig's head meat, trotters, and innards were blazingly popular and people rushed to buy it. There was never enough to satisfy the demand. Furthermore, Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't in the prefectural city at this time, so the Lu family could only wait on disappointed customers every day without knowing what to do. Lu Junping, on the other hand, had a sharp, flexible mind. He secretly investigated all of the nearby butchers and meat vendors in the prefectural city and found out that when their business was good, they could sell around 2 pigs worth of meat a day. When their business was not as good, they could still sell out 1 pig's worth of meat in 2 days. Furthermore, all of these butcher shops and meat vendors had the pig's head, trotters, and offal left over as well. He went back to discuss with his parents what he had discovered. The 3 of them came to a conclusion, and Lu Hu went out with his son to make a long-term business deal with these butchers and meat vendors. At the price of 3 copper coins a caddy, they would buy all of the pig's heads, trotters, and intestines from them. 1 pig had around 20 to 30 caddies of meat in its head, trotters, and offal. Thus, the owners of these butcher shops and meat vendors could make an additional 100 or so copper coins in income per pig. Why wouldn't they happily sign such a cooperative agreement? From then on, Lu Junping was in charge of buying and transporting these extra ingredients back to the shop. Every day, he drove the donkey cart to all of the nearby butchers and meat vendors to pick up the ingredients and was always able to get around 7 to 8 pigs worth of heads, trotters, and offal. Preparing these ingredients wasn't an easy task. Yu Kaifeng and her daughter not only had to braise food every day but also roast and smoke ducks, chickens, and geese for the shop's more high-class offerings. They were so busy that they ran around like headless chickens every day. In order to prepare the extra pigs' heads, trotters, and offal, they often worked very late each day. Luckily, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't spend a long time in Dongshan village. When she got back, she saw that her oldest aunt and older cousin had sunken-in eyes, prominent dark circles, and exhaustion carved into their bodies. Right then and there, she made the executive decision. They were going to hire a few people to be in charge of handling these hard-to-prepare ingredients in the future. Yu Xiaoxiao also reorganized the work at the braised food shop from top to bottom. She first personally made a big batch of braising spices and had them all ground up into a fine powder. The finished blend was then stored in a large ceramic jar. By doing this, it made it easier to weigh out the proper amount of spices needed to braise 1 caddy of meat. That would save her the work of making more braising spices in the future. As for cooking the roasted duck, roasted chicken, saltwater duck, and smoked meats, Yu Xiaoxiao taught all of her methods to her older female cousin, Lu Yanner. These foods weren't difficult to make as long as the person doing it had a good grasp on the ingredients and controlled the heat properly. Lu Yanner was also a smart child and was quick with her hands. After half a month, most people, other than the picky old gluttons, couldn't taste the difference between the food that she had made versus the ones that Xiaoxiao had made. Since she was also in charge of food that they limited sales of every day, she actually didn't have to spend too much time crafting it. Thus, she spent the remaining time in the day helping to sell braised food. Oldest aunt, Yu Kaifeng, was in charge of braising every single type of braised food every day. There were 4 giant pots in the store that were simmering from dawn to dusk without rest. After Lu Junping was done bringing back the pigs' heads, trotters, and offal back, he also helped his mother wash and chop the meat and light the fire. When the store was busy, he also helped with the cashier's job, weighing meat and handling money. Lu Hu was in charge of buying pigs in areas that weren't as badly affected by the locust plague. The pigs were slaughtered at the site and then transported back to the shop. Every day he was busy from dawn until dusk. Sometimes, when he traveled a bit further than usual, he had to stay overnight and come back the next day. They ended up hiring 2 nearby matrons who had skilled hands and were willing to work hard to prepare the pig's head meat, trotters and offal. Each person got a wage of 30 copper coins a day, which was the same amount an adult man doing hard labor for a whole day could get. Both of these 2 matrons had somewhat difficult situations at home. One of them had a mother-in-law who had to take medicine all year long, while the other woman's husband had broken his leg 2 years ago doing work and was still having trouble walking now. Although prepping the pigs' heads, trotters and intestines was hard and dirty work, the most important factor was the amount of money they made. These 2 women didn't have the strength and endurance to do a man's hard labor, yet they could get the exact same salary doing this work. Even if they didn't want to do it, there would be many other people standing in line for this job. When they were picking these two to hire, Yu Xiaoxiao and her oldest paternal aunt's entire family secretly investigated their backgrounds for a long time. Both of these matrons were honest and simple, and their families were the same. The braised food shop's business was very good and there were a lot of people eyeing it. However, when their store opened, the prefectural magistrate and the royal prince were there to show their support. Thus, those jealous people couldn't do anything at the moment. As time passed, it was more likely that they would do more behind-the-scenes sabotage instead. The Yu's braised food store had recipes that everyone wanted. Whether it was for the roasted chicken, roasted duck, or braised food, any of those secret methods could help someone make a fortune. Thus, as the braised food shop continued to grow, they would definitely need to hire more people. It was important that they carefully consider who to hire to avoid hiring someone who had ulterior motives. Next, door. The Yu's pickled vegetable store had also opened for business. Most of the salted and pickled vegetables in the shop were bought wholesale from Xiaozhong's pickled vegetables stand in Tanggu Town. Currently, most of the products at Xiaozhong's pickled vegetables stand were made with Xiaoxiao's recipes, so their taste was guaranteed to be good. In addition, Yu Xiaoxiao also produced a few more secret recipes for the Yu's pickled vegetable store. These products were all personally made by her and all had unique flavors. Not long after it was first opened, the business at the Yu's pickled vegetable store was doing as well as the braised food shop. There were also issues with the business doing too well. Yu Xiaoxiao spent every day in the picked vegetable shop, weighing the vegetables and handling the money. It got to the point that her voice became hoarse from interacting with the customers and she started sounding like a duck quacking. It wasn't a pretty sound. When Madame Lu came over to the prefectural city for a visit, she also started helping out at the pickled vegetable store. Originally, she was only planning on staying one day before going back. However, she ended up spending more than half a month there helping out and was unable to leave. When Zhu Junyang was heading back to the capital, he stopped by the prefectural city to check up on her. At that time, Xiaoxiao, who originally had a small and thin face, now looked as if she didn't have an extra ounce on her. Her chin was so sharp that it looked like it could stab a person to death. Zhu Junyang felt his heart hurt seeing her like this. He raised his hands to his chest and was puzzled. Just when did I get an internal injury here? In the past, I never had problems with chest pangs, but why is it happening so often now? That's not okay. When I get back to the capital, I need to have an imperial physician inspect me carefully. I don't want to suddenly die early. Zhu Junyang stood silently across the street from the Yu family's braised food shop and pickled vegetable shop. He mutely watched as the figures inside the stores ran back and forth as if he was spellbound by the sight. By the time it was noon, the customers at the braised food shop and pickled vegetable shop left. Everyone working there let out a sigh of relief. Yu Xiaoxiao used a wet cloth to wipe her hands before she took off the flowery apron. She shook out both her arms and legs to relax. When she raised her head, she saw Royal Prince Yang across the street, so she hurriedly ran out of the shop and grinned in welcome. "Young Royal Prince, when did you come over? Come inside the residence and rest a bit." Royal Prince Yang silently nodded his head and went through the main gate next to the braised food shop. The front courtyard was now very neat and tidy. There was a small tiled road in the middle of the courtyard and on both sides were gardens. One side was planted with all sorts of green vegetables while the other side was currently growing autumn vegetables. All of the plants were flourishing in the gardens. Zhu Junyang quirked up the corners of his lips. "I just knew with this lass around that she wouldn't let a single inch of land go to waste." He walked in further and the main residence had osmanthus trees planted on both sides of the building. Both trees were dotted with tiny yellow flowers all throughout, resembling tiny stars. The dense, sweet fragrance of the flowers wafted throughout the main courtyard. As he carefully smelled the air, he detected the pungent and tantalizing aroma of meat coming from the inner courtyard. Zhu Junyang stopped moving and changed his direction to the small gate at the side. Yu Xiaoxiao tried to stop him. "Young Royal Prince, we braise all of the meat in the inner courtyard, so it's a bit of a mess back there. How about you rest in the main courtyard?" It's not a problem. This prince just wants to see just how exactly you guys braise such delicious meat. What, are you afraid that I'll steal your secret methods? Zhu Junyang raised an eyebrow and slanted a look from his phoenix eyes at her. A smile graced his lips that made him look devilishly handsome and vaguely seductive. When confronted with such a stunningly handsome man, Yu Xiaoxiao was almost unable to control herself and barely managed to keep the saliva from dripping out of her mouth. She chuckled dryly and then said, "Your Royal Highness, if you really want the secret recipe, I will gladly present it to you with both hands." After hearing the little lass's flattering remarks, Zhu Junyang suddenly felt like the weather and surroundings were incredibly pleasing today. He deepened the smile on his lips and snorted, "What would this prince do with your secret recipe? I have no interest in making small change like you are." This was the guy who had brought back countless treasures from the Western Hemisphere. Every single item from the West was worth quite a bit of money. For example, the pocket watch that Zhu Junyang gifted Xiaoxiao was priced at 5,000 taels at his treasure pavilion, yet they had all been sold out within half a year. The cost of buying one of these pocket watches in the West was only around a dozen taels. This meant that every item that was sold at the prince's treasure pavilion made a few hundredfold in profits. There weren't many people in the capital who could compete with Royal Prince Yang's personal wealth at this point. In comparison, the Yu family's braised food shop made around 100 to 200 taels in profit every day. This wasn't a small sum, but in the eyes of the prince, it was merely small change. When he entered the inner courtyard, he looked through the wide-open kitchen door and saw 4 giant pots simmering over the fire. The dense smell of meat wafted out of the room and was even able to overcome the sweet scent of the osmanthus flowers. After noticing Yu Kaifeng and her son sweating buckets as they labored over the pots, Zhu Junyang frowned a bit and asked, "Have all of you been working like this every day for all this time? With no time to rest?" Looking at how much thinner her oldest paternal aunt had become, Yu Xiaoxiao whispered guiltily, "The pickled vegetables shop is doing well. We just need one person to man the shop, and from time to time, we need to import some goods from Tanggu town. As for the braised food shop, oldest aunt must braise several hundred caddies of meat every day. We would help her whenever we have time, but oldest paternal aunt is still the one who is the most tired." Zhu Junyang glanced at Yu Xiaoxiao. She was already thin to begin with, but now she was as thin as a toothpick. His expression was full of anger as he said, "You can just get a few more people to work in the shops. How much more would it even cost to get a few more people? Are you unwilling to spend a little extra to get more people?" Yu Xiaoxiao shook her head and said with a bitter smile, "The problem doesn't lie in the money. As you know, in our braised food business, the most valuable item is the recipe for the braised food. Since our business is booming, it will inevitably attract people with ill intentions. Therefore, my oldest paternal aunt would rather tire herself out than hire someone." Zhu Junyang looked at her as if she was an idiot. "When did this prince say you should hire people? I'm talking about spending some money to buy a few servants. It won't cost you a lot of money either. If you aren't willing to spend, then I will buy some and send them to you." Buy people. The expression on Yu Xiaoxiao's face looked as if she had just seen a ghost. She was horrified at the idea of buying human beings. Oh, right, she wasn't in the 21st century right now. In this era, the selling and buying of humans was legal. During times of disaster, the sales of children and women was very common. After someone was bought and a life contract was signed, they would be servants of the buyer. During this era, the servants were treated harshly. Even if their owner beat them to death, the owner will bear no responsibility or suffer any consequences. Zhu Junyang frowned lightly as he stared at her. He didn't understand why she had such an expression on her face. He asked, "You don't have to worry about it. If you don't want to give them a monthly salary after buying them, then you don't have to. You can just provide them with 3 meals a day. Or could it be that you're not even willing to part with this little amount of money?" Yu Xiaoxiao smiled embarrassedly. "Do you think of me as such a stingy person? Money isn't the problem, it's just, I never expected that my family would be the ones to buy people one day." Zhu Junyang reprimanded her gently and said, "Look at how unconfident you are. This prince will send you a few maid servants later. In the future, when your business grows bigger, how can you manage everything by yourself? It's better to train some helpers early on." Yes, young royal prince is good at thoroughly examining the situation and thinking about the future. "Thank you for reminding me. This little one will go to the kitchen and make a few delicious dishes to thank you. Yu Xiaoxiao put on an appeasing expression on her face. Zhu Junyang poked her forehead lightly with his finger. He jokingly scolded her, "Naughty girl. I won't be having my lunch here. I need to stop by the prefectural yamen. Then, this little one won't delay young royal prince any longer. When you return from the capital, this little one will free up some time and make you Buddha jumps over the wall again to thank you for your favor." Xiaoxiao acted like the palace eunuch in old palace dramas. She smoothed out her sleeves and bowed to him. Head steward Lu's mouth twitched at the scene. If Miss Yu was a guy, she would definitely be able to make a name for herself if she entered the palace as a eunuch. Her expression and portrayal of palace eunuchs was perfect. Could it be that she had learned these things last time when she was summoned to the palace for the young imperial prince? Miss Yu was truly odd. She was a young lady, but instead of learning from the way the palace maids and the imperial concubines acted, she learned these useless things. There were a lot of people present when he ate Buddha jumps over the wall last time, so there wasn't enough for everyone. This was especially true for great scholar Yuan, who acted like a hungry ghost. He scrambled around madly to rob people's food, regardless of the other party's identity. When he got back to the capital, he must visit Prime Minister Yuan and tell him that no matter how difficult their family situation was, he couldn't treat his father so harshly. With great scholar Yuan, that old gluttonous foodie present, how could he have an enjoyable meal? Therefore, Zhu Junyang was very happy about how tactful Yu Xiaoxiao was being. He was so happy that even his footsteps became lighter. In the afternoon, business was so busy that they didn't even have time to rest. When it was time for dinner, everyone was so tired from working that they had no appetite. They just boiled a pot of noodles, got some braised meat and pickled vegetables from the store, and ate a simple dinner. It had only been 3 months since the grand opening of their shops, but Yu Xiaoxiao could see that everyone had lost a lot of weight. They had to be on their feet from morning to night, performing high-intensity physical labor that even Iron Man couldn't do. She was more resolute on her decision to buy a few people. "Shopkeeper Yu, is Miss Yu here?" She had just put down her bowl, when a stranger's voice could be heard from the front courtyard. Yu Hai had returned to Dongshan village, so Yu Xiaoxiao could only reinvigorate herself and drag her tired body to the front courtyard. The man was dressed in an indigo robe and had a goatee on his shrewd face. When he saw Yu Xiaoxiao, he smiled and said, "Miss Yu, I wonder if you remember this humble servant." "This humble servant is a steward working for the prefectural magistrate." Yu Xiaoxiao revealed a surprised expression. No wonder this man seemed familiar. She had seen him when he handed over the shop. This man was originally the shopkeeper for a shop owned by the prefectural magistrate. If she recalled correctly, his surname was Shu. So it turned out to be shopkeeper Shu. "It's already quite late. Why did the prefectural magistrate send you here?" Yu Xiaoxiao asked politely as she secretly pondered over his motive for coming here. When shopkeeper Shu stepped to the side, Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that there were 2 men and 2 women standing behind him. Yu Xiaoxiao appeared even more confused as she looked at shopkeeper Shu with a puzzled expression. Shopkeeper Shu finally revealed his motive for coming here as he deepened his smile and said, "This afternoon, the royal prince came to my master's estate to inquire about the most well-known trafficker matron in the city. He said he wanted to buy a few people. This family of 4 was personally chosen by Royal Prince Yang for you. The older 2 are a couple, and they have 2 children. The husband is 33 years old and the wife is 31 years old. Their older daughter is 15 years old and the younger son is 13 years old. Royal Prince Yang has already investigated their background. They have a clean background. They're used to hard labor and can endure hardships. Try to use them first, and if you feel that they're unsuitable, then you can just sell them off. He will pick a few useful ones from Prince Jing's estate. For Royal Prince Yang to treat the Yu family with such kindness by personally helping them pick out a few people, it seemed that the Yu family held an important place in Royal Prince Yang's eyes. The prefectural magistrate told him they must have a good relationship with the Yu family, and they mustn't slight them. While shopkeeper Shu was speaking, Yu Xiaoxiao had been observing the family standing behind him. Although the man wasn't tall, he looked like an honest man with good strength. The woman also had an honest expression on her face as she stood there with her head down and hands slightly shaking. The little girl had a nice appearance. Her eyes were crystal clear, but her hands were rough. At first glance, it seemed like she was accustomed to hard work and labor. The 13-year-old boy was almost the same height as his father. He also appeared honest and simple. Can you tell me why you would sell yourselves? Selling themselves meant that they would be second-class citizens for their entire life. They had to obey other people's commands. In addition, their grandchildren and future generations cannot participate in the imperial examinations. This was equivalent to burying the future of their future generations. The man stepped forward and replied, "My name is Huang Dachui. We lived in Linda village, which is more than 50 kilometers south of the prefectural city. Originally, our family had 10 mu of poor land, so we were able to barely make ends meet. But this spring, a steward working for old Master Wang in our village had taken a fancy to my daughter and asked her to be his concubine. We were unwilling, so he found a group of local ruffians to destroy our house. The ruffians had beat my father until he was seriously hurt, and my mother is now bedridden from anger. Last year was a disaster year, and my family endured until spring with much difficulty. But who would have thought we would encounter such trouble? In order to treat my parents' illness, I sold all the land that my family owned. However, my father and mother still didn't make it. After taking care of my parents' funeral, I took my family to the prefectural city to rely on some relatives and to avoid the steward from the Wang family. When we arrived here, we found out that our relative's family had moved away. The steward from the Wang family brought a group of people and chased after us. We didn't have any choice, so we decided to sell ourselves. Huang Dachui was ashamed that he was unable to protect his family and also for making this decision. Father, it's all daughter's fault for causing the downfall of the whole family. Daughter is willing to be steward Wang's concubine. The girl's delicate and pretty face was filled with tears. The rims of her eyes were red, and her fists were clenched tightly. Shut up. How many times have I told you not to mention this matter again? None of steward Wang's concubines had a good ending. If a father sold off his daughter to save his life, is he still considered to be a human? Huang Dachui frowned and appeared mournful. The young girl looked at her younger brother who was slightly taller than her and cried, "But if we sell ourselves, then younger brother can't continue studying. Younger brother's teacher said that he is very talented. If he continued studying hard, then he might even be able to receive a high rank in the imperial examination. I don't want to ruin my brother's future because of my selfishness." Sister, don't talk about it anymore. Haven't we discussed this before? Do you think I'll be able to feel at ease if I used your life to exchange for my future? I don't want that kind of future. No wonder the young boy's hands were less calloused, and his skin was much fairer than his family's. It turned out that he had been studying for a few years. Yu Xiaosao carefully observed the family for a while and realized that the people the young royal prince had selected were quite reliable. She was finally able to cut in their conversation. "Why don't you discuss the matter again as a family and then give me a definite answer?" Huang Dachui's son looked at her firmly and said, "There's no need for further discussion. We have been bought by your family and we have already signed the slave contract. In the future, our family will be your servants. You can use us as you please." Shopkeeper Shu hurriedly delivered the slave contract to her and said, "The seller said that these people haven't been trained yet. They don't know how to properly speak or do things according to the rules. How about let me send them back and find a few people that are more suitable for you." Yu Xiaosao took the contracts and shook her head gently. "There's no need. They are good enough. Listen, my family doesn't have many rules, but we need people with good character, capable of working, and listens well. If you work honestly, then we definitely won't maltreat you. If you steal or act dishonestly, then I can only apologize and ask you to return from where you came from." The four people listened and promised that they would work hard. Shopkeeper Shu's mission was completed, so he left first. "Huang Dachui, I want you to follow my father first and get used to the process. In the future, I will leave the job of transporting things from Dongshan village to you. Dachui's wife, I want you to follow my oldest paternal aunt and help her out with her chores. Huang Xiaomei, you can follow me and work at the pickled vegetables shop. Young miss, what about me?" Huang Xiaohu asked softly. Yu Xiaosao glanced at him and said, my younger brother had just passed the county-level exams this year. He doesn't have a book boy. In 2 days, I will bring you to Tanggu town. But, I don't know if Rongshuan Academy allows their students to bring their own book boy. Huang Xiaohu was excited. His master turned out to be a county official. He was even a student studying at Rongshuan Academy. If he was a book boy for his young master, wouldn't he be able to stand on the side and listen to the lectures at Rongshuan Academy? Rongshuan Academy was a place that all students from all around the world yearned to study at. He didn't expect that he would receive such a great honor to listen to a lecture at Rongshuan Academy. But his eyes suddenly dimmed again. So, what if he could go to Rongshuan Academy and listen to their lectures? He had sold himself off as a slave. There was no way he could take the imperial exams and gain scholarly honor for the rest of his life. Yu Xiaosao seemed to know what he was thinking and said softly, "If your family works hard, then I will try to find a method to restore Xiaohu's status if he intends to take the imperial examinations in the future." The 4 people of the Huang family were not stupid. They clearly understood the meaning behind the young Miss's words. If they could satisfy the young Miss through their hard work, then the young lady would never treat them badly. Huang Dachui glanced at the 10 big pots of braised food in the rear court. Although Yu's braised food store had just opened 3 months ago, even he had heard of how delicious and fragrant their braised food was. The most important thing for making braised food was the secret recipe. Since they were bought by them, that meant they will probably find out the secret recipe for the braised food. In short, this meant that there was a slim chance their masters would release them. However, their son would be able to follow the Yu family's son to Rongshuan Academy as a book boy to study. If they could win the appreciation of their masters, then the best outcome would be that their young son will recover his status and continue his dream of studying. They were bought by the royal prince from the prefectural magistrate, which meant that the royal prince and the prefectural magistrate were backing this shop. The young miss appeared to be around 10 years old. Her younger brother was able to pass the county-level imperial exam at such a young age, and he was even studying at Rongshuan Academy, which had produced many top scorers and second placers in the imperial exams. His future achievements were boundless. As long as they were committed to their duties and stayed loyal, then their younger son's future wouldn't be worse off than right now as long as he studied hard. Huang Dachui was an honest and considerate man, but he wasn't wooden or inarticulate. His heart was full of excitement as he took in a deep breath and determinedly said, "Young miss, please be at ease. We definitely will live up to your trust and benevolence." Yu Xiaosao took in their expressions and was very satisfied with his response. She smiled slightly and said, "Your family can live in the rear side building in the back. The rear side building is separated in the middle. The west side is where we process the raw materials and it also functions as a warehouse. You can choose one of the 3 rooms on the east side and live there." "Oh right, you still haven't eaten lunch yet. Put your things down and come eat first." Huang Dachui took his wife and children through a small door in the east and arrived at the rear side building. He selected the room closest to the east side and put their spare clothes on the Kong bed inside the room. The room was very simple. There was only a Kong bed, a wooden table, and 2 small round stools. An empty wooden box was placed at the end of the Kong bed. It was probably used for storing clothes. Seeing his wife and children's overcautious expressions, Huang Dachui felt his heart constrict for them. He felt that he needed to remind his wife and children, "In the future, we will be the servants of this family. We must adhere strictly to the rules when we talk or do things." What our seller said was very reasonable. The most important thing is to stay loyal to our masters and not give in to greed. We need to work hard and fulfill the duties that our masters give us. We definitely won't be used to it at first, but you must remember to do more than you talk. You need to know what you're doing. Dachui's wife nodded her head honestly. Huang Xiaomei smiled excitedly and said, "Father, I understand what you just said." The young miss also said, "As long as we work hard and satisfy our masters, then younger brother can continue to study. Perhaps one day, he might be able to receive scholarly honors and bring honor to our ancestors. Father, you can be at ease. I won't drag my younger brother down." Huang Xiaohu's eyes were filled with tears. He sniffed his nose and said, "Father, actually, I don't mind if I'm able to study or not. You need to act within your strengths. I don't want you to work until you're exhausted because of me. Huang Dachui walked over, patted his son's shoulder gently, and said, "The young miss has already assigned us our tasks. The tasks are less tiring than the bitter hard labor in town. You can rest assured, our master's family doesn't seem to be the type that would mistreat their servants. Our family is relatively lucky. You should relax your mind and just serve their young master well. Come, let's not make our masters wait for us." When they returned to the rear courtyard, a pot of braised meat had just been served. The thick, fragrant scent of the meat entered their noses. Huang Dachui, who usually had good self-control, couldn't help but secretly swallow his saliva from the delicious scent. It was very fragrant. The rumors were indeed true. Huang Xiaomei quickly stepped forward to help Yu Kaifeng when she saw Yu Kaifeng exiting the kitchen with a pot of freshly braised meat. The two carried a large pot of braised meat to the front of the store. Yu Xiaosao secretly nodded her head when she saw this scene as she exited the kitchen carrying food. "Let's eat. It's late, so there's not much left. I had just taken some food from the store, so please bear with it for now." There were two dishes. One plate was braised seaweed with firm tofu and the other one was a platter of sliced braised pig heads meat and offal. The steamed buns were made from corn and white flour. Each steamed bun was as large as an adult man's fist, and there were around a dozen of them on the table. Huang Dachui hurriedly received the food from her hand and said in a terrified tone, "How can we make our young miss serve us food? You could have just ordered Xiaomei's mother to go get the food." "That's right, let me do it," Xiaomei's mother responded immediately. Yu Xiaosao nodded her head at her and revealed a soothing smile. "There is also a plate of braised food in the kitchen that is already sliced. The steamed buns are in the basket next to it. You can bring them out and serve it together. Most of the pots are being used, so there's no soup. I will have to wrong you guys by making you guys drink water for this meal. This is already very good." Xiaomei's mother went into the kitchen for a moment, but she only came out with a basket of steamed buns. She didn't dare touch the plate of braised food because in her opinion, such fragrant braised food was not something people like them could eat. If she had taken the dish meant for her master's family, then wasn't it blackening her son's future? "Isn't there another dish? Why didn't you bring it out together?" Yu Xiaosao asked casually. Xiaomei's mother's eyes widened in surprise. That plate of meat is for us." Yu Xiaosao nodded her head and said to Xiaohu, "Yes. Xiaohu, go and bring the dish out." The plate piled high with braised food left a trail of fragrant and enticing aroma as it was taken from the kitchen and placed on the stone table in the courtyard. The four people in the Huang family felt their saliva secretion speeding up. They could no longer swallow their saliva fast enough. Huang Dachui rubbed his hands together and said in embarrassment, "This plate of food is quite costly, so it's a waste if you give it to us to eat. Young miss, we can just eat vegetarian dishes. Isn't it best if we leave this plate of meat to sell? I've already sliced the meat into pieces, how will I be able to sell it still? Let's consider this dish as our welcoming gift to you. Come and eat, you'll need to work later." Huang Xiaomei knew at first glance that the young miss had a pleasant personality. After she heard the young miss's explanation, she hurriedly put a steamed bun on her father's and younger brother's plates. She even helped them pick some meat to put on their plate. She said to Yu Xiaosao, "Young miss, this steamed bun is very beautiful. It has a golden color and it emits a slight fragrant scent. It doesn't look like it's made with bean meal." Yu Xiaosao smiled and replied, "It's made from a mixture of cornmeal and white flour." Cornmeal. Huang Xiaomei pulled apart the steamed bun and sniffed the insides gently. Her face was full of confusion. "Yes, Royal Prince Yang from the imperial court brought some corn seeds from the west. My family planted a few acres of corn seed, and the harvest was bountiful. After handing the seeds over to the imperial court, we still had some left. So, we just ground it and made it into cornmeal. We use the cornmeal to make steamed buns and porridges. The taste is pretty good. You guys eat, I'm going to the pickle shop to take a look." Yu Xiaosao knew that if she stayed, then the family would feel uncomfortable, so she used an excuse to leave. They waited until Yu Xiaosao's figure disappeared from the view. Huang Xiaomei excitedly took a big bite of the steamed bun and chewed it carefully. She didn't even wait until she swallowed it before she said, "It's delicious. It's more fragrant and delicious than the steamed buns we made from white flour for the New Year's. Father, Mother, try it. Huang Xiaohu picked up the steamed bun and looked left and right. He muttered to himself, corn. Our master's family is truly generous to use something as expensive as corn to make steamed buns. Huang Dachui thought about it for a while and said, these must be the food our masters eat. Since we arrived here so suddenly, they probably had no time to prepare. Xiaomei's mother said, husband, is it appropriate for us to eat the food our masters eat? Huang Xiaomei picked up a piece of braised pork belly and put it in her mouth. It was so delicious that she almost cried. After she swallowed the food in her mouth, she smiled and said, how is it not appropriate? This is the food the young miss rewarded us. I heard that in big households, the masters reward their leftovers to their servant girls and senior servants. Xiaohu, try this, it's so soft and fragrant. After hearing what her daughter had said, Huang Dachui finally relaxed. He picked up a large piece of pig head meat with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. His daughter wasn't lying, it was delicious. No wonder the Yu family's business was so good. Father, the young miss is very generous. Just one plate of braised meat could be sold for quite a sum of money, yet she rewarded it to us. It seems that we shouldn't worry too unnecessarily. Our master is a good person. With just one meal, Yu Xiaoxiao was able to win over Huang Xiaomei's heart. She decided to work hard for her master's family. Xiaomei's mother ate some braised food and braised seaweed with firm tofu. She chewed the food carefully and sighed. She said softly, this meal is even better than our family's New Year's meal. There are vegetables, meat, and even rice. The rice is not coarse. Is this our blessing? Yu Kaifeng came out of the kitchen and overheard Xiaomei's mother's words. She smiled and said, what are you saying? Rest assured, as long as you work hard, your days will only become better. The young miss had introduced this woman who was wearing a strange smock earlier. She was the young miss's aunt. All the delicious braised food from the shop was made by her. They stood up and greeted her. After she left, Huang Dachui said to his wife, in the future, when you work under the aunt, you must be diligent. You need to rush to do all the dirty and tiring jobs. When the aunt is making braised food, don't go into the kitchen unless she tells you to. Don't talk about the braised food recipe. What's more, don't even think about stealing their recipe. Do you understand? Seeing how solemn and serious her husband appeared, Xiaomei's mother nodded her head and said, husband, don't worry, I won't ask or even mention the secret recipe. After they finished eating supper, Xiaomei's mother cleaned the dishes and brought the clean dishes back into the kitchen. There was a burst of noise from the side gate. Lu Hu and his son had butchered a pig and carried it in. Xiaoxiao, these people are. When Lu Hu entered, he noticed the Huang family of 4, so he was a bit perplexed. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled at him. The young royal prince saw that we've been extremely busy and sent us some helpers over. These people will reside in the small residence in the back. Uncle, let's first have Huang Dachui follow you around for a few days. When he becomes familiar with the route, you can give the task of buying and slaughtering pigs to him. Our shop should also have a head manager around to handle issues. Huang Dachui already called over his son and they both went up to start preparing the live pigs that Lu Hu and his son were working on. Lu Hu gestured with his head towards the horse cart outside, hinting that they should bring it to the back. Lu Hu observed that Huang Dachui looked honest and hardworking and was also very strong. He chuckled, oh ho, our little boss gave me a promotion from a procurer of goods to the head manager. I need to do my job well, otherwise I won't be able to live up to our little boss's expectations. Yu Kaifeng laughed and leveled a glare at him. Are there any other elders like you? Stop speaking so much nonsense. Yu Xiaoxiao started giggling. Uncle, what you said is wrong. This braised food shop is the cooperation between our two families, so you are also considered one of the bosses. Doing the head manager's work is only natural. These words were said for the sake of the Huang family. Before they bought servants, their stores were considered family businesses and they took care of everything. Now they had to make it clear to the 4 members of the Huang family who was considered an owner and manager to make sure they were respected properly. Her uncle was in charge of Huang Dachui and his son, who were both working very hard. From time to time, he would give them some pointers. Yu Xiaoxiao turned her attention to Huang Xiaomei, who was cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks. Let's go, I'm going to tell you the prices of all of the pickled vegetables and you need to memorize them. In the future, you'll be in charge of selling pickled vegetables. Do you know how to do arithmetic? Huang Xiaomei was 2 steps behind Yu Xiaoxiao and blindly followed her as she nodded her head. I know how. My father taught me how to use the abacus. Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at her in surprise. There weren't a lot of girls who knew how to use the abacus. In a moment, when there were more customers in the store, she planned on testing this girl's ability. Half a caddy of beans brined in wine and a caddy of sweet and crispy radishes will be a total of 38 copper coins. Take good care, and if you think the food is good, feel free to come back next time. It wasn't a busy time in the store right now, so Madame Lu was able to handle the flow of customers by herself. After 2 years of practice, Madame Lu's gentle personality had been worked on and now she was an old hand at calculating totals. Yu Xiaoxiao poured a cup of water for her mother and gave it to her as she smiled. Mother, it's been hard on you. You should go into the residence to rest a bit. Xiaomei and I will take over for you. There's nothing hard about this type of work. All I have to do is weigh out the pickled vegetables and handle the money. The tall chairs here in the shop are pretty good. When there's no one around, I can sit around and rest my legs. It's quite comfortable. Oh right. The shop's sweet and crispy radishes and pickled cabbage are very popular, so the vats are almost empty. The next time your father comes over to transport goods, have him bring 2 more vats over from Tenggu town. Madame Lu was quite used to managing businesses now and was able to think for herself. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at every single vat of pickled vegetable in the store and nodded her head. It's not only the sweet and crispy radishes. The marinated cucumbers, garlic pickled in sugar, and assorted pickled vegetables are all running low. It's too hard for father to go back and forth between Tenggu town and the prefectural city every day. If it was summer, he definitely wouldn't be able to keep up. How about we hire someone from the village to help? What do you think? Xiaoxiao originally planned on having Huang Dachui take over her father's job, but when she saw that the shops here needed a person to personally manage them, she changed her plans. It looked like they still didn't have enough people to help out, so they needed to hire one more person. Madame Lu thought for a bit and then said, Yangfan's wife once told me that your uncle Yangfan had been fired by his previous boss and was looking for some suitable work. When I go back, I can ask if he's willing to do this job. All right, Uncle Yangfan is an honest person and he works very hard. If he's willing to do the job, we can give him a salary of 800 copper coins a month. The 2 matrons who were helping out in the back to clean and prepare the pig's head meat, trotters and offal, got around 20 copper coins a day, so 800 copper coins a month shouldn't be too little, right? Huang Xiaomei's eyes were wide open in shock and her mouth opened and closed a few times. Yu Xiaoxiao asked, what's wrong? If you want to say something, just say it. No need to stay quiet. Isn't a monthly salary of 800 copper coins a month a little too high? My father had once worked in town helping to do work for someone and only got around 400 to 500 copper coins a month. Huang Xiaomei thought that the young miss was being a bit too generous. Yu Xiaoxiao thought for a bit and then said, 800 copper coins a month isn't considered too much. After all, he has to travel regardless of what the weather is like. Transporting goods isn't an easy job. Xiaomei, your family will also get a salary. If you guys do well, you'll also get a bonus at the end of the year. In the capital, her godmother's head maid servants received a salary of 8 maces a month and the junior maids got 3 maces a month. The Huang family had just started, so they would each get 300 copper coins a month for now. A look of surprise crossed Huang Xiaomei's face. She had previously thought that since her whole family had been bought as servants, they could only do what the masters told them to. Since they were all considered the master's people, they couldn't even receive a salary. She never would have thought that even she could earn 300 copper coins a month as salary. The young miss was truly too generous and kind-hearted. However, the young miss didn't discuss this with the master, so would the master be angry when he found out they were going to get paid each month? Young miss, we're servants that were bought by your family. Are we really able to get paid too? Huang Xiaomei couldn't help but give her a reminder. Yu Xiaoxiao gently nodded her head and stated, all of you will be doing work, so naturally you will all get paid. Don't think of yourselves as a lower status. Have you seen the servants and stewards of the rich and wealthy? Although they are also servants, they are all incredibly proud and arrogant. That steward Wang, who was trying to force you, wasn't he just waving around his master's power and status for his own benefit? What does that Wang family have anyway? They just have a little extra bit of stinky money that they used to bribe a few officials in Yamen, that's all. Nothing to be impressed with. In the future, we'll open more branches of our braised food and pickled vegetable shop in the prefectural city and the capital. At that point, we don't even have to consider Steward Wang, even the Wang family themselves will be coming over to fawn over us. How did the conversation get more off topic the more she talked? Regardless, everything she said was the truth. There was nothing special about the Wang family. If they dared to come over to cause trouble, the prefectural Yamen was just across the street and they were no pushovers. That being said, apparently the prefectural magistrate's wife's 40th birthday celebration was the day after tomorrow. She needed to prepare some roasted ducks and roasted chickens for it. The prefectural magistrate had made it obvious that her family was under his protection. Although he was only doing this for the sake of Royal Prince Yang, she couldn't just take his goodwill for granted. She heard that the prefectural magistrate had originally planned on holding his wife's birthday celebration at Junsho Restaurant. Unfortunately, Junsho Restaurant's popularity had been sky high and he wasn't able to reserve enough tables there. Thus, he could only invite a chef over to his own residence to hold the banquet there instead. Tomorrow, she needed to inquire the prefectural magistrate's head steward just how many tables they were having. Then, the day after tomorrow, she needed to work a bit harder. She wanted to give them a roasted duck and chicken for each table. Was that enough to show her gratitude? Perhaps she also needed to personally make a cake for the prefectural magistrate's wife too. Yu Xiaosao was just considering how to best return this debt of hers when a carriage stopped right in front of the Yu's braised food store. Two charming girls around the age of 14 to 15 stepped down. Oh my, this is the store that our young miss opened. It smells so good. It's truly the work of our young miss. The young woman who was clothed in green raised her head to look at the sign at the front of the store and cheerfully blabbered. Next to her was a young woman dressed in pink who glared at her. Yangliu, how many times do I have to tell you? Stop chattering so much about everything. We are currently the personal maid servants of our young miss, so we need to be more steady and not lose face for our master. Yangliu grinned at her and her eyes suddenly landed at the pickled vegetable shop behind the other girl. Her eyes opened wide when she saw Xiaosao, who was wearing an apron, bustling around the shop. She yelled in surprise, Yingtao, look, isn't that our young miss? The Yu's pickled vegetable store. Every time I eat pickled vegetables that our young miss has made, I can eat an extra 2 bowls of congee. Yingtao scolded her in amusement, you're such an embarrassment. She followed Yangliu's line of sight and, when she saw the familiar face, Yingtao also couldn't stay calm. She immediately forgot that she was previously scolding Yangliu for not being steady as she lifted her skirts to run inside. She leaned over the counter to yell in a voice full of emotion, young miss. Yu Xiaosao lifted her head and saw Yingtao standing there, holding back tears. She was a bit flabbergasted, Yingtao. Yangliu, when did you guys come over to the prefectural city? Did godmother come over too? Yingtao used a handkerchief to wipe the tears of her face as she replied in a voice that slightly trembled, Milady didn't come. Young miss, you're so cruel. You left us servants back at the residence and haven't even asked about us. It's been more than a few months since you left. We are your maid servants for a reason. In the future, wherever you go, we will go too. When their young miss left the capital, she didn't bring a single maidservant along. This caused them, her personal maid servants, to guard an empty courtyard while earning their wages. The other maids, who weren't previously chosen to be personal maids, always came around to say some sour remarks. They claimed that the young miss disdained them and that the young miss couldn't refuse the lady's good intentions, so she left without them. Furthermore, they opined that they weren't sure whether they could keep their positions the next time the young miss came back to the capital. If it wasn't for Linglong coming over often to supervise the courtyard and harshly scolding those other maids, they probably would have had to endure a lot more criticism. The last time the general came back to the capital, he mentioned that Xiaosao had opened a store in the prefectural city and was so busy that she ran around all day and had gotten significantly thinner. He recommended that his wife send a few people over to help her. Yingtao and Yang Liu voluntarily came out to take on this task to go to the prefectural city to help their young miss. Yingtao had previously gone with her young miss to the imperial plantations and had described everything that had happened there to the other maids. Everyone was envious that she was able to go there with the young miss. This time, if she didn't strike first to grab the position, she might not be able to go to the prefectural city. Yang Liu had also been chosen to go because she had talent in cooking and had learned a few recipes from their young miss. The lady loved the young miss and decided to have Yang Liu be in charge of her daughter's food and drink, while Yingtao was in charge of everything else. All right, look at you, you're sobbing just like a little crybaby. If you keep crying like that, you won't be pretty anymore. Quickly wipe those tears. Yu Xiaoxiao was also very happy to see Yingtao and Yang Liu. Yingtao suppressed her emotions and wiped the tears off her face. She noticed that there was a young girl behind Yu Xiaoxiao and had a bad premonition. Young miss, who is she? I'm a servant that young miss bought. Huang Xiaomei regarded Yingtao and Yang Liu with unabashed curiosity. Both of these young women were dressed in such beautiful clothing and they had silver ornaments in their hair and silver bracelets on their wrists. In fact, they were dressed more grandly than the Wang family's young miss. The thing she found most surprising was that these two called themselves servants in front of the young miss. Were they, two girls dressed more beautifully and with more jewelry than the young miss herself, truly servants of the young miss? When Yingtao heard this, her emotions overtook her and tears gushed out of her eyes again. Young miss, do you really want to throw us away? You would rather buy a maid than bring us along with you. Yu Xiaoxiao wanted to slap her head in exasperation. She never knew that Yingtao, who always looked lively and cheerful, was actually a crybaby. She explained somewhat tiredly, Xiaomei was given to me by Royal Prince Yang. I'm training her so that she can take over the pickled vegetable store in the future. Don't worry, there's no one here who will try to take over your duties. After finding out that Xiaomei wasn't going to be the young miss's personal maidservant, the feeling of crisis within Yingtao's relaxed by more than a half. She wiped the tears off her face and asked, Young miss, did you also give Xiaomei her name too? She also has a name related to trees. 1. When Yingtao and the rest of the personal maids got promoted, they all asked their young miss to give them names. Yu Xiaoxiao felt that her own name, too, was based off of a tenacious plant, so she also decided to give plant-based names to her personal maids. Thus, the names were Yingtao Cherry, Pippa Loquat, Yangliu Willow, and Wudong Chinese Parasol Tree. Of the names, 2 of them were related to fruit-bearing trees and 2 were related to wood-bearing trees. In fact, all of the names given to her maids seemed a lot more elegant than her own. Yu Xiaoxiao refuted her guess. No, Xiaomei was a name given to her by her parents. You two must be tired after sitting so long in the carriage. Make sure to rest well today and prepare yourselves. You guys will probably be very busy tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Yang Liu somewhat timidly stated, Young miss, do you want us to help you make braised food? Although this servant had learned a few dishes from young miss while we were at the general's residence, my skills are nowhere near as good as your own. However, I will definitely do my best to learn and get better. Yingtao seemed to have set her sights on Xiaomei and stared at the other girl blatantly, as if she was trying to skewer her. She thought for a bit and then said, I'm not very good at cooking, so I shouldn't help in the back kitchen with the food. Usually, this servant manages young Mrs. monthly finances and her clothes, so sums are no difficulty to me. I personally volunteer to help out at the pickled vegetable store. At first, Yu Xiaoxiao took Yingtao's request at face value and felt that since Xiaomei was new to everything, having Yingtao helping out was a good thing. Thus, she also agreed to Yingtao's request. Prior to dinner time, the business at the Yu family's 2 stores became hopping again. With Mizi's mother watching the 4 large braising pots in the back, Yu Kaifeng was a lot more free now. She noticed that Lu Yanner was incredibly busy at the shop front, so she went to the counter to also help receive customers. Although the business at the pickled vegetable shop was not as popular as the braised food shop, there was also a continuous line of customers there. The orders all asked for half a caddy of this and a caddy of that. At first, Xiaomei was a bit frazzled from the work, but later on she became more and more familiar with the flow of work in the store. Her abacus was soon clacking without stopping. However, the person next to her seemed to want to join in on the fun. Every time Xiaomei was just about to finish her calculations on the abacus, that person already stated the total to the customer. That person was Yingtao. Yu Xiaoxiao's plan was to let Huang Xiaomei practice for a few days. Once Xiaomei had a good grasp on how the business at the pickled vegetable store worked, then she could work independently. At first, she was just observing how Xiaomei's calculating skills were. Although Huang Xiaomei's ability at doing arithmetic in her head was on the poorer side, she was a skilled hand at using the abacus and very rarely had errors come up. As long as she continued to practice, Xiaoxiao would be able to hand the store's daily affairs to her and go off to do other needed tasks. However, the girl Yingtao seemed to be purposely making it more difficult for Huang Xiaomei. The maid showed off her skills at calculating sums in her head, which she had learned from the young miss, and never gave Huang Xiaomei the chance to reach the answer on her own. After this happened a few times, Huang Xiaomei started to get angry. She could also tell that this maid, who was dressed in clothing that was more fancy and beautiful than the young miss, was targeting her on purpose. Just what are you trying to do? Huang Xiaomei took advantage of a time when the shop didn't have any customers and turned around to confront Yingtao somewhat heatedly. Yingtao had an innocent look on her face. What's wrong? I'm just helping out in the store like the young miss said I could. You're too slow at using the abacus and there were so many people in the store. Isn't it right that I help you calculate the totals? If you were sincerely trying to help me, you could help with weighing out the pickled vegetables or handling the money and change. I admit that you are faster at calculating the total than I am, but I am only starting out at this type of business. Practice makes perfect and with familiarity you learn the trick. Don't you understand this type of reasoning? Huang Xiaomei was barely able to restrain her desire to rush up to Yingtao's face and rip off that innocent expression. She was definitely doing this on purpose, 100%. Yingtao quirked up an eyebrow. It was as if the angrier Xiaomei got, the happier she felt. She arrogantly replied, I'm sorry, I didn't bring a change of old clothing over. This set of autumn clothing was just made at the residence. If I got it dirty and needed to accompany young miss somewhere, I can't possibly wear dirty clothing and shame her, right? So, I can only stand far away. However, I can't just stand here and do nothing, so I can only help you calculate the sums. Who would have thought you wouldn't be grateful? Truly a waste of my good intentions. In terms of arguing, how could Huang Xiaomei be her opponent? Within a moment, she became so angry that her entire face turned red and tears of frustration welled up in her eyes. She managed to restrain her emotions as she angrily glared at Yingtao. Yingtao delicately patted her lips with the handkerchief in her hands and acted out a surprised expression. Oh my, oh my. I'm doing my best to help, yet you resent me for this. Are you going to be a tattletale and tell on me to the young miss? Although I haven't spent a long time with the young miss, I still have a closer relationship than someone like you who was just bought as a new servant. What do you think? Do you think the young miss will believe you or believe me? I will believe whoever is right. Yu Xiaoxiao came in with Yang Liu as they struggled to transport a large ceramic vat inside. After switching out the old vat of savory and spicy pickled tofu for the new, she raised her head to look at the two girls in the store and calmly replied. Yang Liu gave Yingtao a look that said, just what trouble are you causing now? Yingtao secretly glared back at her and then smiled at Yu Xiaoxiao. Young miss, this servant is helping younger sister Xiaomei calculate sums, yet she seems a bit unhappy because she thinks I'm stealing her work. Young miss, I only discussed this a bit with her but she suddenly started crying. Please punish me. Huang Xiaomei breathed heavily for a few times before she shrilly rebutted, that's not true. Young miss wanted me to practice more on the abacus to calculate sums, yet she likes to show off how good she is at doing arithmetic in her head. Every time I'm about to finish calculating, she says the total out loud. She's doing this on purpose. Yingtao replied in surprise, oh my. I only helped you because I saw there were a lot of customers here earlier and I was afraid that they would have to wait too long. It really wasn't out of malicious intentions. That being said, if you didn't tell me, how could I know that the young miss was trying to help you to become better at calculating sums? Yingtao even had a look of, why didn't you tell me earlier, on her face. Yu Xiaoxiao somewhat helplessly gave Yingtao a look before she interjected, normally you are quite generous and open-minded. How come you're causing trouble for Xiaomei today? When Yingtao heard this, her eyes turned red and she squeezed out a reply, young miss, you have a new servant now. Doesn't that mean you don't want me anymore? How could that thought possibly cross your head? Didn't I explain it to you earlier? Xiaomei will be solely in charge of the day-to-day management of the pickled vegetable store in the future and doesn't have any conflict with your current duties. Yingtao, you and Yangliu and the other two are all my personal maidservants that I selected myself. What does personal maidservant mean? It means that wherever I go in the future, you will all go with me. You and Xiaomei are different. One of you will be helping with my daily needs while the other one will be helping my family take care of the shop. Everyone has their own duties, so why do you need to strive for favor? Although Yu Xiaoxiao's body hadn't reached the age of 12, the soul inside of her was over 30 years old. Seeing through Yingtao's inner thoughts and fears, who was only in her teenage years, was quite easy. After hearing the young Mrs.'s explanation, Yingtao felt her face turn bright red and sheepishly looked at Huang Xiaomei. She lowered her head and said, Xiaomei, I was the one at fault earlier. Let me apologize to you. In a bit, when more customers come, you only have to handle calculating the totals and handling the money. I'll weigh the pickled vegetables. Huang Xiaomei also wasn't a petty person who held on to grudges. She finally understood why Yingtao kept targeting her. It was because she was afraid of losing her position. Huang Xiaomei smiled openly at her and said, now that I know what was the issue, it's not a problem. If we're not busy, older sister Yingtao, you can check if the sums I'm calculating are correct. If it's more busy, then you can help handle the money and give the change to the customers. You're wearing such a beautiful set of clothes. If they got stained with soy sauce or other things, it'd be hard to wash off. Yingtao shook her head and said, it's okay. Young miss, I believe your cousin has a set of working clothes that she's not using. This servant will change into that and help. I will truly be helping this time. With enough people manning the shop, Yu Xiaoxiao could finally do other tasks. After Yangliu pleaded to her, she took the maid to the kitchen and taught her a few more recipes. That night, the Yu family and their servants were all able to eat at a much more sumptuous table. The next evening, Yu Xiaoxiao took out a bunch of already slaughtered ducks and chickens from the ice cellar to thaw and brine for a night. On the morning of the prefectural magistrate's wife's birthday banquet, she especially woke up early and instructed her two personal maidservants to prepare the ingredients needed to make longevity peach cakes. That's right, she was preparing to make a longevity peach cake for each table at the birthday banquet. She even called her uncle, Lu Hu, and cousin, Lu Junping, over to do hard labor. It was unavoidable. If she and the two other girls were in charge of making the whipped cream frosting, it would take them too long and their arms would die from the effort. During the slow times of the farming seasons of summer and autumn, Yu Xiaoxiao had made quite a few cans of preserved peaches, preserved strawberries, rose jam, strawberry jam and other sweet treats. When she came to the prefectural city, she also brought quite a few of these over with her to use as snacks. At this time, it was the perfect time to use them. The cakes were baked and shaped such that the bottom was wider than the top, which made them have the shape of a peach. A knife was used to cut slices across the peach-shaped cakes that were about as wide as 2 fingers. They added preserved peaches and strawberries between each slice and then covered the whole cake with a layer of whipped cream frosting to make it look like a whole longevity peach. A bit of strawberry and rose jam was used to color the tip of the peach and a bit of whipped cream frosting was squeezed out at the bottom of the peach cakes to resemble little leaves, which were dyed green using spinach juice. Thus, each beautiful and perfect peach cake was finished. In the inner courtyard of the prefectural magistrate's residence, all of the guests were exchanging pleasantries and idly talking. Just as the prefectural magistrate and his wife invited the guests to take their seats to start the banquet, the head steward of the residence hurriedly came over and spoke a few words into the prefectural magistrate's ear. The prefectural magistrate's eyes immediately lit up and the smile on his face became more broad. He gave a few instructions to the head steward and then stood up to address the guests. For my wife's birthday celebration, I had originally wanted to have it at Junsho Restaurant and enjoy the atmosphere with all of you. However, who would have thought that Junsho Restaurant is too popular and we weren't able to reserve enough tables? I am truly regretful that we weren't able to properly serve everyone. No matter whether it was the male guests or the female guests behind the screen, all of them replied that the prefectural magistrate was being too courteous. Prefectural Magistrate Ning's smile did not abate and he raised his voice to continue. I have a little friend whose ability to make roasted duck and roasted chicken is not in any way inferior to Junsho restaurant. However, the store that she opened only limits their sales of roasted duck and roasted chicken to 10 a day. I'm sure many of the guests also know about this. The people who were at the prefectural magistrate's banquet were all mostly people with some standing in the prefectural city. They naturally had heard that when the Yu's braised food store had opened, the prefectural magistrate himself had gone to the opening ceremony. Who would have thought that the prefectural magistrate really regarded these people with importance? When this little friend found out that today was the birthday banquet, she personally made some roasted chicken and ducks for us. I also heard that she also prepared a lot of beautiful longevity peach cakes to finish the meal as a sweet. As he was talking, the head steward led a bunch of servants out who were all carrying roasted duck and roasted chicken. The dense fragrance of the meats immediately enveloped the whole banquet area. Yu Xiaosao deliberately made a bit more than was needed, so every table was graced with a duck and chicken with some extra roasted fowl left over. It was obvious that the roasted ducks and chickens had just come out of the oven. Puffs of hot steam billowed out of the roasts. Roasted duck that had just come out of the oven had thin and crispy skin, tender meat, so it had a very good mouthfeel. Roasted chicken had tender skin, flavorful meat, and even its bones were soft. A single bite melted in people's mouths and conquered their taste buds. No matter whether it was the guests at the men's tables or women's, all of them started out their meals with these two roast fowl. After they finished eating most of the meal, the head steward came out again with servants who were holding the longevity peach cakes. The cakes were vivid and lifelike, resembling real peaches. Furthermore, the coloring on the cakes was very attractive to the eye. Yingtao also came out, wearing her new set of pink clothing, and gracefully stopped in front of the prefectural magistrate's wife. She revealed a beautiful smile and crisply said, "When our young miss found out that it was your birthday, she personally made these longevity peach cakes for you. We hope that the madam will have a fruitful and enjoyable life and be blessed with many more years to come." "Oh, which family is this maid from? She looks quite smart and lively. How come I feel like this maid seems very familiar to me?" The prefectural magistrate's wife was very happy and complimented Yingtao a few times. Earlier, the roasted ducks and roasted chickens gave her quite a bit of prestige and face in front of her close friends and acquaintances. These lively longevity peach cakes also added quite a bit to her birthday banquet. Yingtao smiled appropriately and stated, "Thank you for your kind compliments. This servant is a maid from Zhaoyang General's estate. I am currently serving under the young miss, the daughter of Zhaoyang General, the adopted daughter of General Fang." The prefectural magistrate's wife was suddenly enlightened. She had also been invited to the celebration of General Fang's heir's first birthday. During the banquet, the most memorable thing was the last dessert, a cake that was as tall as a person and had many layers. Not only did the cake look beautiful and delicate, but it also tasted delicious. None of the famous dessert shops or pastry shops in the capital were able to create such a fantastical dessert. Unfortunately, there were a lot of guests and not enough cake. Every person only got a tiny piece. The prefectural magistrate's wife didn't even get to taste a few bites before she had finished her slice. It was said that the cake was personally made by General Fang's adopted daughter. When the chef from the most famous bakery in the capital, Daohua Village's pastry shop, heard about the whipped cream cake, he personally came over to the general's estate to ask to see General Fang's adopted daughter. Unfortunately, the lass had already left the capital and couldn't be found. Everyone in the capital knew about Daohua Village's pastry shop. It was a popular bakery with a very good reputation. Rumors said that the head pastry chef was the descendant of an imperial pastry chef from the previous dynasty. When the current emperor was young, he liked to leave the imperial palace and go to Daohua Village's pastry shop to buy pastries. Their pastries were so popular that the business at the shop was as busy as Junsho restaurant. The head pastry chef at Daohua Village's pastry shop had a rather weird personality. There were scores of high-ranking and wealthy families clamoring for him to make cakes for them. However, he only took the orders that interested him. If he wasn't interested, it didn't matter how much money the person threw at him, he wouldn't even bat an eye. Furthermore, he had caught the emperor's eye. Every month, Chief Steward Su personally left the imperial palace to pick up pastries for the emperor. Therefore, it didn't matter how much power or money a person had in the capital, no one could force this chef to do anything. Since even he personally went over to see the little lass who made the cake, it meant that General Feng's adopted daughter truly had a special talent at crafting desserts. The head maidservant, who was currently presenting these longevity peach cakes to everyone, had stated that she was the maid of General Feng's adopted daughter. So didn't that mean that these longevity peach cakes were made by someone more talented than the head pastry chef at Daohua Village's pastry shop? The prefectural magistrate's wife really looked forward to these cakes. Your young miss has worked hard and is very thoughtful. I will personally come over and thank her another day. The prefectural magistrate's wife had one of her personal maid servants present a well-crafted silver bracelet to Yingtao. After Yingtao took it, she said a few more pleasantries and then left. All of the longevity peach cakes had been served to every table at the banquet. The prefectural magistrate's wife had the servants take out knives and carefully cut the cakes into small slices for each table. These slices were then served to all of the guests. On the inside, there were yellow peaches and red strawberries, which really made the cakes seem quite appealing. It's so delicious. I don't think I've eaten anything more delicious in my entire life. The daughter of the sub-prefect's family had a pure personality. After tasting a bite, she couldn't help but proclaim her thoughts as she genuinely sighed over the cake. The cake is tender and soft and melts in one's mouth. The fruit filling is also colorful and delicious. Even the capital's Daohua village might not be able to create such beautiful and delicious cakes. The wife of the local magistrate had grown up in the great tutor's residence. Although she was only the daughter of a concubine, she had seen more things than most other women from other families. If she even stated this, it truly meant that these cakes were special beyond regard. Hearing all of these noble madams and misses praising these cakes, the prefectural magistrate's wife felt that this all reflected good on her. Who would have thought that her husband, who had thought he was only doing a favor for Royal Prince Yong, had actually ended up selling his residence to the adopted daughter of Zhaoyang General? The Yu's braised food store. Oh right, during the birthday celebration of General Fang's son, Lady Fang had introduced her adopted daughter and said that her surname was Yu. How could she only think of this now? The prefectural magistrate's wife couldn't help but share her experiences at Zhaoyang General's son's celebration. During that banquet, she was able to sample the birthday cake, and the taste and beauty of the cake was exactly the same as these longevity peach cakes. The local magistrate's wife also chimed in. She stated that General Fang's adopted daughter not only knew how to craft fantastic cakes, but she was also very proficient at medicine. When the Empress's little prince was ill, this girl was the one who cured him. The medicinal cuisine she concocted had also rejuvenated and healed Princess Consort Jing's body. The male guests were only separated from the female guests by a wooden screen. When they overheard the gossip from the women's side, all of them started thinking quickly. Someone who was able to catch the eye of the Empress and Princess Consort Jing had to be extremely talented. They could only try to become friends and avoid offending her. For the following days, Yu Xiaoxiao had started mysteriously receiving a bunch of calling cards and invitations. Other than the prefectural magistrate's wife, she didn't know any of these people, let alone be familiar with them. After having Yingtao and Yang Liu handle a few of these, things got even more odd. Why were all of these wives and daughters of officials, as well as wealthy merchant families, trying to make a connection with her? She was only the daughter of a farmer who had a good hand at cooking and baking. As this continued to happen, Yu Xiaoxiao almost couldn't take it anymore. Luckily, after Huang Dachui's family started working for them, all of the work at the kitchen and storefronts had gradually decreased for the rest of the family. After practicing for a bit, Huang Xiaomei was also able to handle the work in the pickled vegetable store by herself. Thus, Yu Xiaoxiao took her 2 personal maids and went back to Dongshan village. Ever since Yingtao purposely made things difficult that one time, Huang Xiaomei trained hard to become good at calculating sums in her head. Now, she almost never needed to use her abacus, and she was still able to get to the total quickly. It was only when there were larger totals that she had to still use her abacus. Yingtao had observed her for a few days and discovered that Huang Xiaomei had gotten to the point where she never made mistakes. Yingtao and Xiaomei's relationship had started off rocky, but they were now extremely good friends. Yingtao had noticed that Xiaomei didn't have any other clothes other than the 2 sets that the young miss had bought her when she first started. Thus, she had given a few sets of her old clothing from last year that she had worn in the residence to the other girl. Lady Fang was quite generous to the servants in the residence. Every season, she would give the maids and senior servants an additional 2 sets of clothing. For the personal maid servants, they received even more, as they often appeared next to their masters and essentially represented their master's status. The clothing that they received, from the type of cloth used to the patterns on the cloth, were all considered to be of decent quality that most people in the capital could use. When Yingtao first arrived, Xiaomei had mistakenly thought that she was the young miss of a wealthy family in the prefectural city. Yingtao's clothes from the previous year were all about 80% new, so they still were very usable to give to someone. Xiaomei was very happy after receiving the clothes and repeatedly said that she had never worn such beautiful clothes in her entire life. In order to hide from the misses and madams from the wealthy families, Yu Xiaoxiao went back to Dongshan village. Without much warning, winter had begun. In early winter, a large snowstorm had covered the whole village and mountain. The older folks and young children, who had weaker bodies, all couldn't handle the change in weather and had fallen ill. Thus, Yu Xiaoxiao became busy again. Ever since Dr. Yu found his nephew, he only stayed at Dongshan village for a short period of time before he decided to go back to his hometown. After saying his farewells to the villagers, he moved for good. As the direct disciple of Dr. Yu, Yu Xiaoxiao had become the only person in the village who had any medical skills. At this time, most of the villagers were not in good financial condition, especially right after the disaster year. Those who were only mildly ill didn't bother to see the doctor and only endured until they got better. Those who couldn't endure would borrow a ride on a cart to go to the medicine hall in town. Most people had forgotten that Yu Xiaoxiao had medicinal skills. This year, the weather had changed abruptly and old Yu had fallen victim to it. He got a headache, fever, and his whole body ached from head to toe. In addition, he acquired a cough and had become short of breath. At first, he only thought he had a cold and could get over it by drinking some ginger soup and sweating it out. Who would have thought that after 2 days had passed, he couldn't get out of bed? Yu Xiaoxiao took out some herbs from her medicine box that were used for treating colds and concocted them with some mystic stone water. Then, she had her grandfather drink a few bowls of medicine. Very quickly, his condition got better. Before 3 days had passed, old Yu was back to his old energetic self and was back at the foot of the mountain gathering firewood. Old Yu was someone who couldn't stay idle. In fact, if you stopped him from working, he would start feeling bad. Winter had come and the weather had suddenly turned cold. There wasn't enough firewood at home, so he went out every day with a basket on his back to pick up firewood at the foot of the West Mountain. That night, old Yu was taking his usual walk and had gone into his older brother's residence. As soon as he entered, the strong smell of medicine hit his nose. After asking, he found out that his older brother, Yu Lichun, was also unable to escape from the sudden change in weather and had fallen ill, just like he did earlier. He had taken 5 days' worth of medicine but still hadn't gotten better. Furthermore, Yu Yang's youngest daughter had also gotten a fever. She was a pitiful tiny girl that had to drink a few bowls of bitter medicine every day. She had cried until her throat had gone hoarse. Most of the time, even if they were able to force the medicine down her, the little lass would throw it all back up until her whole body was sticky. She seemed to be in a constant state of drowsiness and her periods of lucidity shortened. The doctor from the town had looked at her and shook his head and said that it didn't look good. After taking care of his father as well his daughter, Yu Zhong had markedly become thinner in the past week. This year he had earned quite a bit of money with his second brother, and he wasn't greedy for money. When his father and youngest daughter had fallen ill, he had called a doctor from town over and spent over a few taels to buy medicine for them. However, neither of them had gotten better. Yu Yang's older sister had come over to see their father when she heard the news. After finding out their symptoms, tears streamed down her eyes. She stated that her village's old Han wasn't as old as their father but had also gotten a high fever and couldn't leave his bed. His family's sons and daughters were all filial and had paid for a doctor and medicine. Despite spending quite a bit of money, he ended up dying in the end. Yu Yang's older sister couldn't help but cry when she saw how haggard her father's face looked. End of chapter 350. See you in the next chapter. Thank you.